so they've probably got a little bit of jitters there.
And it is a full packed day of competition up here. We've got kicking off with this assembly race, then we've got the single semis, single finals, then we'll go into the team rescue, and then we'll finish with the tube rescue if we have time last thing tonight. Unfortunately, we didn't get our second round of finals away yesterday. We did get the mass rescue finals, but the unfortunately assembly finals weren't able to run because of fading light and deteriorating conditions. Nearly 35 knots gusting across the beach from the north and a big chop building up. So we're going to try and pack everything in today.
That's a bit of a stand down.
That's lucky for us.
We can't talk.
So there's a call just to stand down on that start. You can see everyone just shaking out the nerves, the tension, and the preparation. What's the call here, Johnny?
So basically the tides just run out a bit faster than the event referee had hoped. So because we're starting with the female finals, they need to be a little bit closer to the water. And that's just the drag component of that race. So minimal drag required for them. So they're going to go probably another 5-10 metres closer, reset those 6 boats, and line them up again.
And what's drag? That's the distance between the boat and the water's edge?
Correct, yeah. So you don't want water under the boat when you're doing an assembly because it makes you quite uneven. But you also don't want anything over 5 minutes for a drag because then you're a little bit tired by the time you jump in the boat.
Yeah. How much do the boats weigh roughly?
You're looking at around, once you get that engine on, probably up to the 140, 150 kilos.
And sand is not known for its slippery.
It's not smooth. It's not a smooth surface. You're right. And then you've got the wet sand, and then you've got a job to do once you get in the boat as well.
Yeah, a fair bit of friction there. So, yeah, a hugely physical task that requires concentration and focus before you get going. You can see patience waiting patiently out at the boys,
very
for
cold.
all 6. At the moment, out of this category, Johnny, who do you see?
This category here, I'm looking at one of the Waipu crews actually, and the Moringi Bay.
Okay, you're going for all the North Island East Coasters.
Maybe I am. Maybe it is, Ed. Maybe it is. But I'm not sure which of the Waipu crews is the fastest, but I think this one on lane 3 is looking like the one I saw do very, very well in the heats.
Okay, we've got Opanaki up at the top end there, looking very relaxed at the moment.
You'll think the crowd's waving at you, Ed, but there actually has seemed to be a little bit of swarm of wasps just come through the crowd. Must have been brought in by the warm weather.
Oh dear, someone's been up in the dunes disturbing people. There's an interesting duo walking down here as well in what look to be rubber duck smugglers as opposed to budgie smugglers.
They are indeed, and perhaps they've lost a bet overnight with the club, but that's not normal for IOB attire.
Right, okay.
From a safety point of view, you want to have some form of wetsuit on, but the minimum is that you have a PFD or a life jacket and a helmet when you're operating these craft.
And the helmet's come in recently over the last 5 years.
It's probably one of the biggest changes in the sport, which seems to be embraced very well by the membership. It is a safety organisation, and our own health and safety is as much paramount as the members of the public out there.
Interesting, talking to Gary, the head of the medical unit here, he made the point that this is technically a motorsport and there's not another motorsport that you'd compete in without a helmet.
Correct, yeah. So it was probably time that we did it. It just took a few more years, and here we are. Everyone's comfortably wearing their helmets, and it looks good with the club colours on top.
And the flip side of it as well is that from an athlete or a crew perspective, a helmet changes your hydrodynamics, the way the waves are pulling you around if you do go under the water. And that's a big thing for some of the crews to get used to, I imagine.
Absolutely. It was one of the biggest concerns that you couldn't actually operate in the water with a helmet on. But they've found the right brands and types that suit the activity, and we go from there. And interesting, you use the term flip side. It's not a word we like to use too often, flip, when it comes to IRBs. But you will see it happen occasionally.
So we saw a couple of teams turn the boats over yesterday in the big swell. Less likely today, isn't it? Boats just moving a little bit closer down to the water now.
Yep.
So the start gates will also move down.
And we're on the 2-minute light there, so just what they reset, they put it back to the 3, we're down to 2 minutes from start.
Okay. Under 19 female assembly about to get underway. In lane 1 we have Opunaki. In lane 2 it's Maiarangi Bay. In lane 3 the first of our Waipu Cove teams. In lane 4 it is St Kilda. In lane 5 it's the Bethells Beach Fuse, a family manning that crew. And then we've got the second Waipu Cove team, that is Full Send in lane 6. We have the 1 minute light. We will get the starter's siren very, very shortly. That will be followed by the gun when everyone has even water within 20 metres of the bow of their boat. Johnny, you've got your eye on the Waipu Cove teams.
I have indeed, but then I've just had a look across at which of the Bethells Beach crews we're looking at, the Bethells Beach Fuse. They've also had a good, strong performance this season in the pre-season event, the North Island Championships, and in the heats yesterday.
Talk us through the roles, not just in the assembly, but the way the driver and crew have to work together.
They almost have to work together silently. They've got a bond between them. Like I said earlier, you can't drag the boat by yourself. You've actually got to have that coordination, and you'll probably hear them occasionally counting down as they approach the handle to lift. So in the assembly, they've each got their individual role to set it up, but once they actually grab their carry handles, they're working as a unit.
I suppose it's a case of things moving so quickly out here that if you have to ask for something, it's probably too late.
Absolutely. You need to anticipate what's going on and which direction they want to go.
Okay. So there's the siren, under starter's orders. And the gun's off. Good start from Bethells Beach. Already putting the motor on. A little bit of a problem there for Waipu Cove. Team in lane 3, that's Waipu Cove Zinc. Bethells first on the front, they've got the drag. They've got a good couple of metres start, and it's a slow but steady drag from Opunaki in lane 1 as well. And then we've got Waipu Cove Full Send in lane 6, also on the drag as well. Running very, very slow at the moment though. Bethells Beach have made water, so that engine's going to go down. They'll start trying to get that. There's the pull. So Bethells Beach have got the engine rolling. Oh, it's a long drag for some of these teams, Johnny.
It is indeed, and even the Bethells crew have hit the sandbar out as well, but now we've got some water for the rest of the boats, which is excellent, but Bethells clean and away. It looks like Waipu Cove, Opunaki over in lane 1's had a real unfortunate drag, and they've come to a standstill.
Bethells keeping that boat very, very flat over that first ramp, and it looks like we've got St Kilda in yellow going very well in second. And then we've got Waipu Cove Zinc from lane 3 in third place. But already look at that. We've got Opunaki still on the beach, and in first place it's the Bethells Beach Fuse absolutely racing back. They might make the beach before the Opunaki team leave. That boat is utterly bogged there as Bethells Beach come in first. A very tidy run from them, not a foot wrong from start to finish. St Kilda in second as Bethells Beach Fuse claim first. St Kilda, the yellow team, on the beach, and a good dismount and sprint there, followed by the Waipu Cove team, Zinc. Then in fourth place, it looks like it's going to be the Maiarangi Bay crew, followed by the Waipu Cove Full Send crew.
And we've got Opunaki over there on buoy 1, just getting into the water now. That was unfortunate for them. And it's like I said, once the the boat hits the sand, it's very difficult to go any further.
Oh, it was. You can see if we look over there. There's a deep trench where they've had to almost displacement drag that boat across the beach.
Yeah, and from that you can see why there's a bit of a push to have the female racers start just that little bit closer to the water's edge. Not saying there's any difference between the genders, but there is a little bit of a strength differential when it comes to dragging this boat. We don't have a different weight boat for different lifeguards.
Yeah, we had full tide first thing this morning, just as the sun came up. So the tide draining out. Oh, Opanaki rasping over that last wave. So, yeah, we had full tide this morning, tide draining out. So the competition venue is going to be crabbing its way down the beach to chase the water line until around midday, 1 o'clock, I imagine.
Yeah, closer to 1 o'clock, and then it'll start its march back up again.
Okay, so we will await confirmation of those results, but right now it looks like a very, very tidy first final in the assembly race for Bethel's Beach. You called it, Johnny.
I did. I was a bit late calling it, but I did forget the crew was in the race, so very well done. And we do have to emphasise that the official results will overwhelm or overpower anything we say up here in the commentary box.
Okay, make our way back now, and we have the under-23 women just making their way in. We have 3 flashing lights on the start marshal's gantry, which tells us that the teams can now enter the competition area. So, in the under-23 final, we have Kariatahi in lane 1. We've got the Red Beach Ragdolls going to make their way up in lane 2. We've got Brighton Gold in lane 3. Waihi Beach in lane 4. Sumner in lane 5. And New Plymouth Old Boys in lane 6. So as the under-19 girls make their way off the beach, we're going to call in the under-23s.
Yeah, so just on that lighting system, Ed, 3 lights invites them into the arena like you said. They get their chance to set up. They've got 3 minutes basically before the starter starts his process. On 2 lights, you'll see the event lifeguards, the water safety crew, start to deposit the patients out there. And then once it gets down to 1 light, you'll see the crews on their positions ready to start. It's important here that they'll have holders for their boat, hold the boat nice and straight and square so there is no wobble when they put that engine on. And the crew person has a good flat platform to clip the bladder into.
You've also got someone engine holding as well, haven't you?
Yes, there's a few strict rules on that, but provided they hold it upright, we're looking at a good, fair work on behalf of that holder or handler.
Okay, if you're just joining us, this is the BP Surf Lifesaving New Zealand IRB Nationals. IRB means Inflatable Rescue Boat, and this is where lifeguarding meets motorsport. It's one of the most adrenalised aspects that you'll see anywhere with lifeguards, and it's very separate, Johnny, to the sand sports, individual and boat and canoe.
We'd like to think we're all different
elements.
silos. There is a little bit of a merge between us, but yes, IRBs is run at the end of the season, competitive season for us. So you do get a different group of people doing IRBs generally, and there is some crossover between the different components of our sport.
Yeah, it's certainly dramatic, as we saw in that first race with the under-19 females. Now we have the under-23 females. So there are boys 140 metres offshore, and behind each one is a patient. So the boat gets assembled, the boats then blast their way out to the turning buoy. They will pick up a patient and then make their way back to the beach. The driver then has to dismount. And a key part of that, the dismount is surrounded by its own rules as well.
Absolutely. That's been our biggest change in the sport over the last decade, is actually how they dismount. Traditionally, New Zealand racers have actually jumped, launched themselves off the front of the boat. Very spectacular from a TV point of view, but not that good for our bodies. So now we're looking at what we call the ILS, or the international style of finishing, which is a side saddle, out the side. Both feet must be square on the ground before they start running.
Okay. We saw a couple of interesting techniques yesterday, because they're doing that at speed. if you dismount with 2 feet, then you actually roll over. I saw a couple of people sort of forward roll with the momentum, but as long as it's a 2-footed plant, that is allowed.
Absolutely, yeah. And the engine does have to be off by the time they actually get out of the boat. So engine off, over the side together, and away they go. So we're down to no lights, and it's actually in the starter's hands. He'll pull his siren once he's comfortable the boats are set up effectively.
So we've got Richard Wynnum, the event referee, who's making these calls alongside the starter. Boats good and close. Looks like the boats are going again a little bit closer towards the waterline there.
I think what we're seeing here is that the tide is now rushing. It held up, and he did say it was holding up quite a long time earlier this morning, and now it's definitely going at speed, and he's having to adjust his start-finish line each race. And it might actually be interesting to note the starter's actually got off his stand, so we're definitely on a bit of a hole by the looks of it.
Okay. Okay, while we wait for this, we could actually go to Richard Wynnum, who we spoke to earlier on. We'll see if we can line that up for you. The event referee, just to see what he made of conditions here. Starter's got the plumb line out again, making sure that all of the start gates are level across the waterline. We talked a little bit about it earlier on, Johnny, but Sunset have dominated the Nationals, the North Island Championships, even the Australian Championships over the last couple of years. What is it about the club? Why have they been able to create this legacy?
Basically, it's an investment, and I'm not talking financial. There is a little bit of financial investment, but it's time. It's time and passion about this part of the sport. And you've got 2, 3, 4 people that got together and said, we want to race IRBs, let's do it well. What do we have to do? And they've spent a lot of time, they've travelled to Australia a lot to get their international experience. And here they are as a result. You've seen over the last 5, 6 years, Sunset at the top of the podium most of the time.
Is it a reflection also, though, the fact that they specialise in IRB rescue, of the conditions that they have down at Port Waikato?
I think it's more the fact that they heavily rely on the IRBs for rescues out there. So they have a high, in fact, their neighbours, we spoke about this yesterday, Kariatahi, they have a high call-out rate for incidents, so therefore they're using their boats a lot. And as you see here, the skills they're learning from their lifesaving side is coming across into the sport.
Well, they've got, 2 Australian champions, a world champion, and they are New Zealand champions. So it's, yeah, there's a fair bit of pedigree there in Taylor Shrimpton, certainly. So let's run back down to the beach. It looks like the teams are nearly ready. The starter's just getting lane 3 right in front of us. Exactly where he wants it for those races. We've got Kariatahi in lane 1 in the red helmets with the white stripe. Next to them we've got Red Beach Ragdolls. Again, they're sort of red helmet with a slightly thicker white stripe. Next to them we've got Brighton Gold in those very distinctive gold helmets. And then Waihi Beach, they've got that white and blue check. A little bit of Harlequin there. And then it's down to Sumner. And then in that final lane we've got again the old boys out of New Plymouth. Stacked field, Johnny.
Absolutely. So we're looking at 23 females now, so up a little bit in the age group and a little bit more experience with the craft.
And we're looking in the under-19s. It's not their first taste of competition, but in the realm, in the bigger picture, it's kind of the debutantes category.
Absolutely, especially when you look at the fact they've only gained their driver's award at age 16 for majority, maybe a little bit later for some others. And we didn't have any racing last year through the COVID break, basically. So this could be their first national championships as a result.
Yeah, no shortage of nerves on display. But a fantastic race in the under-19 females. Now on to the under-23s. And we're just resetting for the second time. As you said, there's been a real ebb on the tide. It's come over this sandbar and drained out by about 30 metres. So everyone being moved a little bit further down the beach as we speak. But once we've got this underway, it'll be a straight run through open females, then under 19 males, under 23 males, and open males. And then we'll get stuck into, we got all of the single final heats out of the way yesterday afternoon in the wild weather. So we've got single semi-finals and single finals coming up very shortly after these assembly finals. What's the most, I feel like everyone's got a different perspective on this, but what do you think the most prestigious events are?
It definitely has to, for me, it's always been the single rescue. Because that's fast. Like I said, you can go from anywhere from 29 seconds to 45 seconds for that race. And that's all about that intuitive knowledge between the driver and the crew and the patient trusting them and coming at speed. Second to that for me would always have been the tube rescue, because hard to imagine, I was a little bit of a swimmer in my day, and that was the one that we generally did quite well in.
You talked about it there. It's one element that gets overlooked because everything with the boat, the driver and the crew is happening close to the beach. But the patient out there on the buoy, how fast are the boats going as they approach them?
Possibly anywhere from 25 to 35 k's an hour.
Right.
A little bit fast for the crews that are trimming.
Especially when you're just ahead, bobbing. That's really unnerving, I imagine. But as you say, trust is paramount, and certainly as you watch these buoy pickups, they are truly majestic. The boat heels over, banks into those turns around the buoy, and as they do it, you'll see the crew just dip an arm, and the patient isn't passive. That's a key element, isn't it?
Definitely it is. They're holding on. They've got a good open double hand grip, and they're also pulling themselves up at the same time. And once they get in the boat, they've got a specific job to do as well.
Okay, so they're making a donut above their head so the crew can slot an arm through that.
Absolutely.
And then what's the next phase?
Next phase is to actually get in the boat. The crewmen will forget about them once they're across into the pontoon, and then it's up to the patient to get themselves settled and help with the trimming of that boat.
Right. So they'll come onto the bow of the boat, the front on the left-hand side opposite the crew.
Always on the driver's side. So driver's side, that's why they turn from right to left, anti-clockwise, and they'll come on that side, and that helps with the actual turn for the boat as it comes through its arc.
Okay, we can see all of the patients ready to jump in for the next final even, waiting just outside the buoys. We've got the starter's siren has sounded for the under-23 female assembly race. And he waited for the wave to come up and start meeting the front of the boats. He didn't want another long drag. So the crews have gone up to get the fuel bladders. The drivers have run from those starting gates straight down to the engine. They're now doing up the spinners. And we've got...
That's Brighton, is it, with a good start there in lane 3?
Brighton Gold off the beach very, very quickly. And it's a good look from Kariatahi in lane 1, but they're pulling hard. There's also a bit of momentum building there as well for Sumner out of Christchurch. That's Sumner Beach, but look at that Brighton Gold.
Right, engine started and off they go over the first bump there.
Fantastic strength. You could see the sand spitting out the back of Brighton Gold's motor there. And they boost through the first of those ramps, and they have clear daylight between them and everyone else.
Looks like New Plymouth Old Boys over there on Boys 6 coming up in the second place, and lane 1's just got away. Lane 1
yeah, Kariatahi looking very, very handy, as are the Red Beach Raptors, the Ragdolls, sorry. Oh, and Red Beach taking a big hit. Managed to correct, but Kariatahi on the outside. Those bottom 3 lanes, 4, 5 and 6. Oh, beautiful from Brighton Gold, blasting down that green face. And they, again, we saw this in the under-19 category, but the last of the teams barely off the beach as Brighton Gold saunter up for an easy win.
And you've got Red Beach have turned into second, and they seem to have that second place sign up. With
just ahead of Kariatahi in third. Then we've got Waihi, Sumner and New Plymouth behind them, but at the moment Red Beach beautifully dismounting there for second place, coming in behind Brighton. And then we've got Kariatahi in third. Great resurgence there from New Plymouth Old Boys as they sprint up. And then the arms pumping for Sumner in fifth. And it's going to be Waihi Beach coming in for sixth. That was a consummate performance from Brighton.
It was indeed. They led from start to finish. They had that drag. Their assembly was very, very fast, and that's the teamwork we've been talking about. And then, lucky enough, because they got away first, they had a clear run. And you would have seen to the left of them, both Red Beach and Kariatahi both got a bit of a set on the way out. In fact, Red Beach had to stop and tell a wave who was in charge. They took a bit of water on the nose there, but they still managed to get the silver out of it.
Well, it certainly takes the pressure off for teams. We saw it in the under-19 final, and again in this under-23 final. Clearly that lets you settle down and really concentrate on your work. 2 emphatic victories so far. And it's the open females who make their way to the beach now. We've got 3 orange lights from the starters gantry. So the under-23 females will clear out while the open females set up. Very, very strong racing though.
Absolutely, and you probably can feel on the beach, Ed, there's a little bit more excitement around the finals.
Oh, look at the atmosphere. We've got full crews, the length of the venue here. It's been filling up steadily through the day. Compared to yesterday's conditions where we had driving rain and 50 k's of wind, this is definitely a little bit more hospitable.
More hospitable, more crowd comfortable as well, and everyone likes to be out here.
Okay, let's take a look at the open female assembly rescue. Finals in here, we've got Kariatahi once again in lane 1, then South Island well represented with St Kilda in lane 2. East End Riggs in lane 3, Waikanae Ladies in lane 4, Sunset Beach, another Sunset crew in lane 5, and St Clair in lane 6. So we've got quite a few. We've got both of those Port Waikato teams, Kariatahi and Sunset, represented. We've got 2 South Island Dunedin teams in St Clair and St Kilda. And then we've got Waikanae out of Gisborne and East End out of Taranaki. So a really good representation of New Zealand in this final.
Absolutely, it's pretty wide. And just speaking of those East End rigs, is that what they call themselves?
Yep.
That's Kylie that you met earlier and spoke to her about the boat. She'll be out there crewing for this one.
Kylie Bridger.
Yep.
Is it? Do you feel like, having spent so long in surf lifesaving, do you think there's different clubs develop different cultures? Is there a different feel to lifesaving around the country?
Yes and no. Like you said, some clubs will focus on the rescue side of things, the IRBs. Some won't do any surf sports at all. They'll focus on keeping their beach nice and safe. But deep down, we're all red and yellow underneath. We want to achieve the same thing, and that's having fun, enjoying our environment, and making sure others do at the same time.
Well, it's an interesting part of this, isn't it? The sport gives you so many techniques and so much hard training, a focus, that it must actually trickle down into the life-saving itself.
Oh, absolutely. If you have a fitter, faster lifeguard, you have a better rescue side of things.
So we now have the open female assembly race. Finals for these crews. Kariatahi in lane 1. St Kilda in lane 2. East End Riggs in lane 3. Waikanae Ladies in lane 4. Sunset Beach in lane 5. And St Clair in lane 6. So Taylor Shrimpton in lane 5 there. The New Zealand champion, the Australian champion, and the world champion.
Absolutely. Like I said, hard to go past Sunset Beach, and Taylor personifies the success that Sunset Beach has had. She really is a true lifeguard and athlete in the IRB side of things.
Heats and semi-finals. She's looked very dominant in the mass rescue finals yesterday. It was, again, I've used the word already, but masterclass is the only word for it. Do you see anyone getting close to her, or is it a battle for second and third here?
It's always hard to see. I mean, that drag will identify who gets in the water first. Any one of these crews, if they get in the water ahead of Sunset Beach, they're going to hold that lead.
Okay. So we are under starters orders. I can see the rifle raised there. We're waiting for that siren that will release the crew members back up the beach to grab the fuel bladders and the drivers down to the boat to start attaching the engine to the transom of the boat. And the key here is you've got to be fast, but you've got to be smooth, and above all, you've got to be fastidious. We said it at the beginning, Johnny, but if you don't put everything together properly, the boat's not going far.
That is indeed correct. And that was the starter's siren there.
He used a good 5 or 6 seconds of his allotted 20 seconds there. So keep your eyes on Taylor Shrimpton's crew out of Sunset in lane 5.
They're away already.
Oh, look at that. Unbelievable. That boat is blasting out into the water.
They've got a good skim there. They need to get over one more white water, and she should be looking to start, and away they go. And the second crew's not even in the water yet.
And that was one pull, and the tilt of the motor pulled down. Oh, blasted through that steep ramp there. Very, very close. Next in Waikanae, ladies, have got the furthest out so far, digging a trench as that motor goes down, kicking up a bit of sand, straight into a big ramp. But a very good start from Kariatahi as well. So the battle for second is on between Waikanae and Kariatahi as Taylor Shrimpton out of Sunset, those New Zealand champions, make it a perfect record. She has been so dominant in this class across all of the different disciplines. Taylor Shrimpton pumping the arms and legs makes it first place once again for Sunset Beach.
There's going to be a bit of a run up here for second and third place. You've got Kariatahi on the left, and is that...
Kariatahi went early, but Waikanae managed to get the speed and come a bit. Yep, you called that one, Johnny. So Waikanae in second, Kariatahi in third.
Looks like we've got St Kilda coming across from fourth, and there's our East End crew into fifth. It looks like St Clair over there on boys 6.
That international class, the pedigree showing from Taylor Shrimpton there. She made that. I don't want to disrespect any of the other crews, but she made that look easy.
I think if you took that race and said how good is she compared to the other competitors, masterclass, you said it right. That there is a difference, and that comes down to two people working well together, and then just getting off the beach fast.
Yeah. In an assembly race like that, you've got to know what each other's doing, and that was true synergy there from Sunset Beach. Decent title under their belts now.
All right, I just see some of the comments from the live stream, Ed. They've actually asked us where we are. We're at Ruakaka Beach in the Northland, on the northeast coast of Northland, just south of the Whangarei Harbour.
Yeah, we've got Marsden Point just up to our left, and looking down you can see Langs Beach, Waipu Cove, and Mangawai Head's right round the corner. There's a lovely little swell still running. Short period on it, so these waves are quite close together, but that was built up by yesterday's storm as it raged through here, and it actually only backed off first thing this morning, didn't it?
It did. I think I might have popped up about 4 o'clock in the morning to hear that there was no wind, and that was a nice sound not to hear. And if you're looking offshore, we're looking at the Hen and Chick Islands. You're seeing Sail Rock, and you won't be able to see Little Barrier in the distance. That's hidden by cloud. So that's the backdrop for us today in our office.
And we've got the drone up in the air, a couple of cameras here on the beach, but the drone is giving us most of the on-water coverage as the under-19 males make their way onto the beach for their assembly race final. We've got 6 finalists just setting their boats here, and again it's about mass to a degree, isn't it? And in these junior classes, the under-19s and under-23s, they don't quite have the weight. It's like watching a big rugby pack. You want some weight to be able to get some momentum on the boat as you drag it.
Absolutely, but also you've got to have the power to weight ratio as well. So too much weight up top, you're actually going to hit the sand a lot easier. So you'll find some of the more successful crews are usually about the similar weight or build, and that way they can trim the boat quite nicely.
Okay, so let's run through the lanes. East End Moto in lane 1. East End have been so strong in this class. Paikakariki Bro in lane 2. New Plymouth Old Boys, the Brew crew in lane 3. We've got Kariatahi lane 4, Waikanae Boys in lane 5, and Bethel's Beach in lane 6. And we had a great showing in the under-19 women's from Bethel's Beach. It'll be interesting to see if they can continue that momentum.
It will be. I think there'll be a little bit of club pride there if the boys can do just as well as the girls in this event, but I hate to say it, the girls crew, the female crew, were slick.
interestingly, after everything we've talked about, is it telling that we don't have a Sunset crew in this final? Are we looking at a lack of talent following through after this golden generation at Sunset Beach?
I think what you're seeing are peaks and troughs which all clubs have in their age groups. So they may actually have to go on up into the 23s to make another crew. So their driver, for example, might have been 22, and they may have to take a younger crew up. So yes, it's unusual for the strongest club not to have a showing here, and they'll lose point. Well, they won't gain points as a result, but I don't think it's a trend just yet because they do have so many crews actually throughout the event.
And I'd suppose if you're looking at the open male category, then you've got 10, 15 years scope to bring crews through. So this is just a glimpse. And we're underway now with the under-19 men's assembly final. So East End, Paikakariki, New Plymouth, Kariatahi, Waikanae and Bethels all racing to get these boats built, and then they're going to start the drag.
The Paikakariki crew seems to have the drag first. They've been coached by Dwight Garton. They'll get away fast.
Far more even than the rest of the finals we've seen so far. Great from Bethels down at the bottom there. They've got a good bit of water, and they've got the engine started first in lane 6.
Paicock's away. They're in and going.
And they've got double ramp there, but they've bucked over that one very, very quickly. We've got a great one out there from Waikanae as well in lane 5.
I actually think Waikanae might have taken the lead on that, to be honest.
Okay, as they come into the patience now.
It's East End, Paikakariki turning at the same time.
Oh, this is neck and neck between the front 4 here even.
Did you just see the air under that boat from New Plymouth Old Boys?
Yeah, that was Kariatahi taking a second lap as well. So we've got Waikanae blasting their way in. We've also got East End and Paikakariki. East End are up, but he's come back. East End hesitated. Bethels are up. Oh, and it's neck and neck. Difficult to tell between East End, Paikakariki and Bethels Beach. That is going to be a photo finish, Johnny.
Absolutely. They've got the video judges there for that.
New Plymouth after a fantastic start. Let that one go.
Absolutely, and the on-beach commentator Brad O'Leary seems to have taken on himself to make a call here. He's going to Waikanae for an interview, so I suspect he was a bit closer to the finish than us.
They certainly looked it as they came in, and there was a hesitation, interestingly, out of the East End club as they hit the water.
I think the driver was unsighted and he couldn't see in the clutter of the backdrop where his finishing gate was.
Right, so he's just taking stock.
He just took time to actually settle himself up and aim for it. And if you look where the boat's positioned, he is a little bit to the north, so he probably came off his mark a little bit.
Okay, we'll bring you confirmation of that result as soon as we have it. We can actually go back through a couple of the female assembly races there and bring those in. I've got ticks on my information system. That was Bethels Beach Fuse in first. It was St Kilda in second and Waipu Cove in third. So good showing from Bethels and St Kilda there. If we go back to the under-23s, female assembly, that was Brighton, Red Beach from Kariatahi. And then we know that Sunset took out the open female assembly. So from Waikanae and Kariatahi. So good showing from Kariatahi and Bethels so far. We will wait with bated breath though for confirmation of those under-19 final results.
Absolutely, and what you're seeing now, Ed, is the under-19 male are just they're exiting the arena. The 3 lights have just come on to invite the under-23 males into their allocated lanes.
Just 2 finals left in the assembly schedule. 23 men now, and then it'll be the open men to follow. Under-23 men we have on the line. Down on lane 1, St Kilda Black. Lane 2, Kariatahi. Lane 3, East End. Lane 4, East End Amigos.
A little bit of a switch over as the fresh boats come in for the under-23 male assembly final. You see the boats tail standing as they drain water out of them. Try and get as little weight as possible in those boats. Johnny, got an interesting lineup here for under-23s. Let's take a look across the beach. So St Kilda, Kariatahi, East End, two teams, Red Beach and Waikanae. And this, it feels like the assembly. We've got some very, very strong East End teams.
We do indeed, and you'll see the stronger ones when they come into the open males. This is the 23s, so just one step down from that, Ed. But they're looking for their spots in the opens next year. They'll be looking for it.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it? When you've got a club with they've got 3 crews in the final, they've got 2 in the under 23s. That is a competitive club.
Absolutely, and I'm just going to pick on one of those East Enders right here and now. Young Jerome, who's the driver in that crew, the under 23 crew. He was trying to lift a boat earlier and he managed to slice his finger. He should have known that the propeller was quite sharp, and I can see him down there holding his hand. He's got it bandaged up, and it may actually affect his racing, to be honest.
Okay, that does actually bring us nicely on. I'm going to pull us into a segue here into the motor. It's almost exclusively Mercury 30 horsepower engines on these.
Absolutely, that seems to be the most standard engine that we have these days.
And for a 3.8 metre boat, that's a lot of power at your disposal.
It is indeed, but they managed to slow that down nicely by putting on the prop guard, which is the safety device that if we do end up getting too close to people in the water, it protects them from that.
And one of the key things, I mean, any normal outboard, as it comes down, locks in place.
Yes.
These engines don't lock in place, though.
They don't lock in place. They are on what they call a tilt, and it's adjusted for the style of beach that you're in. We need the ability for the engine to lift up as the beach gets shallower.
And then talk me through it. You've obviously got the throttle. For anyone uninitiated, you've got a throttle on the tiller there. How hard is it when you're charging out through surf to kind of isolate this right arm and be able to steer and accelerate properly without adjusting, not getting knocked around and ruining the trim of the boat?
It's not that difficult, but it is a skill that you do need. So they do have quite what we call feather touch control out there. They're looking ahead, they're assessing each wave as they go over it. In a racing situation, it's preferable to go over a non-broken wave than a broken wave. However, if there's a large face out there, then you want to button off and just drop your speed before you go over that wave.
Okay, if you are just joining us, welcome to the IRB Nationals here at Ruakaka in Northland. We have almost perfect conditions. You couldn't wish for better. We got sunshine, light winds, and a lovely small swell running, which is making things just a little bit zesty out there on the water. We are in the Assembly Rescue Finals, and it is the male under 23 category who are about to take to the water. St Kilda in lane 1, Kariatahi in lane 2, East End out of Taranaki in lane 3 and 4. That's the Michelin and Amigos team. Then we've got Red Beach Raptors in lane 5, Waikanae Blue in lane 6. Difficult to look past the East End teams here, Johnny.
It is indeed. However, Red Beach are quite an athletic club. They may be quite new to the IRB racing fraternity, but they've got some good fast athletes here, so you watch them with their coordination.
Siren from the starter. Within 20 seconds we'll see the gun, and it's straight out. So St Kilda in lane 1, East End, both crews. East End Amigos in lane 4.
They're away too. Look at that, lane 3 East End. That's Jerome and his crew. Off he goes.
And it's also a great start for Waikanae in lane 6 there as well. They've got the boat out early. Oh, and a beautiful put down.
If they can get onto that wave now, they're clear and gone. And there they go.
So Waikanae in lane 6 are out in first, but a big bit of green water. Is it going to break? The boat's punching through that. Real aggression there. And that's when you see the driver's nerve being tested. So first turn in, and it's a big turn right under as well for Waikanae as they make that turn. Then the 2 East End crews in the middle of the venue here coming back and slipping down that wave face. Waikanae.
That's one clear wave, and that's East End coming over that wave now in second position. Then you've got Kariatahi and St Kilda over there on the left, but that is all Connor Mitchell. Connor Mitchell running up there from Waikanae across the line.
It's the East End Michelin in third, East End and St Kilda and Kariatahi breaking it up for third. They're very, very close.
Yeah, a very clear win though to Waikanae, and that again is that teamwork off the beach. All crews had a very fast assembly, a very, very quick assembly there, but Waikanae just had the better drag, got the water under the boat, and off they went.
That was beautiful. And we're seeing time and again that in assembly, it's all of the hard work is done on the beach.
Absolutely. I mean, they all have the same skills out in the water. There's a little bit out there, but in this teamwork part here, It's the connection, it's the assembly, it's the drag.
I mean, one of the most underrated skills, and we've touched on this a little bit, is the patient pickup. Is that one of the key first skills that you learn? Because that's not about the race. It's not about the competition. That's actually about rescuing people.
It is indeed, and I've got to be very honest here, Ed. A rescue pickup is very different to a racing pickup. You don't want to pick up a member of the public at speed unless you really have to, because they're not going to have that same level of trust and faith in a crew that's coming towards them at 20 to 30 kilometres an hour.
I did actually realise how stupid what I'd said was as I was saying it.
Not at all. There will be times that they'll have to go fast for a rescue pickup, but realistically it's a team thing, and these guys are all qualified lifeguards. They've trained together for hours. They know what the boat's going to do, and they also know how to get away from it if the boat does make a wrong turn.
One of my favourite parts of watching IRB Nationals is watching the patient boat leave the beach. Well, you're so used to seeing these beautiful little ribs flying out over the surf, and then you see a patient boat with sort of 7-8 people in it wallowing through the swell, but they still make it.
Basically, it's a tugboat at that stage. When you put more than 8 people in, it becomes a tugboat. They've got very limited manoeuvrability, but not much will actually stop a patient boat from going far, really.
Yeah. I've seen him punch through some fairly decent-sized swell over the last 24 hours, and I've got to say I was pretty impressed.
And what you'll see out there is the event lifeguards now are discharging their patients into the water on their allocated cans. There's generally a point system for the dismount by each patient. Backflips generate more points, belly flops not so much.
On the unofficial IRB Nationals.
Correct, you won't find a scoreboard for that.
Okay, I'm going to take a little look back now, see if we've got any confirmation on those under-19 male assembly results. Yes, we do. So you're dead right. First place was Waikanae Boys. Our commentator down on the beach made sure of that. Paikaka Riki in second, Carrier Tahi in third. It was Bethel's Beach in fourth. And DQs for East End Moto and New Plymouth Old Boys.
Well, that's going to be telling that. That's unfortunate.
What do you think we would have seen the DQ for? The dismount, 2 feet on the beach?
I didn't see any dodgy dismounts. If I had to hazard a guess, and I can't see what the DQs were for, most likely the engine clamps wouldn't have been done up enough on departure, or maybe one clip less on the fuel bladder before they actually left the beach. So judges are watching those in this assembly race to make sure the boat is put together effectively and properly before they leave.
Okay, we've also got a very fast confirmation of the results from the under-23 male assembly finals. It was East End Amigos in third, East End Michelin in second, and Waikanae Blue in first. So very solid showing from East End. Might be a little bit disgruntled that they couldn't take the win out there, but racking points up nonetheless.
Absolutely, and just remember this is only the first of 3 finals for today. There are other opportunities, but there was a clear domination by the Waikanae crew with Connor Mitchell there.
Okay, we're coming up on the siren. This is the open male assembly rescue final. In lane 1, Sumner. In lane 2, East End. Lane 3, East End. Lane 4, East End. And then it's Waimarama in 5th and Sunset Beach in lane 6th. So it's got these East End crews have been dominant through the heats and semis. And very, very quick out of the East End OGs on the left-hand side of the venue.
They have indeed, but over on boys 6, Sunset have got a little bit more water on the boat, and they're away. They're about to start, and off they go for a lead here.
Very, very quick from Sunset.
But unfortunately, they've just hit a non-broken wave, and that's knocked them back a little bit and allowed one of the East End crews to come through.
Kicked up into that tail stand, but the East End crew of Pumba also feeling that. So East End Pumba out in the lead. We've got a great showing from Sumner on the outside. Some big air time there for all of the crews as they battle this out. It looks like Sunset in second place, just behind East End Pumba. And then it looks like it's going to be Sumner NS.
And possibly,
very, very tight.
Possibly one of the other East End crews coming through, but that's a clear lead by East End. Look at that, and a beautiful finish.
East End Grunty looking very, very good. So East End
that's Scott
Pumba
Nelson
out in front. Then it's Sunset in second. And I reckon, I actually think there was...
Waimarama.
Yeah, Waimarama in third. He had the head down, Roger Bannister style. He was sprinting up the beach there.
Well, there we go, Ed. And as we go up the age groups, you can see the different style in racing. They're closer, they're faster, and those guys are coming hard.
Well, what's phenomenal, after all of that racing, we had a full Carl Lewis up the beach. Like, there was some really good sprinting technique.
Ed, I'll just give you a wee heads up there. The official on buoy 4, which was the winner, has his hand up and is currently talking to his chief judge. So that does
Pumba in first place.
Does generally infer there could have been an infringement somewhere. So again, just remember the results we've given you are our call from the commentary box, and the officials will give the official result on the live results system in the next few minutes.
Okay, the official that raised their hand, what position are they in, and what does that likely tell you about the infringement made? Okay,
so he's a lane judge, so each lane has a judge allocated to that lane. He was watching the boat on departure and arrival, and I was trying to read his body language. I couldn't quite pick it, Ed, but there was certainly enough for him to talk to his chief judge. Maybe there was a loss of contact on the way back.
Okay, so in that first tail stand potentially?
Possibly somewhere in the brake zone there may have been a foot or a hand come off a handle or off the foot strap, which has caused the judge to be concerned about a dangerous driving.
Talk me through that rule then. What's the basic parameters of that?
Well, again, like I said, it's a safety organisation. We want to make sure our members are nice and safe, so we prefer to have a 3-point of contact if we can. If you see a foot raised, basically if you see a foot raised above the pontoon, you can expect they've lost contact, and that means the driver and the crew are actually not driving within their limitations. And I know the people listening will say, Johnny, that's not quite right. We can all do that, but that's what a judge will be looking at first, and then seeking some backup from there.
Okay, well, some dramatic racing as we come to the end of the Assembly Rescue finals for both male and female, but Sunset will be watching very, very carefully now.
I would say so, yes.
With Waikanae there. No, it's Waimarama. I apologise.
Oh, it was Waimarama, yep. That was the East End crew that actually came through. Scott Nelson was the driver who crossed the line first. Whether or not he'll be awarded the first place, we'll just wait and see.
Yeah, I'm frantically refreshing the results list here to see what I can bring in. Nothing up there quite yet.
And I haven't heard any loudspeaker announcements for the team manager either, so that's always a good sign as well.
Okay.
So once you hear that, that generally infers that there's an infringement to be notified to that team manager, but it's been quiet.
Okay, long may it stay that way.
Absolutely.
Because even without any kind of infringement, it was a breathtaking performance.
Absolutely it was. Absolutely it was. And I can actually see some of the senior members of the East End crew hovering. They believe something might happen as well. Okay, but you can't take away that was a domination at the end of the day on that one.
Okay, well, we'll wait for confirmation of this, and then we're going to take a little tour around and have a look with Kylie Bridger at one of the boats. She's going to talk us through that, but that'll be in a minute. We're going to wait for confirmation of this final result before we go and catch up with Kylie, so you can take a closer look at one of the boats and how they get used.
Excellent. And if you're watching what's happening on the beach now, so that was the end of the Assembly Rescue Finals. They're looking to go into the single rescue semi-finals heats, which were held yesterday. So there'll be 6 semi-finals in the male age groups only before they go into the finals.
Now, I'm getting ever so slightly nervous. That swarm of wasps that we saw haranguing the crowd appeared to be collecting underneath our gantry here that we're commentating from, so hopefully they find nothing of interest here.
I didn't actually do a medical check, Ed. Are you anaphylactic to wasp stings?
No, most definitely not. I'm okay. You?
I'm good too.
Wow, the officials taking their sweet time with the Open Male Assembly Rescue final result confirmation, because we've got boats on the beach for the semi-finals of the single rescue, but still no confirmed final result there.
Absolutely. I can see scrutineers, I can see team managers, I can see selectors all gathering on the beach. That's usually a sign that something is up. Not quite sure what that means though.
Okay. Well, I think now we might go and catch up. We've got Kylie ready down on the beach with one of the East End rescue boats. Kylie Bridger, she is the crew for one of those teams. Let's go and catch up with her now.
Hey, this is our IRB. It stands for Inflatable Rescue Boat. It's used every day during the summer for patrols and call-outs throughout the year. It's got a 30-horse motor on the back. That's propelled by the prop back here. We have the prop guard on for protection. Moving up, the tilt moves by itself during the surf, so when we're smashing through waves, we're not getting bogged. The driver sits at the back here and they secure themselves to the boat with the handles, the rope down the side and the foot strap. We always try to keep 3 points of contact at all times, and they're in charge, so they're holding on here, they control the speed, where we're going. One big muscly pull to get it started, smack it in gear. And then we've got some safety things, so we've got the paddles. They're just for absolute emergency, we try not to use them. There's a knife back here, and the knife's blunt-ended so it doesn't pop the pontoons. We've got the rescue tube, which I believe floats 8 adults, so it's like superhero foam, or 12 children maybe. This is where the crewman sits. I'm the crewman and I believe they do all the hard work. We sacrifice our shoulders up here, punching through waves. We've also got our points of contact, so we've got the foot strap, handle, and when the driver sees a big puncher, you smash up there, like that. We've got the fuel. Yeah, it's clipped in, runs down the fuel line. Power inner. It's really heavy. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Kylie. That was a fantastic guide to the boat there. I'm especially interested in the knife, the blunted end there. She did tell me afterwards that it was actually for sharks. So I don't know how many of those she's encountering on a regular basis. Okay, we've gone through the assembly rescue finals, which means after heats yesterday, we're now into the single rescue semi-finals. So the plan was to run this yesterday afternoon, but more than 30 knots of northerly gusting across Bream Bay, getting into us here at Ruakaka, shut things down yesterday afternoon. So we've got a very packed schedule now. We've moved the boats down to kind of mid to low water mark. So we should be moving along very quickly now. I know it's been a little bit frustrating while we had those delays, but that was just the tide coming off the bar in front of us. The boats have had to move down, but we're now set and ready to go. So we've got semi-finals of the single rescue. This one is fast and furious. Let's take a look, see who we've got in the semi-finals. We're going to come straight in to the men's under 19s, I think. Semis, we have 2 semis. First of which is going to see the New Plymouth Old Boys in lane 1, South Brighton in lane 2. That's in those bright gold helmets. We've got East End in lane 3. Bethells Beach had a good showing this morning so far in lane 4. Waikanae in lane 5 and East End in lane 6. So again, East End saturating these races with teams, but as yet not able to turn that into victories. Been strong showing from Sunset so far. We're still waiting on confirmation of the open men's final in the assembly rescue. Let's take a look back at that, see what we can find here. I'm pretty sure, running the webcast here, that they've asked for video assistance on that, so we'll see what we get. See if they can find any help from the pictures we've been broadcasting, because there's obviously an infringement there that they're worried about from Waikanae, who were certainly on paper, as we looked at it, the victors, but there was a hand up from an official disputing whether or not there'd been an incident or an infringement on the beach. So right now, starters moving their gantry a little bit further down the beach as we rapidly approach low tide. We've still got about 90 minutes before we reach slack water, and tide will start pushing back up and the process happens in reverse. If you're just joining us, this is the IRB New Zealand Nationals, brought to you by BP and New Zealand Surf Lifesaving. We're at Ruakaka Beach and conditions quite literally couldn't be more perfect. Got a few swimmers just cooling down to the north of the venue. Then we've got Bream Bay stretching out to the south, down to Waipu Cove and Langs Beach. Right now, though, we have the male semi-finals for single rescue going on. And this one is so simple. Driver runs to the boat, driver and crew drag it out into the water. They race out, pick up a patient, race back to the beach. Driver dismounts 2-footed and sprints up to the finish gate. Could be over in less than 30 seconds. This is where motorsport meets life-saving. So starter's climbing back up onto his gantry. And he indicates where we are in the starting procedure using the orange lights on the side of his gantry. So we'll wait till they fire up to tell us exactly where we are. Tell you what, Old West wagon style, he's just picked up his rifle and set it on his lap there. If ever you're interested where the term shotgun comes from, it comes from the Old West, where the person riding passenger would be on the shotgun, and it actually decides which side of the road your country drives on. I'll tell you more about that later, but we're under the starter siren, and he's popped the gun there as we get into this, and it was a very sharp turnaround there for lane 1. So New Plymouth getting off very nicely, as are South Brighton. But it's a fantastic performance there from Bethel's Beach. Waikanae as well on lane 5, out very, very quickly. So it looks like it's South Brighton versus Waikanae at the moment. Very clean pickups on the patients. So a straight up drag race now as Waikanae on the right hand side of your picture in lane 5 go up against South Brighton in lane 2 on the left. Brighton first to the beach, but it's Waikanae first off. And I reckon that's Waikanae first, Brighton in second, and then it looks like New Plymouth Old Boys in third. We'll wait for confirmation of that one, but very, very sharp driving there from Waikanae again. They're still waiting for that confirmation of the result from the Open Men's in the Assembly Rescue. Going to head down to that now. Still haven't got confirmation on that, so whether they've made it couple of races on the bounce there, we won't know for a little while, but very, very fast. That's what you see, 30 seconds of high intensity racing there. Waikanae very, very sharp out of the blocks. Going to have a quick turnaround as the patients get dropped now for the under 23 male category. Good little line of swell, rearing up on the bar there. So Brighton neck and neck with Waikanae all the way in, but it was just that drag race back from the buoy. Seemed to give Waikanae the advantage. So 3 orange lights flashing, welcomes the under 23 crews to the beach. So under 19 semi-final number 2 is going to see lane 1 Kariotahi, lane 2 Opunaki, lane 3 Mairangi Bay, lane 4 East End out of Taranaki, lane 5 Waihi Beach, south end of the Coromandel, and then we've got the New Plymouth Old Boys in lane 6. We've got 3 teams out of Taranaki. We've got, I think, 3 teams out of Dunedin as well. St Clair, St Kilda, Brighton.
Correct, all of the Dunedin clubs there. Just Warrington is racing, but not on this race.
Just as we're setting up for the second semi-final.
Okay. Out of this one, Johnny, I think you were called down there to become part of the video decision, were you not, of the Open Male Assembly Rescue Final?
Did you notice that I wasn't next year for a while there?
Well, I definitely heard Richard Wynnum, the referee, come up here and ask if there was any way he could review footage.
Absolutely, and that was pretty much what I said in that Open Men's Final the judge did call that the crew person had come unsettled in his positioning, and the referee came just to seek some video confirmation. And that's all I'm going to say on that, Ed.
Okay, no confirmation yet?
No confirmation at this stage.
Okay, we'll let Richard take the heat on that one. Right now, though, we're back into the under-19 male single rescue semi-finals. So we've seen the first of those, second one coming up very shortly.
Absolutely. It's looking, I've only been off site for 2 minutes, Ed, but it's a bit of colour out there already, isn't it?
Well, that sun is starting to blast into us. So, really, again, we've got a nice mix here. We've got Kariatahi from Auckland West Coast. We've got Opunaki. We've got Mairangi Bay. We've got East End out of Taranaki. We've got Waihi from South End of the Coromandel. We've got New Plymouth. So, real mixture here as the siren goes off and the gun fires. Crews race in to grab their boats and turn.
Plenty of water under those boats already. This should be a fast start, Ed.
And it looks very even, but right now Opunaki look like they might have a tiny bit of a lead there. First into the boat in lane 2 as they blast their way out.
Followed by New Plymouth Old Boys. Is that over on 6?
Yep, that's them.
Or a bit of misdirection by Opunaki. They're just trying to get their eyes settled up.
And East End as well redirected slightly. Has that given the New Plymouth Old Boys in lane 6
Well, they both turned at the same time. So we've got 2 boats even at the turn.
I think it's 3. I reckon East End are in there as well. This is a straight up drag race.
This is going to come down to the finish now. They've all got the same boat speed. It's who's going to get out and get through the finishing gates first.
Unbelievably, it looks like East End have come back from this one.
They have too. They're all New Plymouth Old Boys over there on 6 with St.
Definitely
Kilda.
New Plymouth Old Boys, then into East End, and then St Kilda, do you reckon?
It was St Kilda. We were calling it Opunaki there for a while. That's definitely St Kilda, yeah. I think I'd put my money on St Kilda for second on that one.
Okay.
And again, the beach commentator echoing our thoughts, all unofficial results at this stage until the referee has signed it off.
But big embraces for New Plymouth Old Boys down at the bottom there. No disputing who took out that semi-final. But this is a semi. Top 3 boats going through to the final. So then we now move on to the under-23s. 3 orange lights beckoning those boats in.
Absolutely, and apologies to the Opunaki crew. I just called you St Kilda. There's no excuse for that.
Maybe not for you. You've been in this game long enough. I'll claim any mistakes I can make.
Yeah.
I'm going to click back now to that open mail. We still have no confirmation on that. So
That is correct. You've got the referee going probably to his advisors just to make sure that they are comfortable him making his decision on what he saw in the video as well as what the judge saw live.
Okay, under 23 single male rescue. This is semi-finals. So in lane 1 we've got East End Michelin. In lane 2 we've got East End Amigos. So they had solid performances but couldn't get the win in the assembly rescue. They're going to be looking to try and repeat that here and get at least 2 of their boats into the finals. We've got St Kilda Yellow in lane 3. We've got Waipu Cove Tradies in lane 4. They're on home waters, or as close as you can get to it here at the IRB Nationals 2021. Then we've got Waimarama in lane 5 and Mairangi Bay, another very nearly local club. Yes, we're in Northland here and they're an Auckland East Coast Bays club, but it's less than an hour up here for them, I think.
Well, at least I think when it comes to who's local and who's not, Ed, the Waipu Cove guys can see home from here. Mairangi Bay can't see home from here.
Very well said. Tell you what, earlier on you said it was out there and we couldn't quite see it, but Little Barrier Island just rearing its head out of the
It's just giving us a
cloud.
wee wave from out top right, isn't it?
It is absolutely stunning. You couldn't have imagined this yesterday afternoon with horizontal rain, a good solid 3 foot of onshore swell, and yeah, a howling wind.
Yes. So different day, game of 2 halves, I think is what it was called earlier. Game of 2 halves, and that's definitely what we've got here.
In the race to pull out as many sporting cliches as we can, that's definitely one to you, Johnny.
Thank you.
So, under 23 male semi-finals in the single rescue, giving us a taste of this format. These guys not going to be breaking their backs potentially to get first. It's still very physical, but they have to get in the top 3 boats if they want a spot in the final. So looking down, siren goes off. East End boats at the left-hand end of the lanes as we look down the beach.
Okay,
Looks
Murray
like
boat.
East End Amigos and the East End Michelin are the first in. East End Amigos, Michelin, sorry, in lane 1. Very, very quick out of there. Alongside Waimarama.
Absolutely, I think you got lanes 1 and lane 6 have got the leads at this stage.
And then third
5
place in again for the Amigos out of East End. So the two Taranaki teams in lane 1 and 2 looking very quick, with Waimarama in third place at the moment.
With the gap back to the other 3, I think those are the first 3 going to go through to the final.
Yeah, they can almost relax a little bit, can't they, and focus on not making a mistake.
Yeah, you asked me yesterday, would they look back? And the answer is no. No, you wouldn't look back, you just continue who's ahead of you.
East End Michelin first, East End Amigos in second, and Waimarama, that lad, we saw him in the assembly rescue as well. He has got some wheels on him. He absolutely blasted up there to ensure that Waimarama took third, but he was very nearly in second, having looked like there was an insurmountable gap to make up there. He's one to watch, I think.
I think so too. Then you had the Waipu Cove Tradies in 4th, followed by St Kilda in 5th, and I think Moringa Bay took up the 6th place there.
Okay. So I've said it before, I'll say it again. This is the New Zealand IRB Nationals. So inflatable rescue boats racing across 5 different categories. We've got highlights from yesterday's mass rescue coming up after these single rescue finals. Right now we're in the single rescue semi-finals for the men. Then we'll get into the female finals for single rescue, and then men's finals for single rescue.
Absolutely, and just looking at some of the comments on the live stream there, Ed, unfortunately Papamoa are not racing at this event. They have been a very strong IRB crew in the past. In fact, they were world champions back in France 2014, but unfortunately no Papamoa crews at this event. That might answer one of the questions there.
What that does lead us into, though, is the fact that we do have nearly 100 teams made up of just shy of 300 people competing in all of the events here. We've got 25 clubs represented. So despite not having some of those big clubs in here, we have got fantastic representation of New Zealand surf lifesaving here.
Absolutely, all the way from the bottom of the South Island. What have we got from the Otago area? We've got Brighton, we've got St Clair, we've got St Kilda, we've got Warrington. Just saying those names, Mark Weatherall, a good friend of mine who's listening, will be just getting excited by hearing his home clubs mentioned right then and there. Then we've got some good strong Christchurch clubs. You've got Sumner. Then you go up, you go as far north here as Waipu Cove in the Northland, and then all the other clubs in between.
Yeah, those kind of West Coast, North Island, Kariatahi and Sunset Beach, those two very, very strong we've seen so far. And then those big New Plymouth Taranaki teams.
Absolutely, strong. I mean, East End from New Plymouth is the biggest team here, and that's why they're doing so well. They've got a big team to draw upon, and many, many skills with their senior management.
And then one of the teams that a lot of people have talked about being not so much the dark horse, but one of the teams rising up to challenge the likes of East End and Sunset Beach is Waikanae out of Gisborne.
Absolutely. We probably don't say enough about Waikanae. They hosted the North Island Championships back in February, and they did exceptionally well, and they were actually leading the points at one stage yesterday, so strong showing from the Waikanae crews here today.
Okay, we've got the male under 23 finals, semi-finals here. Second one, we've got St Kilda in lane 1. Then it's Waikanae, St Clair, Waipu, Waikanae and Bethel. So 2 Waikanae teams in here, and expect to see solid performances from both of those.
Absolutely. That Bethel's Beach crew's looking pretty slick over there on the side as they go out.
Yeah, Bethel's Beach in lane 6, but it's Waikanae in lane 5 who are away first, and then it looks like Waikanae in lane 2 who are away in second place. So the 2 Waikanae teams, looks like they're followed by either Waipu or St Kilda at this stage. First place in for Waikanae, second patient in for Waikanae, and then St Kilda looked like they might have stolen a march in lane 1 there.
And we had a wee oops on lane 3 with the patient pickup. Patient's now in the boat, but that crew's lost some boat speed as a result.
It was yard sail, wasn't it? Arms and legs hanging out of that one.
Absolutely.
But looks like we've got both of those Waikanae crews. We've just been talking about them. Consummate performance there from the East Cape crew of Waikanae 1 and 2. They've booked their place in the semi-finals.
Absolutely, and strong finish there on lane 1 from St Kilda. That should put them through into the final, bearing no infringements. And then Bethells Beach coming through into 5th position there.
Now we're going to have the Open Men's semi-finals for the single rescue. One of the big individual crew titles, isn't it? One of the most prestigious for the crews to win.
Absolutely, yeah. A single rescue, like I said, it's short, sharp, fast. It's all about that teamwork without having to put the boat together with the assembly. So even though you get less bang for your buck dollars-wise, it's fast, and it is a premier event.
Well, we're going to be talking to Taylor Shrimpton a little bit later to find out how she fancies the single rescue finals. But right now we've got the boats coming in for the open male semi-finals in single rescue. So we've talked about it before, but conditions really are champagne, aren't they? It doesn't get any better than this.
It's incredible. Nice even waves across here. A little bit of a bump to make it exciting, and yet flat enough to keep it safe.
I'm going to go back. Still no confirmation in that open male assembly rescue final. If you're just joining us, we had a little bit of an infringement that they asked Johnny to step out of the commentary booth and look at some footage of the incident. There is no confirmation yet, though, as to whether or not Waikanae have taken out the win in that one. Sunset Beach watching very, very carefully to see if that belongs to them.
East End. That was the East End crew.
Ah, was it the East End crew looking at that? Let's have a look. We had the 2 East End races. We had Sunset Beach and Waimarama who were looking at the win. Waimarama looked like they got the win, but it was a heavy, heavy ramp that hit all of the teams as they raced off the beach there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's all about positioning in the boat during that surf experience there.
Okay, let's get ourselves down to the open male single rescue. Semi-finals. All the teams just making their way down to the beach. We've got the 1 minute light on. So kicking us off, we've got Sunset Beach in lane 1, East End Grunty in lane 2, St Kilda in lane 3, Mount Maunganui in lane 4. So if you can't support Papamoa and there's no old feuding between the two clubs, then you can support Mount Maunganui. Waimarama in lane 5 and the second East End team, that Pumba team, in lane 6. So got Sunset, 2 East End teams and a Waimarama team, and St Kilda. There's some heavy hitters in this first semi-final for men's single rescue.
There are indeed, Ed. And if you just go back to that Mount Maunganui crew for a second, interesting fact, the Wheeler brothers, both Kirby and Chad, came from Papamoa originally. So there we go. There's our cross credits with Papamoa and the Mount Maunganui crews there.
Okay, and while there are some prestigious titles for the individual crews, this is all about the clubs at the end of the day. They're looking for that overall points tally, which we will be checking in with as the event goes on.
Also very pleasing to see the 3 clubs, or the 2 clubs, working very well in the Mount. So Mount Maunganui and Omanu are both here racing, and they're sharing equipment, sharing handlers, and working as one unit, even though they're racing on a different cap colours.
Well, it's a fair way to travel with all of your boats and spares, even your crews. Yesterday took its toll. No serious injuries, but plenty of bumps and bruises from people getting chucked around in that heavy swell.
Absolutely. There's a few requests for liniment and strapping tape at some stage throughout the day.
Okay, siren is on for the open male semi-final in single rescue. There goes the gun. And we've got 2 East End crews at either end of the line. We've got Sunset up in lane 1. But it looks like East End in lane 2. Our first engine down. No, but in the middle of the pack.
That's Mount Maunganui. That is the Wheeler brothers from Mount Maunganui in lane 4.
Very, very quick there. Great air time from lane 6 there out of the East End boys.
Here we go, turning now on the red can. That's Mount Maunganui, and then you've got
both of the East End crews battling for second and third there, but on the outside you've got Sunset hunting for their spot. So in the middle of the beach, Mount Maunganui. In lane 6 we've got East End, and lane 2 we've got East End.
And here we go, we'll come down to dismounts.
Oh, and East End looking very quick.
I think East End Grunty, that's Giannis, has got that over
Mount Maunganui.
Possibly so, and I couldn't see the third from this position.
Yeah, it was too tight to call that one for a semi. Not sure who's going to make it into the finals there. The officials deep in conversation.
if that's the type of finishes you see in the semi-final, you can expect the finals to be just that one more level up.
Well, you look at that, as you called it, the Wheeler brothers from Mount Maunganui absolutely blasting their way out there, but East End and Waimarama looking very, very strong on those pickups.
So boat speed across the field, all very similar. It comes down to the technique, the launching, the starting, and those turns. Everything else is reasonably standard these days.
Yeah. East End came out of the turn and the patient pickup with a lot of ground made up there. Certainly Mount Maunganui went into it with a good bit of water between them and the chasing pack, but they didn't come out of the buoy with quite as much. I don't think it cost them a place in the finals, but...
I don't think so, but it's just indicative of how tight that racing's going to be when it comes to the finals.
Okay, let's take a look back at...
You still want to see if those results have come through from the assembly stage?
Well, I'm looking back now at the under-19 males, and we've got confirmation of the final there. That's New Plymouth Old Boys, Opanaki, South Brighton, New Plymouth Goats in a boat, Waikanae and East End in the under-19s final. Under-23s final, that will see East End, Waimarama, St Kilda, Waikanae, 2 teams for Waikanae and 2 teams for East End. So that's going to be a very interesting battle between those 2 different sides of the country, the East Cape and Taranaki there. Bragging rights for Central New Zealand in the under-23 men's single rescue.
Absolutely, and under our surf lifesaving regions, Gisborne falls under the Eastern region and the Taranaki comes under Central region. So different areas, but yes, either side of the North Island.
Okay, we've got the second of these open male semi-finals, and then we'll have a quick chat with Taylor Shrimpton.
Some hot racing in that semi just before. 4 crews fighting it out. Had to go to the photo to figure that one out. Judges still trying to make the final call.
Oh, heard from Brad, the beach MC then, that we've still got a call waiting to be made.
Under starters orders now for the
But
semi-final.
second semi-final of the open males. Waihi in lane 1, Sunset lane 2, Waimarama lane 3, West Shore lane 3, Mairangi lane 5, St Clair lane 6.
And here we are for a start.
Underway now. Open men's single rescue semi-final. There's a bit of
St Clair very, very quick there.
Absolutely, and they're skimming now across that shallow water.
Mairangi Bay,
And
it
you've
looks
got
just behind
Waimarama
them.
have started first, and off they go.
Off goes the clocks.
Very quick.
So Waimarama in the middle of the field there. Oh dear, that's an amazing recovery from a bit of a turn there.
It looks like we might have West Shore out in front now
I
in
think
lane
so.
4.
Yep, that wave just knocked a bit of boat speed off those lead boats, and there's a crewman just waving to us with his feet.
That's not what you want to see. So West Shore just out ahead of Waimarama.
Oh, I'm going to go further. It's not just out ahead. That's a good lead from the West Shore crew. That's a stunning piece of driving at this level. And then you've got St Clair over there in second.
Great
It's
dismount
going to
from
be a
them.
hard-fought third will be Waimarama, I suspect.
Oh, that is, I think, St Clair and Waimarama neck and neck. Very, very difficult to call that third place.
And I think what you're seeing now is Sunset Beach's Shane Edwards been pushed out of the final in the single race. And he's actually just limping a bit as he crossed the line. So he won't be happy with that result for him.
That is a shock, isn't it?
It is an unusual result. But it just goes to show how close and how tight this racing is.
Okay, so fantastic racing there from West Shore and Waimarama. St Clair and Sunset, very difficult to call in that third place for the final. We'll await confirmation.
Absolutely. So that concludes the semi-finals for the single race. And we're getting set up now for the next bunch of finals, which will be the single rescue finals.
Yeah, and I think very shortly we'll be able to go and chat to Taylor Shrimpton, who we spoke to earlier on in the day. Before we do that, though, we can look at the female under-19 single rescue. That final is just coming into the beach now, so it'll be the beginning of our single rescue finals. We'll see Waipu, Bethels, 2 teams from them in the finals. Then it's Opanaki, Waipu Cove, and then Sunset Beach. Right now, though, I caught up with one of the superstars of New Zealand IRB racing. It's Taylor Shrimpton. Taylor, New Zealand Nationals, what do they mean to you?
Well, they're the biggest event of the year for us. It's a whole season's worth of training and gearing up for this. So this is really the pinnacle event.
And as reigning New Zealand, Australian and world champion, do you come in here feeling like you've got a target on your back?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm sure people are wanting to, beat the people that are the world champs and whatever. But it's great to have that pressure and everyone trying to push us. So it's really competitive and great. Yeah.
And is that a key part? Because you can train as much as you want, but you need the pressure to actually work out how you're performing, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. It's this race, this actual racing that is really the bit that you get better at, puts you under pressure, the proper conditions. Training is great, it's awesome, but this gives you the real push.
And in the heat so far, in both the maths rescue and today, we've seen masterclass. Are you happy with your performances at the moment?
Yes, yep. They've been okay, small errors, but nothing major. So definitely happy with that.
In terms of competition, who have you got your eye on?
There's some St Clair girls that are pretty tough and doing really well. So definitely keeping an eye on them. And Carrie Tahi have been pushing us all season, so that's been awesome. And we've got my sister's racing as well, so always got to beat her.
Okay, thank you so much. Good luck today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Very insightful chat there from Taylor Shrimpton. And the performance we've seen so far through the day suggests that the single rescue is hers to lose.
I think that's probably the best way to look at it. It definitely is hers to lose. She was smooth in that assembly. All the racing we've seen to date is her just owning this division.
And I think there's a lot to be said as well. No matter which sport you're in, no matter which country or region you're in, if you've got someone like Taylor Shrimpton to aspire to, we've got the under-19 female single rescue finals lining up now. They've got her as a target. That is how good these women need to be.
Absolutely. That should be what they're looking at. Look into the open women age group and say, I want to be like that. How do I get there? And if Taylor would back it up, it's just hard work and training. That's what it is.
Well, you said it. It's investment, not necessarily of money, just time. And surf lifesaving clubs, the subs are relatively low. You pay anywhere between sort of 120, 150 bucks upwards for a family sub for the year, and then you've got access to all of this equipment. Not only are you keeping your family safe in the sense that you're supporting the club, but you're also learning all of these techniques. It's a fantastic pastime and one of the most important when it comes to New Zealand water safety.
Absolutely, it certainly is, and we have the slogan "In it for life," and effectively it is. You join surf lifesaving, and it's very hard to get out of it because the fun factor, the value factor, and just the rewards are huge for all members.
Okay, well, we've got some of the up-and-coming females lining up on the beach right now. In lane 1 for the under-19 single rescue finals, we have Waipu Cove. Then it's Bethel's Beach Mini Minions, then Bethel's Beach Fuse, that's the sibling team of the Fuse. Then Opunaki, Waipu Cove, the local water team, full send they are, and then Sunset Beach.
And again, just showing the depth across this division, you've got 2 Waipu Cove crews and 2 Bethel's Beach crews. So that's 4 out of 6 coming from 2 clubs. It'd be hard not to go past Bethel's Beach Fuse, really, based on what we just saw 20 minutes ago in the assembly final.
Yeah, definitely some very strong boat handling skill. But that was the assembly. There was a lot of pre-build to that. You've got the endurance element. This is just out-and-out speed, isn't it? If this was motorsport, it'd be a drag race. Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's just there and back with a few slowdowns in between. And if the surf stays as flat as what we're seeing right now, it'll be even faster.
I think the chances of that happening are almost zero. We've seen a couple of sets coming through, and I think they're getting less and less. Well, I say that, I look a little bit further down the beach off screen, and there's a good set rolling through, but seem to be good solid sets every 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah, basically what we're seeing here at the
Okay, under-19 single rescue female finals. In lane 1, it's Waipu Cove. In lane 2, it's Bethel's Beach. Lane 3, Bethel's Beach, Opunaki, Waipu and Sunset Beach.
This is a
The gun has gone off. They race down to the bows of those boats, spin them around, and then it's racing the boat out into deep enough water to float, get the engine down, get a pull on that motor, and get out. And it looks like Bethel's Beach Fuse. Your call, Johnny, out first.
Does indeed, Ed, and that was very, very smooth from that crew, but not far behind the Waipu Cove and Boiluan.
Waipu Cove Zinc on the left-hand side of the beach, and then the other Waipu Cove team.
And they're you watch this turn, Ed, they're all going to be very, very close as they turn around to come home.
Opunaki potentially in fourth, I reckon, but those top three racing for the podium spots. On the outside, Waipu Cove Zinc maybe with a little bit of a lead, but it's neck and neck between Bethel's Beach Fuse. Then we've got that other Waipu Cove full
I think the
send
second
team.
Waipu Cove crew has come through there. It's very clearly Bethel's Beach.
I think it's Bethel's with the two Waipu Cove full send and then into Zinc for the top three there. And down at the bottom, Sunset not dominating these championships the way they might have hoped to. We're still waiting for a confirmation from the men's semi-finals that could see one of the favourites, Sunset's team, knocked out of the single rescue finals, but right now a very strong showing from Bethel's Beach in the under-19 females.
Absolutely, and just incredible. And they led from start to finish. The first crew off the beach generally in a single race will come home first unless there's been a mishap. And there was no chance of a mishap there. But that crew are slick. They've obviously got a few hours on the board with some training, and they're very intuitive with the way they launch and do their turns. You may have seen the other Bethel's crew on buoy too, as they did their patient pickup, Ed. They actually dug the pontoon into the water, and that would have cost them a few seconds. Just slowed the boat down a little bit. Wasn't quite a flat pickup as the other crews had.
Okay, I've got confirmation of the second semi-final result from the open men's in the single rescue, and Sunset Beach are out.
Right, okay.
We've got West Shore, St Clair and Waimarama made it through, so they will go up against East End Grunty, Sunset Beach AH and Mount Maunganui. East End Pumba missing out on that one, interestingly.
The under-19 female assembly rescue. So after the open men's single, we will be rerunning the final of the under-19 female assembly rescue.
Well, there you go, Ed. That's a very interesting, I don't know if you just heard that announcement, that there will be a rerun of a final. And that's the under-19 women's assembly rescue. Apologies for that. Under-19 female assembly rescue will be rerun. And
Why would that be? Why would there not be an infringement or a DQ?
That is all going to be regarding the start. Remember that start? They had the long drag, and there was the one crew left on buoy one that...
so a protest from one of the teams, potentially, that it was an unfair start.
And it's gone across to the event management, and they've deemed it to be enough of a hindrance that they rerun that race. Now, you asked me earlier what roles I've had. I've been in Richie's position right here and now, and that is usually a good decision to do a rerun. It means that it's just going to be fair for everybody.
We've also got confirmation now through from the open male assembly rescue. Talking of that rerun of the under-19 female rerun, we've got the open male assembly rescue. Confirmation, East End Pumba take first, Sunset Beach take second, and Waimarama take third.
Okay, that's pretty much what we called over there, wasn't it?
I think so. I don't think that moved it around too much, did it?
Excellent. All right, so here we are. This is lining up for that next single final.
So this is under 23 female single rescue final. Crew and driver will race down to the boat, spin the bow around, and then race out to a buoy, pick up a patient, race back to a beach. The beach.
Any beach they can find nearby, Ed, but preferably our one. All right, under 23 women. They bit of water under the hull there, and they've now a good clean skim. It'll be interesting to see which crew gets the engine started first, and that looks to me like St Kilda. St Kilda have got a very clear lead there from buoy 2.
Yep, Brighton Gold absolutely blasting out there. They've got a clear bit of daylight between them and Sumner in lane 4. Sumner coming into the turn, but it's Brighton Gold there with a very nice turn on that first one. Sumner right in behind them. So it feels like a good battle of the Dunedin clubs right here. Brighton Gold blasting in just ahead of Sumner. Dunedin versus Christchurch. Sumner coming in very, very quickly. But it's Brighton Gold on the beach first, up and running. They're going to be in first place. Legs pumping for Sumner in second place. And then in third, it looks like the Pauanui girls. Yep, Pauanui take third place.
Well, that's pretty exciting for Pauanui. Very rarely do we see them on the podium at this level, so that's great for them. And apologies to Mark Witherall getting St Kilda and Brighton mixed up yet again.
I think it's easy enough to do when you're just calling on helmets.
I'm going to get my eye in a little bit better, Ed.
Well, to put that in context, we're 60 metres away, and they're both on the same gold helmets with black stripes. So,
thank you to my co-commentator for covering me there nicely.
Okay, that was the under-23 finals for single rescue in the female category. We now go on to one of our biggest events for the crews. It is the Open Female Single Final. And we heard from her earlier on, but it's going to be the New Zealand, Australia and world champion Taylor Shrimpton lining up as the woman to beat. We can see her, I think, bringing her crew in now. Those 3 orange lights flashing.
Yep, just down to two orange lights now, so 2 minute start for the next race. So patients have been dropped off at their allocated cans. If you're not familiar with the IRB racing, each boat or each crew has an allocated lane, 1 through to 6, and each of those lanes has a designated colour and corresponding buoy colour out at about the 140 mark at the moment, and you'll see the patients around each one.
Okay, so Open Female Final. 6 teams lining up. Gate 1 is Sumner out of Christchurch. Lane 2, East End out of Taranaki. Lane 3, Sunset Beach from Port Waikato. Lane 4 is Waikanae out of Gisborne. Lane 5 is the second Sunset Beach team out of Port Waikato. Lane 6, St Kilda out of Dunedin. So again, a really nice mixture of teams from around New Zealand. 2 minutes until the starter sets these guys off, and we've said it in every single race. This is Taylor Shrimpton's to lose.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And those other crews won't be resting. They won't let her win it. They'll be pushing hard as well, especially in the single rescue.
What do you think the strongest part of her game is, Johnny?
Keeping a clear head. And you were lucky enough to talk with her earlier. And basically it's understanding she's got in the athlete space, she's got to keep a clear head and just focus on the job at hand.
And well, one of the things she talked about then was the fact that if you're not competing, we've had this big break with the pandemic, but that's, you can train as much as you like, but if you're not under pressure, then you're not going to do it. And we talked to Jaron Mumby. Oh, here we go. They're off. So it's Sumner with a decent start, but it's Sunset Beach right in front of us, turning that boat quickly, getting momentum as they drag it into the water. So Taylor Shrimpton leans back, gets the pull on that engine, fires it up, but she's got some stiff competition out of Waikanae ladies. The Gisborne crew just behind her now, neck and neck, and even if she's not looking backwards, she'll be able to take one glance to the side and see that Gisborne crew. This is going to be very, very tight for the win.
On that. So that's a very close turn there, and now it's guns out, whoever's going to get back to the beach first and do the cleanest dismount.
I think that patient pickup told us everything we need to know. Very, very smooth from the Sunset Beach crew, but Waikanae ladies out of Gisborne looking very, very close behind the dismount. Taylor Shrimpton, immaculate, as are Waikanae ladies. And now pumping.
Looks like St Kilda over there for third position at the moment, being pushed by Sunset Beach, the second crew there.
That's Sunset Beach RH.
And it's going to be St Kilda yellow coming through for this bronze, followed by Sunset Beach RH.
And then it's East End in 5th, Sumner in 6th. Well, that was by far the best challenge we've seen to Taylor Shrimpton's dominance there from the Waikanae ladies.
Absolutely. So you remove a technical aspect of the race, you remove the assembly part of the race, and now it levels it out.
It looked like they went into the turn neck and neck, but there was just the exit speed of Taylor Shrimpton on the Sunset crew was just phenomenal.
And it's all about having that cool head, keeping the right angles on your turns, and keeping the boat flat for the pickup and not losing much boat speed as we go through.
just a reminder, after the open men's
Okay.
final, we will be
So
rerunning
now we go back to the beginning of the age ranges. We're going to see the under-19 men's single rescue final. We'll see 3 final in the on the male side of the draw, under 23, and then open men's. And these promise to be very, very tight, don't they? We don't have any teams that have shown the same kind of dominance that we've seen from Taylor Shrimpton and Sunset Beach.
Absolutely not, and you wouldn't expect it in the younger age groups. You'd expect to see, I'm not going to use the word, yes I am, you'd expect to see a little bit of a lottery because they all have the very similar skill set and experience levels.
And we've got a really, you said it at the very beginning of this, Ruakaka was chosen because it gives us a fantastically balanced venue. We've got a 90-metre wide strip of beach here with 7 lanes across it, and you've got to have even water coming into that venue, and that's what we have here.
Absolutely, and the starter is working really hard to make sure it remains fair at all times. Although you might have just heard over the event loudspeaker that that rerun of the under-19 female assembly rescue for an unfair piece of water at the start is going to be run at the conclusion of the single rescue finals.
Well, we're coming up on our 8th final of the day, and we've only had that in one case so far. We've only seen one race where that could be deemed unfair, and it was the first race, and the tide had slipped away from the start area. It had come off a sandbank and really zoomed away. So it was an abnormally long drag for the lightest class of racer as well.
Absolutely, and you could turn around and say that's just unfortunate that it hit the younger age group at the time, and that's why they're getting the rerun.
Okay. So let's do a little lane class here. Under 19 male single rescue final. We have New Plymouth Old Boys in lane 1. We've got Opanaki lane 2, South Brighton lane 3. Then the second Old Boys team, Goats in a Boat in lane 4, Waikanae Boys in lane 5, and East End in lane 6.
Now I actually have had the privilege of working with the New Plymouth Old Boys, the Brew Crew. They're a set of twins actually, George and Louis Newton. They're in lane 1. This is very clearly their first event. Yesterday morning they took me aside and said, Johnny, we're really nervous. And here they are in a final. So it just goes to show what happens. You know, first time racing, they get a national final and they're in with a shot at a medal here.
Okay, starter's finger's just gone across to the siren. There it is. Gun follows almost immediately and the teams are out. And South Brighton have gone for the Budgie Smugglers. Fantastic, no wetsuits for them. And they are very, very quick. Aerodynamics on the sprint potentially working in their favour. Waikanae as well looking very, very sharp on that exit. And then down in lane 6, East End as well. Big air time for them as everyone slices over that ramp.
Yeah, that wave just hit lane 5 and 6. And the first to turn is definitely the Old Boys Boats and a Goat.
Goats in a boat even.
Either way.
And this is neck and neck in the under-19 single rescue men's final. But right now it's the Old Boys, as you said, blasting in this drag race. But this is going to be all about the sprint as they hit
and
the
you
beach.
watch Waikanae push them at the second in lane 5 there.
Goats in a boat looking very quick. Waikanae maybe over the line first. I think Waikanae were in there firstest. I had my eyes on the Goats on a boat and Waikanae missed on the third call because that was within a second of each other.
Absolutely, and then for the third placing, East End and South Brighton, they'll probably need some video footage to actually separate those two placings. Very tight racing in the under-19 male division.
Very, very tight. Too close to call from up here on the gantry. We're looking straight down on the beach, so we don't have that profile view of the finish line. Only the officials have that in the contest arena, so we'll wait for confirmation from them. But we can work back through the previous categories in the single rescue finals. Confirmation then, Sunset Beach TA, that's Taylor Shrimpton taking out the win in the open female ahead of Waikanae ladies and St Kilda yellow team. Then we'll go back and take a look at the under-23 female single rescue. That was Brighton Gold ahead of Sumner and the Pawanui girls. You said that will mean the earth to them.
Absolutely. Any Coromandel club to be competitive is great to see.
Then in the under-19 females, we've got the Bethel's Beach Fuse, Waipu Cove Full Send, followed by Waipu Cove Zinc. Great performance from that local team, taking second and third in that final. Right now, though, we'll click back into the under-19 men's single rescue. No confirmation on that one yet. photo finish for those boys. So the boats will make their way in now for the under 23 single rescue finals. And the Patients getting swamped on their way out there.
I think there may have been a deliberate move on the part of the event lifeguards just to liven their day up a little bit.
Love to see that. So let's take a look at the gates for the under 23 males in this final. We've got the East End Amigos, Waimarama Red in lane 2. Then lane 3, St Kilda Black. Lane 4 is Waikanae Blue. Then we've got Waikanae Gold in lane 5. There's going to be some serious battling with 2 Waikanae teams in lane 4 and 5, and then the East End teams sandwiching this field in lane 1 and 6. We've got East End Amigos, lane 1. East End Michelin in lane 6.
It's, don't ask me, Ed, don't ask me, but Waikanae Blue.
Okay, I won't ask you. I was going to say this one's far too close to call. The pedigree that we've seen across these teams in all of the different disciplines, I think, is so high. I don't think there's anything between them, especially when we're talking this kind of speed. We've just got out-and-out boat speed. It's going to be the start, isn't it? How quickly you can get that motor down.
Absolutely, it's going to be the start. Not only just starting the engine, but actually getting that first bounce or bound into the boat. And you've seen a couple of examples today where they've done that too early and the boat's bottomed out on the sandbar. So they've got to make sure they've got plenty of water under the hull before they actually jump in. You put that extra 150 kilos in the boat and we do see it sink a little bit onto the sand. That's combined weight. That's not the weight of the crewman, by the way.
Good to know. I wouldn't be surprised. There's some big units down here on this beach. There's some human power that you would expect out of a Shire horse rather than a man or a woman, I would say.
I think you're referring to the East End Grunty crew of Giannis and his friends.
Absolute units. There's some muscle. So the siren is on for the under 23 males. Gun goes off. East End Amigos in lane 1 and 6. Sorry, East End in lane 1 and 6. Waikanae Blue in lane 4 and 5. The ones to keep an eye on here. Very, very quick from the East End Michelin in lane 6, as they were in the semi-finals. Great start as well from Waimarama and St Kilda in lane 2 and 3. Oh, and it's loose over those ramps as they power out to the boys. But I think we've got East End Michelin in lane 6. First into the turn. Oh, no.
Watch Waimarama in lane 2 there.
It was like watching synchronised boat racing then. All of them exactly the same as they came around.
Coming out of the turn, you've got East End Amigos in buoy 1. They look like they have a clear lead, but we also have Waikanae Gold pushing over in 5.
This is too close.
I think East End Michelin over on 6. We missed him.
And down there, Waikanae went down as he jumped out. For me, the fastest man, pound for pound, went down as he got out of the boat. I think that might belong to East End Michelin down at the bottom. But as you said, St Kilda very fast, East End Amigos very fast.
I think we're looking at East End 1 and 2 in that race.
Oh, that will be good for them. They've had a lot of podium places, but they haven't had that win. And to put 2 teams in the top 2 will mean the world to them, I think.
Absolutely, and we're going to talk about later on when it comes to overall club points. That's 13 points. If they get a first and a second in one race, that's 13 points out of one race towards their overall club total.
Okay, we've got from that photo finish in the under 19 male category. We thought it was the Goats in a Boat in first place. It is Waikanae Boys in first. New Plymouth Old Boys Goats in a Boat in second. South Brighton in third. East End Indomie's Gone Wrong just missing out in fourth place. And New Plymouth Old Boys Brew Crew in fifth. So you said it, those 2 brothers in their first event, 5th place in a final. They'll be very pleased.
They should be very pleased. They should be absolutely stoked. They get the extra race and a bit of experience, and that was a tight race. And we saw there that the Goats in a Boat run down in the last 5 metres.
That was breathtaking. Love to see that. A photo finish where after all of your hard work, all of your technique in the boat and picking up the patient, it actually comes down to a straight beach sprint.
Absolutely. And the good news is, from a crew point of view, it's the driver that does the finishes. So therefore, the driver takes the responsibility for being passed at the end.
Well, we've had some nippy drivers. No 2 ways about it. They have been very, very quick. So that was the under 23 male single rescue final. And certainly East End Michelin I can see from their body language, I think they feel like they might have won this one. There's no confirmation on the official results. Liveresults.co.nz if you want to clock into that page and see the results as they come in. That's what we're using here in the commentary box. But the boats now starting to make their way up. We're on the 2-minute buzzer for the men's open single rescue final.
Now, really interesting, down at the water's edge, very hard to tell with all the clutter, but there is actually a scrutineer walking along the water's edge taking note of which clubs are using which motors. There is a process if they believe an engine requires to be checked. They could do that post-event, and that may actually affect the results at the end of the day.
I mean, how much of a role does the propeller play? Is there a strict rule on how big each paddle can be?
There is a standard propeller that comes with the boats, and then you'll find that as you develop your crew and your style of racing, a good crew may end up with 4 different propellers to use throughout a day, 4 different races.
Really?
So for example, for a mass rescue where you've got 2 runs, you may end up having a different type of prop that you will for a single rescue.
Yeah, where you kind of want power and top-end speed against that low-end torque and acceleration.
With the extra weight on the boat. So not every club.
Okay, siren is on St Clair, West Shore, Sunset, Waimarama, Mount Maunganui, East End, Grunty. And they are off down the beach, and it looks like a very strong start for Waimarama.
Absolutely, the East End Grunties hit the first whitewater, and they all start up at the same time as I speak, and away we go.
On a little bit of a detour for Sunset off the start there. Waimarama looking punchy, as are Mount Maunganui, as are East End Grunty down at the far end in lane 6. But again, we see those teams. I think it's West Shore A coming round there quickest. So you can see who bounces over this line of swell first. Oh, and it's West Shore A, just ahead of Waimarama.
And then back down to East End Grunty on 6.
Okay, let's see how we go with the sprint. Very, very quick from West Shore A. Waimarama looking off the back there. West Shore A, Waimarama, and then I think it's East End Grunty, but Sunset looked like they picked up on that.
And that is not their primary crew. Apologies to say it that way, but that's not the main crew you'd expect to come through.
Wow, very, very strong comeback from Sunset. They weren't in a strong position coming around the buoy there, it didn't appear. But then they powered back down through that home straight and got a brilliant dismount.
Absolutely, and again, it just shows the level of the racing. All very much, you could throw a towel over the finishing race.
Okay, that photo finish from the under-23 male open, male single rescue final. Still not in. I've got a feeling we're going to be waiting a while on that open male result as well, because that was just as close. Photo finish between 3rd and 4th place, I think.
Excellent, and just in the break here, they'll be resetting the arena for the under-19 female assembly final.
And we'll watch that one, and then after that we'll be showing you all of the highlights from yesterday's mass rescue. We'll be playing those in, and you'll get a taste of just how wild conditions were. So definitely stay seated for those ones. Right now, though, we're bringing in the boats for the under-19 assembly finals female.
And that, again, is a rerun, and it was rerun because of the unfair starting conditions.
First final of the day, and having run all of those heats and semis, the officials were looking at whether they could get away with running those finals before moving the venue down the beach. As it turned out, they couldn't. So still waiting for confirmation on these under 23 and open male single rescue finals. 2 of the big ones. Tell you what, I'm getting an impressive suntan sat here. Sun is absolutely blazing down here. Mad Dog's an Englishman, Johnny.
Absolutely.
And I'm one of those, definitely.
And that makes me the other, right?
Yeah.
And what you'll see here are the crowd. They're just making the opportunity of this break in festivities to go and get some sunscreen, get some water on board, and maybe a bit of lunch for some of those athletes.
We have got, it's got to be said, we've got a fantastic atmosphere down here. If you're just joining us, this is the New Zealand Surf Lifesaving IRB Nationals, where motorsport joins together with lifeguards. It is breathtaking, one of the most adrenalised sports you'll find anywhere on a beach in New Zealand. These nationals have drawn 25 clubs from around the country. We've got 100 teams competing, just shy of 300 competitors, and it's fantastic down here, isn't it?
It is fantastic, and again, thankfully you didn't ask me that question yesterday, but today is a different day. The weather is beautiful, we've got a great view, and we're seeing some good racing. Not that we didn't see good racing yesterday, it was just unpleasant as a spectator.
Oh, yesterday was absolutely, it was like holding a tiger by the tail, and we're going to see that. We'll bring you recaps of the mass rescue race from yesterday, and you'll see for yourselves, like driving rain, wind and decent seas made it very, very dramatic. Right now though, we've got the under 19 female assembly rerun of the finals, so all of these teams lining back up.
Cool, and if you're wondering what the crowd are doing in the background of those shots, there are some influx of flying insects, flies, wasps and other bits and pieces that have just hatched, I think, with the heat, and are breezing through the crowd, and you'll see that a lot of version of the Australian haka going on.
I think in the same vein to all of the humans who've come out to celebrate after yesterday's weather, the insects appear to have done the same.
I think it just adds to our beach numbers.
Yeah, there's some fantastic dances going on, aren't there? There's a bit of a Charleston right in front of us. So teams as they line up. We don't have the starter on his gantry quite yet, but we've got Bethel's Beach Fuse, the original winners of this race when it was run about an hour and a half ago. We've got St Kilda, Waipu Cove Zinc, Mairangi Bay, Waipu Cove Full Send and Opunaki. And I'll be honest, Johnny, I don't see a different result coming out of this. Bethel's Beach Fuse were so emphatic in their victory.
Absolutely, they were. Now, you just read out the results from that rerun race, so we're going to have to do it manually from left to right in lane 1 there. We've got Opunaki, who actually they received a disqualification in the first final, so they'll be pleased to have another opportunity to show their skills.
Then Mairangi Bay.
Absolutely, and then one of the Waipu Cove crews in lane 3.
I'm pretty sure that's Waipu Cove Zinc. It definitely is.
Excellent, and then we've got, looks like St Kilda over there in 4. They've just got their hand up at the moment. That's indicating their boat's not quite set, and they're asking for a time delay.
Okay, yeah, you can see the engines off the back of the transom there, and they're wiping down that transom board where the engine attaches. Then we've got the Bethel's Beach Fuse. They were the winners first time round, and they were so impressive.
Absolutely, and it's very difficult to maintain focus after already winning this race, so they've got to recenter themselves, come back in and just show they've got the goods for a second time running.
Okay, and then down in lane 6, that leaves us with the Waipu Cove Full Send team, the second Waipu Cove team.
Absolutely.
So in the first running of this, it was Bethel's Beach Fuse, St Kilda and then Waipu Cove Zinc. Be interesting to see if that changes. I think it was our Opunaki team who they were leaving the beach as the Bethel's Beach Fuse were returning to the beach last time.
Absolutely, and they'll be looking forward to redeeming themselves with a fairer start in this race.
Okay, that offshore has just started to swing round to the southwest now, hasn't it? And you can probably hear it on our microphones, a little bit of wind kicking up there. Siren's gone and gun is out, so keep your eyes on lane 5, Bethel's Beach Fuse. It's the assembly final, so this boat has got to be put together completely. Fuel tank in, fuel line attached, and then the engines attached to the transom board, and then the boat dragged. Opunaki in lane 1, one of the first to get this going. Bethel's Beach Fuse and...
I think it's in St Kilda there have actually hit the water first, and they're just about to get deep enough to do a start.
And then we're going
to see a
I
change.
think Waipu Cove Full Send in lane 6. And Bethel's Beach Fuse are doing very, very well. But yet St Kilda, yellow team there, going very, very well. They're straight out. Bethel's Beach Fuse taking a bit longer, but it's neck and neck in second and third. I think there's a little bit of distance now for the Bethel's Beach Fuse team, just ahead of Waipu Cove Full Send.
Oh, and unfortunately St Kilda just stopped at the can there and made sure they pick up two safe.
So does this open the door for the Bethel's Beach Fuse?
I think they've closed it, and Bethel's have missed their patient, and that's an absolute disaster. They've had to go around for a second time. So you're now seeing St Kilda yellow in first, about to cross for the gold, and then you've got the
Waipu Cove Full Send.
Absolutely, and commiserations for Bethel's Beach Fuse, because they're now sitting in 4th place with What have we got there?
Mairangi Bay coming in, looking
third,
like they will get the third place. The sprint's already on. Oh, Bethel Beach Views, so disappointing from them.
And body language there, you can read the driver's body language. You know she's disappointed. She had the first one, and that's racing.
And that's it, isn't it? When you're working on that construction of the boat at the start, you do that, and you can 8 or 9 times out of 10 you'll do it well. But in competition, under all of that pressure, if you get a good one, it's like the serve in tennis. It means everything, and she obviously aced it in the first run of that final, and then they've rerun it now to make it more even in the water that all of the boats had, and they're not even on the podium. Heartbreaking.
Absolutely, and yeah, I can't put myself in her footsteps right now. She'll just need some time out, go and resettle before we go back into the next batch of racing.
But congratulations to St Kilda. They did ace it that time. They
Absolutely,
had a really good race.
So they were second in the first attempt at this race, and they've now proved themselves to be the winners. Great start, great launching, and a bit of a hiccup at the pickup, but they still managed to come through in first place.
You poet, and you never knew it. Hiccup at the pickup. We got the male single rescue final results confirmed now as well. West Shore A. I don't know how many people would have picked that one out at the start of that race. Ahead of Sunset Beach AH, and then East End Grunty in third, Waimarama in fourth, Mount Maunganui in fifth, and sixth place is St Clair. So we'll go back. The other race that we didn't have confirmed was the under 23 male single rescue final, and that one, it's East End Michelin taking the win. We thought it might be a 1 and 2 for them. It is not. Waikanae Blue slotted into second, split those two East End teams. The East End Amigos in third, St Kilda in fourth, Waimarama in fifth, and Waikanae Gold right down there in sixth. So the Waikanae teams split by a fair distance. But you called Waikanae Blue as the one to watch out for there.
I did indeed, but never disregarded an East End crew as well. So 2 East Ends, first and third. That will give them 12 points from that particular race.
Okay, we are going to get the next round of races that are getting underway here are the teams rescue, but we've got 8 races before we get to finals there. So what we're going to do now is show you recaps of yesterday's racing. That is... Excuse me.
Did you just find one of those flying insects, Ed?
I did. I just swallowed one, unfortunately. I wish you could see my face now. That was very undignified. Yeah, we've got the mass rescue finals from yesterday. We've got replays from the under 23 women's female finals onwards. And as you'll find out, they were dramatic racing. So we'll leave you from this glorious day here on Ruakaka to go back to yesterday afternoon when we looked at the mass rescue. Talk us, before we have a look at it, for anyone who doesn't understand it, talk us through the format for the mass rescue, Johnny.
All right, so the mass rescue is still the same crew situation, a driver and a crew person.
This promises to be one of the most breathtaking in terms of pedigree of athletes. We've got Kariatahi, the East End Rigs, we've got Waikanae Ladies, we've got Sunset Beach TA, St Clair White and Mount Maunganui Black. One team stands out above all the others here, Johnny.
Absolutely, Ed. It's definitely the team in lane 4. That's Sunset Beach. That's Taylor Shrimpton and her crew. Sensational athletes and some amazing results over the past 5 years.
Reigning New Zealand champions, reigning Australian IRB champions, reigning world champions.
Absolutely, yeah, representing New Zealand at their World Championship, so incredible athletes.
Do you see anyone else getting a look in here?
I do, purely because the conditions are a little bit dicey out there and it could be an equaliser across the board, but we've also got the Mount Maunganui crew in there, and let's not disregard the East End Rigs.
How close to the limit are we of raceable conditions here?
Right now the Event Management Committee is talking about the rest of the day's activities. I would say we're probably within the fringe of whether it should be a call for safety, but it's certainly not easy racing out there for those crews.
Okay, we've seen a couple of boats turn over already this morning in the heats and semi-finals, so no shortage of drama, and adrenaline will be pumping now we've arrived in the finals. So in lane 1 we have Kariatahi. In lane 2 we have the East End Riggs crew, then Waikanae, Sunset Beach in lane 4, right in the centre of the beach there. The team to keep an eye on. St Clair in white just to their right, and then Mount Maunganui black. So they are...
Excellent, and we've down to our 1 minute out from the start. Just waiting for the starter to activate the siren, followed by the starter's gun.
Good set rolling through the boys now, and it makes for an uneven pickup, trying to time that swell with your pickup, but so far we've seen almost exclusively clean pickups in the finals at least, which is pretty impressive.
Absolutely, so what you'd expect by the final stage. They've had their heats for the female competitors, and they've already had their practice, so to speak, so they've got their eye and they understand the conditions. They are slowing down a little bit on those patient pickups to ensure it's a safe and clean pickup.
Okay, got a real mixture out here. Waikanae out of Gisborne, Sunset Beach from the west coast alongside Kariatahi, just southwest of Auckland. Got St Clair from Dunedin. Then we've got Mount Maunganui from the Bay of Plenty. And the East End in there as well.
Yeah, from Taranaki. So a very wide range of this open female final.
Well, it illustrates just how much for national championships this is. They've come from far and wide to contest the national IRB championships here on Ruakaka Beach. This is the Open Women's Mass Rescue Final. In lane 1, Kariatahi. In lane 2, East End out of Taranaki. Waikanae from Gisborne in lane 3. Lane 4 is Sunset Beach, reigning world, Australian and New Zealand champions. Undoubtedly the finals. We've got St Clair out of Dunedin in lane 5 and Mount Maunganui in lane 6. And you said it earlier, Johnny, this is a lottery.
It is a lottery, but obviously the skill set's there, but those conditions out there, you just never know. All it takes is just a simple grounding on the launch, and a crew's lost 5-10 seconds and another crew will go past them.
Okay, there's the siren, 20 seconds or less, and it is way, way less until those crews start. Boats getting dragged up the sand, and we're keeping our eyes on that Sunset Beach crew. Taylor Shrimpton is the driver. And it's fairly even at the moment. They've maybe got a hair's breadth as they get the boat up and floated. Keep the momentum going there as they get the boat started, and it's a very quick transition to get the boat out. But looking very tidy next to them is Waikanae.
Yeah, and St Clair on the right, and there's a bit of a set coming through the cruisers. Just seem to slow down to negotiate those sets, and away they go.
It's huge. There's a big, big wave there for St Clair and Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, and you can see the lead it's given Sunset Beach as a result. They're coming back for their first transition.
Okay, very, very tidy through the first leg of this first lap for Taylor Shrimpton and her crew. They're coming now.
And St Clair just behind them. They're just popped probably 10 metres behind. And then you've got the East End Riggs in third.
Okay, so Shrimpton already on her way back to her boat as the East End Riggs turn round their mark, as do St Clair.
Yeah, Taylor's a pretty accomplished athlete in both IRBs and other areas of the sport, so she's looking pretty good there. St Clair look like they're going to be off the beach third, and East End are going to go second at this stage.
Any element of chance that the conditions might have added seemed to have played to Sunset Beach's favour. Taylor Shrimpton has read these waves all the way through, and she's actually extended the lead.
Absolutely, she's capitalised on the gap. She was able to because the other crews had to slow it down there. So she's coming to her second turn now. She's picked up her final patient, good safe pickup, and she's on her way.
Okay, as another big set rolls in to those back boys for second and third place. It's going to be interesting to see who can make it onto the podium here. St Clair in a very dominant second position behind Sunset Beach. Taylor Shrimpton turns the boat onto the sand for the last time, and it's almost a jog up the beach here to claim yet another national title for Sunset Beach. Very, very impressive work from Shrimpton. St Clair in second, and then
East End Riggs over there in third, and Waikanae come in through in fourth.
Fantastic racing. That gives you a good idea of just how breathtaking that racing was yesterday.
Absolutely, and quite a different view on what we're looking at today.
Yeah, we've got absolutely champagne conditions. Now, so we've run through the mass rescue finals. You've also seen the assembly rescue finals and the single rescue finals, which means we have 2 categories left today. We're going to go into the tube rescue finals in just over an hour. So we're going to take a bit of a break. Before we do, though, Johnny, talk us through the tube rescues format.
Well, as an ex-crew person, the tube rescue was one of my favourite. It's a crewman's medal. They've got to swim hard for this one. The driver and crew launch. They go out around the first set of turning cans. They turn. The crew person jumps out of the boat, or dives if you like, swims 25 metres, picks up their patient, clips them into a rescue tube and tows them back towards the boat. Then they have to get themselves in the boat. Driver has to stay on station, pick them up and bring them back to shore.
Okay, so it is really where the boat driving and the life-saving mix.
Absolutely. So from a life-saving point of view, this would be where you're maybe doing a rock rescue. You can't get the boat right in close, so you stop a certain distance away, a safe distance. Crewman jumps out with tube and fins. Not getting fins here, obviously. Goes to the person, brings them back to the boat.
Okay, well, we've got the Tube Rescue Finals coming up in just under an hour. We'll be back live streaming from Ruakaka Beach at 1:20 p.m. local time here in New Zealand. And we'll also be bringing you, we'll finish with one of the most prestigious events of the day. It is the Team Rescue. That will close us down. So join us at 1:20 when we continue all of the action from the New Zealand IRB Nationals. Through the giant ramp and play it a little bit safer, or do you have to go for the win all the time?
No, you have many options. You just run out of time to make those options. So generally in racing, buttoning off is a no because you'll lose speed, but at the same time it's the safety of both yourself and your crew person to make sure you live to race another day.
Okay, quickly before we go into this recap, talk us through the format.
Okay, so now we're looking at the mass rescue from yesterday. So a driver, a crew person and 2 patients. Requiring 2 runs to actually pick up a patient each time. So you'll see the driver and the crew launch the boat, go out and pick up patient number 1, come back to shore. You'll see the driver exit the boat, run around a marker, whilst the first patient and crew person turn the boat around, and then it's a quick launch for that second one and back to shore again.
It's as much about endurance as it is about
Absolutely, and again with 2 legs you can win or lose a lot of speed, both those legs.
Okay, let's take you back to yesterday, right here on Ruakaka Beach. You might not recognise it from the conditions we're enjoying right now, but this was the ladies under 23 final. Women's under 23 mass rescue finals. Let's take a look at the lanes. We've got Kariatahi in lane 1. We've got New Plymouth Old Boys, Doctors and Nurses in lane 2. Pawanui Girls in lane 3. Red Beach Ragdolls lane 4. Sumner in lane 5 and Brighton in lane 6. I'm joined by Johnny Clough. Johnny, your pick of those teams?
Well, that's actually a tough one to pick. Hard to go past New Plymouth Old Boys or Kariatahi with a lot of experience there, but never write off a Sumner crew from Christchurch either.
Well, we've said it before, very lively conditions out here today. We've got a northeasterly raking across the beach here at Ruakaka. with a decent amount of swell. It gets blown flat every now and again, the wind gusting up to 30 knots and then dropping right back down to 18 to 20 knots. But every now and again we'll get a big set come through, and that has been causing all sorts of problems. Bit of a lottery at the moment.
It has been a bit of lottery. Lucky the skill is actually starting to show through. And here we are down to the final 6. So you're seeing the top racers in this age group.
Okay, let's keep an eye out. The starter is preparing the siren. Then we'll hear, within 20 seconds of that siren, the gun go off, which means we've got good even water for the teams to race into. Patients are set. We've got one patient, patient number 1, seaward side of the buoy, and then the second patient is beach side of the buoy. So there we go, there's the gun.
Okay, looking for good clean water for these female crews to make their launching a lot easier.
And it's a very fast start for Brighton Gold down at the far end of the course in lane 6. Just getting the pull on that gun.
The engine's on, it's just a matter of them getting in the boat and off they go. Sumner next to them, but it looks like, it looks like Sumner have actually got the best start out of that.
Brighton a little bit slow. Oh, and a big punch there for Sumner as they go out through that first line of swell. Kariatahi having an absolute nightmare in lane 1. They haven't actually got the boat off the beach yet. The other 5 crews, though, all lumping into a big line of swell there. Just totally obscures them as they pick up their patient number 1.
The first patient pick up actually on a wave, which is quite unusual doing race conditions. So they actually had to turn and pick their patient up on the face of that wave.
So it's still Sumner out in front as they come back to drop off. And you're going to see the drivers skip out 2 feet plants there, and it's Sumner out in front, followed by Bay of Plenty, New Plymouth. They make the lap back.
And those Red Beach Ragdolls are coming in third, so they're actually quite tight, 1, 2 and 3.
Very, very close. You can see Sumner have got a little bit more water, but it's the New Plymouth Old Boys who've made their way back first.
And Red Beach now starting for the second time, but Sumner do have a clear lead in the second leg of the mass rescue.
This is looking like a little bit of a masterclass, isn't it? Under 23 women's mass rescue, and at the moment Sumner way out in front. It's a solid performance from New Plymouth Old Boys crew of doctors and nurses.
Sumner just slowing down for that to make sure that pickup, good safe pickup, and they're returning back to shore now, and followed very closely by New Plymouth Old Boys,
who got a big buck on their patient pickup.
And did you just see that? Pawanui just got hit by a wave on their second leg out.
Absolutely smashed. Interesting, we've got Brighton Gold down at the far end of the course.
They might pick up a silver medal here.
But right now, sprinting across the line, we've got Sumner in first place, and then a very close race between Brighton Gold and New Plymouth Old Boys. Yeah, that's going to be tight, I think.
I think so too. We'll have to wait for the video judges on that one.
Fantastic final there, worthy of the under-23 women in the mass rescue.
Excellent, and just bearing in mind that there may be some disqualifications, and we'll have to wait for the official results.
As you can see, as you teed up, Johnny, incredible conditions.
Absolutely, it's not even the same venue, is it, when you look at it from yesterday?
That short chop, that's part of it, isn't it? I mean, the ramps were big, but there was a lot of chop in between all of the waves.
Absolutely, you didn't know if it's going to be wind chop that was going to hit you next, or whether it's actually the next swell that's coming through.
And we saw it a few times, the wind catching, it's got nothing to do with crew skill, it's the wind catching the boat as it takes off.
Absolutely, but a good crew will make sure their boat is flat or trim before that next gust of wind gets them. So a good crew will have a nice flat boat as they go through that. And from a camera point of view, the less prop we see, the faster you're racing.
Okay, that was the female under-23 mass rescue finals from yesterday. The next one that we're going to see, we'll move into the male category, and we're going to kick off with the under-19s. So we have the siren, which means we're about to get the under-19 male mass rescue underway. Lane 1, East End. Then we've got Old Boys, New Plymouth, Waihi, Bethels, Opunaki, Waikanae. Difficult to call this one, Johnny.
It is indeed, but I'm going to try, and I'm going to say Opanaki is looking pretty good. I think they've got a bit of a lead here, but Bethel's Beach also fast off. But look at lane 2.
Waikanae tail standing out of the start gate there. Fantastic start for the New Plymouth Old Boys. Looking very, very tidy as they come into the first mark for that pickup. Get down low, and it's a very clean pickup. And they're on their way back alongside... Is it Bethel's? Yes.
Bethel's in 3, and then Opanaki's got a bit of a lead over there.
So, New Plymouth Old Boys, followed by Bethel's, and then we've got Waikanae down in lane 6 with a very powerful sprint.
Jeez, that's a very, very close transition for those 4 or 5 crews there.
There is nothing in this as they go into the second lap. The under-19 boys, traditionally seen as a sort of debutantes competition class, but they're looking every ounce the seasoned competitors here.
These guys are definitely showing some class on this. Wave's going to actually demonstrate that as he sputtons off to get a good trim through that and nicely.
Absolutely smashing through that big line of swell. So,
but
New
that's
Plymouth
actually caused some problems for New Plymouth Old Boys. They had a malfunction there, and they've allowed Waihi Beach to go through on them. So that's Waihi, and over on the side here we have
Waikanae.
Waikanae who are leading there.
So Waikanae making their way back in, just followed by Bethel's Beach, and then very, very tight with Waihi in next
Beach,
to them.
Yeah, Waikanae first, Bethel's in second. And well done, Waihi Beach. And unfortunately, New Plymouth Old Boys, who had the lead for 3/4 of the race, now coming into 4th position.
We may even be 5th with the sprint we've seen from the East End Moto crew. Fascinating race.
And like you said, that's how the conditions affect our athletes. Doesn't matter how good you are, if that wave pops up, you've got to take some speed off.
A commanding lead for New Plymouth Old Boys crew. Goats in a boat, and it was all thrown away on that second pickup of the patient. So Waikanae boys will take the win in the under-19s final.
And Ed, really interesting there to see Waikanae kick off their campaign with the first medal of the day in that under-19 male mass rescue.
Yeah, another fantastic race, wasn't it? I mean, from my perspective, it's what we're seeing showing through there is that endurance characteristic that we talked about at the start. It's a long race, but it's intense from start to finish.
Absolutely, and if there was to be an age group that the referee looks at the most, it's the under-19s, because any dangerous driver, they will knock right then and there and say, we'll go to the next age group because you guys are not racing smart. Those guys race smart.
Well, you said it, you only get your licence at age 16, so all of those crews have only really had 2 years in those boats.
Absolutely, or even less in some cases, but yeah, not as experienced as some of the others, so therefore always the biggest risk, but they proved themselves, those guys.
And it's Waikanae again. We've talked about them a lot today through the other finals, single rescue and the assembly rescue. They're one of those clubs really emerging to challenge Sunset and East End.
Absolutely, and of course there was Bethel's Beach, one of the West Coast Auckland clubs there as well. They got a silver.
Yeah. Okay, well that was the under-19 male category. We go now to the under-23 men. Lining up on the sand for the under-23 male mass rescue final. In lane 1, we've got the East End New Plymouth Club. They are Amigos. Then we've got Kariatahi, Waikanae Gold, Waimarama Red, Waikanae Blue, and St Kilda Yellow. Looking at this, Johnny, you think it's Waikanae Blue, Waikanae Gold, and East End Amigos?
I think those are the 3 crews that showed good running in the semi-finals. These guys have had heats and semis. So they've certainly had a chance to show their abilities in this conditions we've got, and the Waikanae Blue are looking pretty good.
Okay, so Kariatahi, Waimarama and St Kilda coming through in the first of the semi-finals as the gun goes off. So we're watching into lane 5 for Waikanae Blue.
That's motors first and off they go. Can they negotiate those smaller waves there? I think lane 1's actually got the fly over there. That's
East End Amigos,
like we said.
And he's taking, big hit through there.
He's not holding back. He's actually just aiming towards one of the event safety crews at the moment.
I was going to say that looks pretty close out there, but Looks now like Waimarama Red potentially have got back in the mix here.
That's lane 3, Waikanae Gold. The other Waikanae crew had a clearest race, and you're right, Waimarama do have a lead at this stage.
So the two Waikanae clubs sandwiching Waimarama as Waimarama make that first lap. Driver making his way back to the crew.
Cool, and then you got East End, St Kilda and Kariatahi bringing up the last 3 places on this final.
Waimarama chucking up sound though as the driver jumps in there, gets the engine side and blasts his way back out. Very, very close between Waikanae Gold, Waimarama and Waikanae Blue at the moment.
Very close, but Waimarama do have the lead there, and looking like the Waikanae Blue challenging over there in Boy 3.
Lovely line.
Correction, Waikanae Gold, good pick up too.
Very, very strong. Neck and neck as they come back. It looks like Waikanae Blue maybe with just
I think they do.
tiny
Waikanae
lead.
Gold have had a bit of a disaster, and they're all out of the boat over there.
So it's all left in the water for Waikanae Gold as Waikanae Blue hit the sand and he's absolutely sprinting. This one's going to be a photo finish. I think that's Waikanae Blue.
I think so, followed by Waimarama, and then we're looking at, was it St Kilda in
Yep.
third position? Over there on Boy 6.
Dramatic racing here, Johnny.
Just looking out to see, making sure those guys are okay. Yes, they're all back in their boat and coming back to shore now. That was unfortunate.
But it shows you how much is at stake, and even with the most talented crews, just how badly they can get caught out by these conditions.
Yeah, just a wee chop would have taken them off their angle. It dug in, and all 3 were actually ejected out of the boat.
Well, drama and heartache mixed with no shortage of glory here for the under-23 male finals in the mass rescue. And Waikanae Blue making their presence felt there, and we've seen that team doing so well today as well.
Absolutely, you can almost say that the 2 teams have been double teaming the rest of the groups in there, but unfortunately the other Waikanae crew received a disqualification in that race.
A disappointment for them, but at the same time, I think we said that Waikanae are one of those emerging clubs, and in this category, it feels like they're immensely strong.
Well, it's so powerful to be able to train with a crew right next to you. So 2 crews, very similar ability, training next to each other, pushing each other, and refining their skills. So that's what we're seeing a bit of a from Waikanae.
And we're not seeing it in a single discipline. We've seen it this morning in the assembly, we've seen it in the single rescue, and we saw it yesterday patently in the mass rescue.
Absolutely. So the skills are just building right across the board here for them, and we're seeing some great results out of that. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're just joining us, this is the BP Surf Rescue Championships here at Ruakaka Beach in Northland. Conditions are stunning today. They were far from that yesterday. And we're just recapping all of the mass rescue finals that took place yesterday. And the last one we're going to go into is the open male. The Apex Predators are on the beach. It's the open male mass rescue final. In lane 1, Sunset Beach. Lane 2, Waimarama Black. In lane 3, East End. Lane 4, Sunset Beach AH. The second Sunset Beach crew. Lane 5, East End. And then lane 6, West Shore A. They had a very solid performance in the semi-finals, Johnny. But who stands out to you?
To me, I can't go past Sunset Beach SM. I think they're a class act. I think that's Shane Edwards' crew. He's looking pretty good, but it would be foolish to ignore the East End Grunty crew as well, with Giannis there at the tiller.
Okay, and that West Shore as a dark horse pick potentially at the end. So we're waiting for the siren from the starter.
It's interesting. Most of these crews have got a good 10 years involved in the sport, so you're seeing some very highly refined skills out there.
Okay, the conditions, we thought it might die down, but it's actually got a little more fruity, if that was possible. That northerly gusting across the beach really starting to wreak havoc on the boats. We've seen a couple of boats flipped over so far in the finals.
Correct, yeah, we've had one flip over, another actually eject the crew, which is quite unusual at this level, but it can happen. It just shows that the conditions out there are very challenging. That wind actually has knocked the swell down, but it's not made it easier for their turns.
Okay, 2 patients out in the water. One of them is seaward side of the buoy. One of them is beach side of the buoy.
Yeah, and it's quite strategic with their lineup as to whether they reduce speed on their pickups or whether they actually go full noise to get their competitive advantage they've got to assess those conditions at the time.
In terms of what the patient can do, would you describe them as passive? Oh, here we go. Siren, waiting for the gun. There it is. And they're out. There's some serious pace as the boats get turned and dragged down to find that water. So it's Sunset up at the top end of the course in lane 1.
Absolutely, and not as good as the other Sunset crew. And also, what else is out there?
We've got West Shore down at the bottom of the course, but a very good start from East End.
East End Pumba, we dismissed them at the start, but they've just proved us wrong, haven't they?
But again, as you said, it's that Sunset SM course up at the top who've pulled back into this, and it's a mistake from West Shore A down at the bottom, so they're out of this. It is East End Pumba who come back in first.
Followed by the second Sunset Beach crew, and then Sunset SM in third.
Then it's Waimarama and East End Grunty.
Wow, this is pretty exciting. That's a hard run by the East End Pumba over there on lane 5. He's running hard, about to start for the second time and begin the second leg for that next pickup.
They need to be clean here, and they are very, very fast on the way out.
Yeah, Sunset over there on lane 1. They've got their next lead, but it's looking at East End Pumba all the way.
So East End Pumba approaching the buoy. Can Sunset SM reel them in?
Well, that's
possibly
very close
too much.
now.
Oh, very, very clean pickup there from East End Pumba. Blasting their way back in. That boat is airborne over the first swell line and the second swell line into shallow water.
They're not holding back for this finish, and you watch them run at the beach and follow very closely by Sunset Beach.
Well, you know when you've got pedigree like Sunset Beach behind you, you can't let up, and it is confirmed. East End Pumba crew taking the win there. Second place for Sunset Beach.
I don't think we could choose third between Waimarama or the second Sunset crew. There would have to be a video from the judges, but they were pretty close there. Both crews pushing hard for that third place.
A worthy final for the Open Men's Mass Rescue there. So East End Pumba getting the upper hand over Shane Edwards from Sunset Beach. Arguably one of the favourites, but it's fascinating when you look at that whole field, Johnny, because you've got East End in first place, but the second East End team in sixth place.
Absolutely.
And Sunset have got that second and fourth place. They've got a little more consistency there.
Absolutely, and again, we talked about team points earlier this morning, and for a win, you're looking at 7 points to go towards your team. Second place, 6 points, and so on. So the closer your two scores are at the higher end of the table, the more points you take away from a race.
And that was proved there. If you look at those two teams, the East End teams in first and sixth take home 9 points, whereas the Sunset teams in second and fourth take home 10 points.
Absolutely, and those small increments over the course of the day and today make a big difference.
Okay, yeah, I know you've got the overall points up there at the moment.
Yes, I do. And then interesting, we're at probably 3/4 of the way through the national program, and we're looking at quite an interesting mix of results than we probably haven't expected yet.
Okay, what have we got at the moment?
We've got East End in first place with 71 points. So East End traditionally have sat about third on the program. On the national table, so having them in first at this stage is very, very powerful. They've still got tube rescue finals to go, and potentially the teams race finals as well, so there's some extra points up for grabs. Second, we've got Waikanae on 59, and that wasn't unexpected after the North Island Championships, the BP Surf Rescue North Island Championships in Waikanae Beach in Gisborne back in February. They did very, very well then, so they're in second place. And third, we have Sunset Beach on 49 points, so quite a big spread. There's almost 31 points between first and third.
And we've been talking about this all the way through, and I actually hadn't seen these overall points tallies, but Waikanae really making their presence felt. They are the emerging talent in IRB racing, aren't they?
Absolutely are at this level, but there's a little bit of a sneak coming through with Bethel's Beach in fourth place, and they have never been mentioned in the top 10 positions in a national IRB competition in my history here, and they're on 35 points. Look at that. So they're actually ahead of St Kilda, one of the top South Island crews at the moment.
Well, the top South Island crew at the moment, St Kilda in fifth place. And I sat down a little bit earlier, well actually I stood up on the beach with one of their principal members. It's Nick Harwood. Here with Nick Harwood, one of the lead members of an emerging club, St Kilda out of Dunedin. Nick, you had a great day yesterday. A couple of bumps and bruises, though, out of that heavy weather?
Yeah, there's always a few bumps and bruises when you've got a bit of chop and a bit of swell like that. Bit of impact as the boats land. But all in all, the team are fairly positive and fairly happy with how things are going.
A bit of chop and a bit of swell. That looked huge to me. Do you think there's a relationship between the clubs and the sports that they excel at, whether they're kind of professional lifeguards or whether they're IRBs or sand sports, because of the conditions that you face?
Yeah, generally the conditions you have on your home beach will dictate the direction you take as a club. We're quite strong in the IRB. We've got lots of up-and-coming members, due to the fact that we do have heavy swells coming out of the Southern Ocean, and it's a bit cooler at times, so our members like to be in boats rather than on boards and swimming in the surf.
Well, we had mass rescue yesterday, and you guys are definitely in the mix for the club trophy. What out of today's events will you guys be focusing on?
Oh, look, I think our team will take things one race at a time. We've got some pretty sharp athletes in overall events. Single and assembly, definitely. The technical skills of the assembly, plus the straight-out sprint work of the single. We've got some very, very good athletes that should be watched.
Thank you very much, Nick. We'll keep an eye out for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was Nick Howard of St Kilda, currently in 5th place in the overall tally. We've got the last of the under-19 male tube semi-finals going down now. And you can just see Mairangi Bay on the right-hand side of the picture. Looks like they're coming in first, just ahead of St Kilda. And so Bethel's Beach in 3rd in there. So those 3 will be advancing to the finals. This is Tube Rescue. We're just at the semi-final stage. We're about to go into the under-23 males. Then we'll do open males semi-finals, and then we will be into the finals. Talk us through this format, because this is another one, and it's similar in a way to mass rescue, isn't it? In the sense that it's got more of an endurance and lifeguarding.
This would be the more technical of the divisions, if you like, of the specific types of events in IRB racing. So the Tube Rescue, I know I may have joked earlier that it's the crewman's medal if you do win with this one, because the crewman has to get out of the boat and do a bit of a swim, but it still is a team component. So the launch is critical, rounding that first can, but then the crew person out of the boat and swimming 25 metres to pick up their patient, a good clean pickup, and then tow them back with a rescue tube back to the boat. And that's hard work. You've had a whole day and a half's racing already, and now you're dragging hopefully the lightest patient you could find back to your boat.
Okay, so we've got a 2-minute light on here. In terms of technicality, we've got a lot of officials on the beach here looking for those infringements, those possible DQs. This feels like one of the most involved events in terms of potential penalties. Is it one of the ones where people get pulled up a lot?
Absolutely it is, and that's why at this stage of the game, as you and I can tell, we can't quite see what's happening at the cans, at the buoy lines, so the event lifeguards now double as buoy judges out there. So they're in a fixed position, they're watching that line out there between the cans for any infringements, and they'll be radioing that back through to the referee if there's a problem out there.
The other fascinating part of this format is that the boats are all pretty much within a knot of each other in terms of speed. You can trim slightly differently, but most of the teams will get the same speed out of the boats. It's quite the opposite when it comes to swim speed.
Absolutely, you can shave down as much as you like, but pretty much you're wearing some form of wetsuit, something that's going to slow you down. So it comes down to the stronger swimmers who are able to actually get out of the boat, swim hard, pick up your patient, and then come back and get back into the boat. And I can tell you from experience, after doing a good tube rescue, getting into the boat afterwards isn't easy.
And how passive is the patient in this scenario?
If they're passive, they haven't made it to nationals, they've been dropped. You do not want a passive patient in this event here. You want a patient who's prepared to kick, scull under the water with their arms as much as they can to give you that advantage. And at the end of the day, they also have to get themselves in the boat with minimal assistance from the crew person.
Okay, so the patient can actually swim, join in with creating momentum from the outside.
Only from their legs. They can only use their legs or under the water arm strokes. They can't actually do a backstroke or anything else.
Is the crew actually pulling them though, or are they?
Yes, the crew will be pulling, but hopefully the patient's got enough kicking in them to actually maintain some speed as well.
Okay, we've got Curly in the cowboy hat down on the start gun. He's just reached behind him for his rifle. Hopefully it's just to start the race. He's got his finger on the siren. So give us a run through on the lanes there.
Okay,
Johnny.
lane 1 we've got St Kilda White. Lane 2 we've got Waikanai Blue. Lane 3 East End Amigos. Lane 4 St Kilda Black. Lane 5 the Red Beach Raptors. And in lane 6 Waimarama Red.
And they're out of there. Very quick turn from Waimarama in lane 6. On its early start there from Waikanai Blue.
Absolutely, and they're well ahead, but they've had to deviate around a bit of a wave there. Along with East End, they went off their track just a little bit, and as a result, we see St Kilda Black rounding first. First swimmer in the water.
St Kilda swimmer is up and running. They've looped around that first buoy, and this is where things round. They slow down a little bit.
At this stage of the game, Ed, the driver is now soloing, which is not a recommended procedure for most of our lifesavers. It is safer to have 2 in the boat, but there will be times where they do have to exit out of the boat for a variety of reasons. Driver has to very carefully keep their boat on track and watch how their crew person and patient are going before they begin the pickup.
It reminds me of seeing Darth Maul in The Phantom Menace pacing around, waiting for the Jedi to attack him. They're like apex predators in cages here, the boat drivers, waiting desperately for the return of those crews. So on the way back now, already we've got St Kilda.
They're just lining up for their pickup now. Actually, that's they've just done another circle, coming back in on the red cam there. They looks like they got the lead. Incorrect. It's buoy 2. It's Waikanai Blue. Their crewman has had an amazing swim there. And now look at the gap.
That is huge.
East End Amigos also coming back, so there's lanes 2 and 3, followed by St Kilda Black and Red Beach Raptors as well.
Yes, St Kilda Black had that in the palm of their hand and it's just slipped away from them.
And that's why it's the crewman's medal. That Waikanai swimmer had that blinder.
East End Amigos very, very quick there in second place. And then it's St Kilda Black away from
Red Beach
the Red
Raptors.
Beach Raptors, yeah.
Absolutely. And those top 3 will go through into the final. Red Beach very unlucky not to. They were very competitive there. And I guess, like we said, it is a technical race, and this is the one that's going to have the most infringements or disqualifications, so watch this space.
Yeah. Don't take our results as confirmation. There could be any number of penalties incurred during the race, so we will bring you confirmation of the results as they come through. But if you want to check for yourselves, then you can on liveresults.co.nz. You can check into the BP Surf Rescue Nationals, and you will find us here at Ruakaka Beach where the action is unfolding. We've already had the mass rescue finals yesterday. We had the assembly rescue finals this morning, and then the single rescue finals earlier this afternoon. We're now into tube rescue semi-finals for the males. And after this race, we will be going straight into the female finals.
That is indeed correct, yes. So 6 finals for the tube rescue. That's the under 19 female, under 23 female, and the open female before the 3 male finals go ahead. Same age groups.
And we're getting into the business end of the club championship, that trophy that will be awarded for the highest placing club. At the moment, we have Waikanai, East End and Sunset Beach fighting it out. 71 points for East End, 59 for Waikanai, 49 for Sunset Beach. That's 22 points between Sunset and East End.
Correct. My quick math before wasn't so good, was it?
Well, what do you reckon? Is that an insurmountable with 2 rounds of finals left? With 1 round of finals, if they can't get the team race away, that feels like too big a target to reel in. But if we get both the tube racing finals and the team racing finals within our allotted time here at Ruakaka, it could still be sunsets.
Absolutely. With the tube rescues, you're not looking at a large bunch of points to claim those back, but add the teams on there, yes, it could change it. But time's ticking away, and the event management are yet to make the decision on whether teams' rescue races are going to go ahead.
Yeah, we need to be tied up by 4 o'clock here on the beach, and currently we're at 2:15, so it's not an insurmountable target at this stage, but could be a little bit tight. It's good to see the crowds back on the beach. We had about a 15-minute plague of sandflies that came through and cleared everyone out, but a little bit of southwesterly breeze has kicked back in again, and it's blown them all back into the dunes, thankfully. So the next race is the second and final semi from the under-23 males. We have Mairangi Bay, Waikanai Gold, Waipu Cove, East End Michelin, Red Beach and Warrington. They're out, and it looks like a very good start for Warrington Doyle down at the bottom end of the beach. They've got the engine started, but a couple of crews into the boat quicker. Neck and neck as they pull out of here. Waipu Cove, Dynaco, and it looks like Warrington Doyle looking very tidy.
Yeah, Waikanai Gold in lane 2 making the first turn. You'll see their crew person come out first on the black cam there.
Very, very tidy from them.
A big wide turn there from lane 1, Mairangi Bay CJ, but their swimmer's now in the water and driver can just relax for a few moments.
But as you've said so many times, Johnny, the driving is probably less than 50% of this one. It is all about the swim, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, that poor swimmer's been racing for like a day and a half now. They've got a 25-metre swim there. They're now going to clip their patient up, turn around the can, sight their boat and come back. So a 50-metre swim in total, and then get back in the boat.
Yeah, we got a fair bit of white water piling out of the Red Beach Rampage crew there. They're chopping some wood at the back, but
that actually is the patient doing a lot of kicking there. So that's where we say, is a patient passive? No, that patient's making the splash out there.
And the boats have to stay beach side of the inside buoy. The crew and the patient have to clear that buoy before they're allowed to be picked up. This looks like it's going to be very tight here.
Absolutely, that is East End Michelin on 4, and just next to them is the Red Beach Rampage. You've seen Red Beach coming through into the final.
Well, there was enough white water pouring out that patient. I think Red Beach are going to clear this one just neck and neck as they pour over. It's Red Beach just in front.
And then we're seeing on buoy 6, Warrington coming through, so those are interesting 3 to make it through into the final.
Red Beach first, and then it's East End in second, the East End Michelin crew. Then Waikanai in third.
That'd be Waikanai in 4th because Warrington have already come through.
I apologise. I thought it was Warrington on there, and then Waikanai in 4th. Great sprint from Mairangi Bay in lane 1 there as well. Enjoyed that. Okay, last of our under-23 male semi-finals. We've got open male semi-finals now, and then we'll get stuck into the finals. So 2 races to go before we get into the female finals.
Team manager for Waimarama. Team manager for Waimarama. We still haven't seen you yet. Can you please pop down and pay Tanya a visit in the middle of the arena? That's the team manager for Waimarama, please.
Wow, what a location. We've got a little bit of shade just taking this afternoon sun off the beach venue, but you can clearly see hen and chicks out there just off Auckland and Northland's east coast. You've got Little Barrier Island, and even I'm trying to work out whether that's a cloud horizon or Great Barrier visible in the very background there.
I think you assume it's both, really.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a clip of mountain range back there.
Now you might be looking at these conditions back home on computer and thinking they're pretty mild, but one of the event boats had a little bit of excitement during the lunch, or our lunch break, and when they were taking a group of patients out, had an engine malfunction. Patients had to jump out, and unfortunately the boat got caught by a wave, and we had to capsize and quite shallow.
Well, we've still got there's a good shoulder high swell.
Well, you watch that
running
patient
through
boat
here.
go through that wave now. I mean, that's slow and steady driving, but if you don't have forward propulsion, you're going to lose any way whatsoever.
Yeah, solid couple of feet of swell wrapping around Whangarei Heads, making its way in here to the middle of Bream Bay, where the idyllic town of Ruakaka sits. If we look south, we can see Langs Beach and almost down into Waipu Cove, which makes them the home team here. And they've had some good performances so far.
They actually have. They really have. But here we are. We're coming into semi-final number 1 of the Open Male Tube Rescue.
We've got the 1 minute light on, so very, very close. Lane 1, it's New Plymouth Old Boys. Quite literally, they call themselves Old and Dusty. Then we've got those 2 East End teams. East End Grunty, East End Pumba, very, very strong. Then we've got Sumner, Sunset Beach and Kariatahi in lane 6. So I think all eyes on this first semi-final in the Open Men's division. will be on those two East End teams and the Sunset team.
I think it has to be, but then we've also seen Sumner come through at times, and like you say, it seems to just alternate between the events, who's leading at this stage.
I'm going to steal this iPad off you here, Johnny. I just want to see. We haven't got any update on the overall points here, but we're going to be checking in with that more and more often as we get into this business end now.
Okay, so a reasonably even start as all the crews are heading out towards to start the engines, and it looks like lane
East End
3.
Pumba.
Yeah, Pumba are off first.
Followed very quickly by East End Grunty, and then Sumner just to their right-hand side. Oh, East End Grunty taking a big hit there on that big line as well. So the first lap around, and I think Sumner have managed to catch that up. So
too.
Dismount for the crews at exactly the same time from East End Pumba and Sumner.
And Sunset Beach are only seconds behind them. So there we are, our top 3 are lanes 4, 5 and 6.
I tell you what, there's some bragging rights on this swim at stake then between East End Pumba and Sumner Beach. Good to see Taranaki and Christchurch going head to head. We've also got Port Waikato in the shape of Sunset Beach. Tell you what, when you look at it like that, Kariatahi and Sunset Beach both representing Port Waikato. We've got 3 Taranaki teams and the sole South Island team in Sumner there.
There certainly is a wide range of abilities, but all of very similar quality. When you see what's happening there, they're coming in very evenly. Now it looks like Sunset on buoy 5 are going to be up for the first pickup.
You reckon? I was going to say, I think it's East End Grunty in lane 4.
Oh, you are right.
Let's have a look. Oh, they're up and running. East End Grunty, and then you called it Sunset Beach in lane 5.
And Sumner and 4 are coming in 3rd position. And
Okay.
you've got the other East End crew coming off buoy 2.
Well, we talked about bragging rights for that swim, and they all belong to East End Pumba as they sprint up the beach to claim that one. It's Sunset Beach just behind them. Sumner will make it in. Oh, will they make it in 3rd?
That's East End Grunty giving a wee push up the beach. Interesting to see how that one comes through.
Yeah, that's a photo finish for 3rd, definitely. There is a place in the finals up for grabs there, and Sumner will be kicking themselves if they've lost that. A late play there by East End Grunty in 3rd, but Sunset with a very strong performance. But the swim, we talked about it, that was all about the crewman swim.
Absolutely, yeah. A good crew swim will actually make a clear lead in this race.
Okay, that's the first of our open male semi-finals done. We've got the second one coming up very shortly.
And you can feel the atmosphere just building up just a little bit more now, Ed, as we come close to those finals. One more race and then we're into the next batch of 6 finals for this championships.
Yeah, the points grabbers. It's where things could really shift. Fortunes could change at this end of the event. If you're just joining us, it is the BP Surf Rescue Championships, the IRB Nationals, which stands for Inflatable Rescue Boat National Championships. 25 clubs are represented with almost 300 crew members here in just shy of 100 teams. They've come from all over the North and South Island to do battle here in what is essentially a cross between motorsport and life-saving. We've had a breath day of competition so far, and it does not stop. We've got 2 finals left to go. We're just in the middle of the Tube Rescue finals now. We're about to get stuck into those finals, and then we're going to finish up, if we have time, with the Team Rescue finals.
And you'll just see, Ed, as the crews set their boats up, they're tipping their boats up to drain any excess water out so they don't have to drag any more weight than they have to. And you'll also see the tube being actually placed, the rescue tube being placed in the bow of the boat, which wasn't allowed in my day, Ed. This is a relatively new change to the rules, so that it's easily accessible as the crewman prepares to dive out of the boat.
Well, I was amazed. We saw Kylie Bridger giving us a tour of one of these boats earlier on, and she said that the foam is so dense in the tube that it can float 8 adults or up to 12 kids.
Absolutely. It won't be above the water, but it does have the same buoyancy to keep that many adults and also children afloat. So incredible and quite different to what you see on programs like Baywatch, where you have the American buoy, for example. An unconscious person cannot hold onto a buoy. an unconscious person can be clipped into a rescue tube and float until help arrives, or
Right.
be dragged back to shore, as we're seeing now with the tube rescue races.
Where have the biggest areas of progression been in terms of the equipment? Is it in the rescue equipment itself, or is it in the boats, the motors?
Actually, widespread across the organisation. I mean, we've got 105 plus years on our organisation now.
Really?
From the good old days when they did rescues with the line and reel, from when they used to row the boats out to rescue people or paddle the big 4-person canoes. And since the 80s, we've had these inflatable rescue boats, and now you're starting to see RWC, rescue watercraft.
Okay, lane 1, Mairangi Bay, lane 2, Mairangi Bay, lane 3, Sunset Beach, lane 4, West Shore, lane 5, Waimarama, Black, and then St Clair. The siren's gone, and there is the gun. So these teams making their way down. Crewman and driver turning the boat, dragging it down to the beach. And it looks like St Clair have got a really good drag there.
You watch this wet shore crew that we saw earlier today. They love these conditions, and they're almost away.
St Clair got done by a double wave down at the bottom end of the course, so it looks
Absolutely.
like Sunset Beach very, very clean.
I think Sunset, but they've all had to slow down for that ramp, and West Shore just has taken the lead with Waimarama coming through them.
West Shore had that boat beautifully flat in the air.
That is a crew that work together well. They've turned first, crewman out, almost at the same time as Sunset.
Okay, so those two Mairangi Bay teams not as fast as they would have liked to have been at the top end of the course. So Sunset, Shane Edwards' team looks like it's probably in the lead at the start of the swim alongside West Shore. So we've got a very similar situation where we saw East End Puma and Sumner going head-to-head on the swim. We're going to have exactly the same bragging rights now.
Absolutely, with the two Mairangi Bay crews, they won't be holding back. They'll be pushing each other as fast as they can. They want at least one crew, possibly both, into the final. But they're going to have to work hard to get ahead of the Sunset Beach swimmer. I believe that's Mark Edwards. He's hard to beat in the water.
Okay. Sunset on their pickup now.
Absolutely, and West Shore just lining up for theirs, and Waimarama also on the lineup, but that's a clear pickup for Sunset Beach.
Oh, so fast there for Shane Edwards as he blasts this boat back in over that swell into the shallows. He's got one more little lip to clear.
And he's definitely slowed down to just make sure that things are going through, and he has actually been nursing a bit of a lower limb injury, so he's looking a lot better now than he did this morning.
Okay, yeah, well, he certainly wasn't pushing there. A glance across from West Shore to check that they have their place in the final booked. And then it looks like we've got Mairangi Bay.
That's Brady
Delta
Campbell.
1.
Brady Campbell should have a happy face on to make a final for the tube rescue.
Well, absolutely 100% as we see St Clair come in fourth and then Waimarama in fifth, which leaves us with Mairangi Bay, CJ Migrants in sixth. But Mairangi Bay Delta 1,
Yes,
I think went into that swim in fifth.
absolutely.
They made a phenomenal amount of distance up to come back and pull that in and get a place in the finals.
Yeah, and again, if you're looking at the boat now, like I am, you can see the crewman's only just stood up and started to take a breath. He's been resting for that way back.
Well, he certainly gave it his all, 110%. Big congratulations to Mairangi Bay Delta 1. Fantastic performance for them. That was the last of our semi-finals. So we're now going to move into our finals, and we've got the lights on. It's going to be a quick turnaround here. We're not messing around. We'll get the under-19 female crews in to contest their final in the tube rescue.
Now you'll see the crowd starting to come back in. They also know it's finals time. They'll be supporting their crews. And like you said earlier, again, very nice not to have those flying insects, those flying ants buzzing around the crowd. I did have one team member come up to me earlier and say that WD-40 is not a good insect repellent.
Really?
Apparently it wasn't working for them.
Oh, that's a shame. It does everything else. WD-40 and duct tape. You could smother yourself in duct tape and that would work. So, okay, finals teams. We've got two Waipu Cove teams, and they've been dominating in this category. Waipu Cove Full Send and Waipu Cove Zinc. Then we've got the Bethel's Beach team, Fuse, who in the rerunning of the assembly final, they'd greased the first final. Absolutely emphatic in that first final. in the rerunning of it, they didn't even make the podium. So I feel like they're going to have a little bit of bad blood here that they want to make amends for.
I really hope that they come back, refocus, and perform to the best of their ability, because they are a smart crew. That was a little bit of a psychological knock back pre-lunch, and hopefully they can do some good racing afterwards.
Okay, so we're on the 1 minute light. Let's do the lane call. Waipuko Full Send are in lane 1. Lane 2, Bethel Beach Fuse. I think that those two teams, we're going to be keeping an eye on that left-hand side of the course. Then we've got the Pawanui Girls at ME1. Then we've got Mairangi Bay ET. Then we've got Opunaki Blue. And in lane 6, Waipu Cove Pink Zinc. So
down to one light on the starters stand, indicating that the siren could begin within the next 60 seconds.
I like to keep an eye on Curly the Cowboy's left arm at this stage, because you know he's going to reach across and get the siren in. You can see all of the other boats hovering on the other side of the buoys, ready to drop both patients and bring boats in for the next final. But right now we're focused on the female under-19 finals.
Absolutely. You've called it right. There's a bit of a telltale there as we get ready for a start.
There's the siren. Guns up. And driver and crew sprint into the boats. Pretty quick for Waipu Cove Pink Zinc in lane 6. They're already up and running. We've also got the Bethels Beach Fuse in lane 2. Have got a good start in there. Pull on the engine, and Bethels Beach Fuse in lane 2 are pulling out just ahead of Waipu Cove Full Send in lane 1. So those first two lanes working very, very well. The other four teams languishing on the beach still. So it's Bethels Beach Fuse coming into the turn at first. They'll do a lap around this buoy. Quick start, and then crew will dive off and start this 25-metre swim.
Absolutely, Ed. Those two boats have got such a commanding lead over the other four crews, but like you said earlier, it's a swim now, so if they've got a fast swimmer on these other four crews, they could make some time up quite easily.
That's all you need to see, is a solid, swift, consistent swim, and a powerful patient as well. Once they're clipped up to the tube, they are allowed to kick, and they can scull with their arms underneath the water. So strolling around the boats are waiting. I can see that Bethels Beach Few driver just sat patiently, dead still, as is Waipu Cove Full Send.
I actually think we might be seeing a resurgence on buoy 4, the red buoy from the Mairangi Bay crew. They seem to be making a little bit of gains there.
Okay, and both Waipu Cove Full Send and Bethels Beach Fuse making their way back towards their buoys, but as you say, Mairangi Bay,
they've just gone in for a pickup. But it's not a good pickup. You can see they've actually gone past the crew person. They're going to be lucky to come back from that, but they have.
Bethels Beach Fuse going pretty slowly here.
Absolutely, that's Mairangi Bay ET with a very clear win. And
oh my
that's
goodness.
That's the brilliance of a great swimmer.
They went into that in 4th and they've come out in 1st. And we're seeing Waipu Cove Full Send dilly-dallying around there, as are Bethels Beach Fuse. So it looks like we're going to get Waipu Cove Pink Zinc blasting in.
Followed by Waipu Cove Full Send. Waipu Cove could get a silver and a bronze out of this.
Wow, this is big, big points tally for the local team from just down the coast.
I don't think the Mairangi Bay driver can believe she just did that.
So Mairangi Bay take 1st, and then it's 2nd place for Pink Zinc Waipu Cove, and 3rd place for Waipu Cove Full Send. Then it's Bethels just... Oh! That was very close for 4th between Opunaki Blue and Bethels Beach Fuse.
Absolutely. So just going back to Mairangi Bay's win, that we could have written them off. They
100%. I
so
didn't
far
have them in
behind
that at all. They were in 4th place going into the swim.
Absolutely incredible, and I am just going to make a shout out to some of the older members back home, Danny Morrison and Jason Pocock, who probably are fizzing and punching the screen right now because Mairangi Bay just took a gold when they probably shouldn't have.
Well, they 100% should have. I think it was mistakes watching. I think it was mistakes from Waipu and Bethels that let that in. Potentially a slow swim, but I actually saw Waipuko full send up in lane 1. It looked like the crew and the patient had stopped swimming and the driver hadn't arrived.
Absolutely. Absolutely, they were waiting for and he also saw with the Bethel's fuse, the distance between the tube was getting stretched, so some simple errors coming in.
And they looked like it took a long time to get in the beach for in the boat for Bethel's Beach.
But certainly not taking anything away from the Mairangi Bay ET crew. True force there with a gold medal.
Yeah, well, it wasn't like they were in third place panting down anyone's neck. That was a solid fourth going into the swim, quite a way behind, and that powerful performance from both the crew and the patient there has delivered them a well-deserved victory.
And we're now going to lead into the under-23 female tube rescue race. And those boats have just been invited onto the line. We've got in lane 1, New Plymouth Old Boys. Lane 2, Kariatahi. Lane 3, Mount Maunganui. Lane 4, Pawanui. Lane 5, Sumner. Lane 6, Brighton. And in lane 7, and that's unusual to have 7 in a final. There must have been an issue with the other results. Waihi Beach. And actually, I do remember there was a scratching, so this is a straight final. These girls haven't had a heat yet. This is their first tube rescue.
Interestingly, just looking at the points tallies, Mairangi Bay are down in equal 17th with Mount Maunganui and South Brighton on the overall points with 5. A win there.
That's 7 points. That's going to put them up to 12 straight away.
Yeah, it's going to see them jumping up into 12th place, just equal with Red Beach. So, yeah, very, very strong performance there from the under-19 Mairangi Bay females. So, we come back now and we're looking at the under-23 female tube rescue finals. We've got the 1 minute light on. Let's see.
It's interesting, Ed. Yesterday, people... Oh, there's a siren.
So we've got New Plymouth Old Boys in lane 1, Kariatahi lane 2, Mount Maunganui lane 3, Pawanui Girls lane 4, Sumner lane 5, Brighton Gold lane 6, Waihi Beach lane 7.
And what you saw was a wee oops with the New Plymouth Old Boys crew. They missed the boat on their first pickup.
Brighton Gold very, very sharp out of lane 6, streets ahead of everyone else as they power in. Then it looks like we've got Sumner with a half-decent start. The Pawanui Girls were up and running but got a little bit bogged down.
And New Plymouth Old Boy over there on the left-hand side of the field, they're looking in third place.
But Brighton Gold already got their lap down and the swimmers out. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 11 1,000, 12 1,000. Full 12 seconds between Brighton and the next best placed team, which I think was the Pawanui Girls.
Yeah, a 12-second head start. Even a great swimmer like Jason Pocock wouldn't catch them with that over this distance.
Okay, so the under-23 tube rescue final at the moment looks to be in the hands of Brighton, but we can't write anyone off. We saw Mairangi Bay in the under-19s female final come charging back from 4th place. So
okay, well, they are coming back now, so they've made their click up. You can see the kicking from their patient is pretty intense. Same there on the next one on buoy 4.
Will they be talking to each other? Will there be any encouragement?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. There's no time for talking at this stage. If it is, no one can hear it anyway.
Yeah, it's just air getting sucked in at this point.
Now the talking starts as they come close to the boat. The crewmen's touch the boat, the pickup can begun, and away around that can, and here they come.
Okay, so keep an eye on those yellow helmets. We can see a pickup going on for Brighton Gold. Looks like they're in the boat. Patient and crew are in and they're blasting their way back.
They made very good work of that. They took their time to make sure it was done properly, and here they are coming back well ahead of the rest of the crew.
And they can't believe their luck.
You've got Pawanui
there's no luck
now.
involved in it, is there? So we've got our next 2 pickups.
Sumner, I think, coming back from buoy 5.
Yeah. So a great performance for the 2 South Island clubs in this under-23 women's tube rescue final.
And there seems to be a little bit of a delay at the cans now for the rest of the field.
3rd place, and those points are up for grabs.
Is that Kariatahi or is that Mount Maunganui coming back now?
It looks, I think that's Mount Maunganui, yeah.
They'll be pleased with that.
So the Mount going to claim 5 points for third place there. That'll pull them up onto 10 points overall.
Your Plymouth Old Boys coming through for fourth.
Kariatahi.
And Waihi Beach hitting the beach at the same time. And we'll see who's got the run. Looks like Kariatahi has the legs up that beach.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Maybe.
I think that was Waihi. Waihi
over
just
there?
by a whisker. Yeah, I'm going on Waihi.
Okay.
Sorry to contradict you. I looked
That's
at, I
quite
watched
all right.
the line cross from Waihi and looked back, and Kariatahi were down. So, big point scoring there for Brighton Gold and Sumner JL. And now we come back into,
It'll be the open female tube rescue now.
and you've got to say, in terms of international pedigree, this is our superstar class, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. The Sunset Beach team with Taylor Shrimpton at the helm has dominated every single race, and they can really make this pay. They've got the second team, Sunset Beach RH, ready to really push here. So open female tube rescue finals coming up now. The crew's just making their way to the beach. In lane 1 we've got Sunset Beach. In lane 2 we've got Sunset Beach. In lane 3 it's Mount Maunganui. In lane 4 it's Sumner. In lane 5 we've got the East End Rigs. And in lane 6 it's the Waikanae ladies. So a full quota of those top 3 teams. We've got East End in lane 5, Waikanae in lane 6, and Sunset Beach in lane 1 and 2. And I've read those out in the order of their overall standings at the moment. Sunset Beach with a lot of work to do in third place. Waikanae currently sat in second place. If they can carry on, it'll be their best performance in years.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So there's not only top club points up for grabs here, but there's also top crew. So in each age group and division, there's also a trophy for the crew with the most overall points, which obviously goes towards the club points as well.
Okay.
Down to 2 minute light. Crews just getting themselves settled.
Let's do the lineup here. Taylor Shrimpton in lane 1 for Sunset Beach out of Port Waikato, and the second tier Sunset Beach team, who we've talked about a lot as giving that competition that Taylor needs to create that sharp edge. Then Mount Maunganui, Sumner in lane 4, East End Rigs lane 5, Waikanae ladies in lane 6.
Absolutely, and I think you will see a change in results that we've seen throughout the previous 2 days, because this is the swimming component. You may have a crew person who's actually a much better swimmer and therefore quite strong in this leg.
Points are at a premium at this, the business end of the BP Surf Rescue Nationals. This is Tube Rescue Finals, just the team race to go after this. And at 2:45, it looks likely we're going to get
I
that
believe
final
so. I
away.
haven't heard the call from the referee yet, but I believe it looks likely we will get our teams races done.
Okay, we're on the 1 minute light.
Patients are dutifully in the water out of that second buoy line. And you can see the hand raised there in lane 2 by one of the holders for Sunset Beach. That's indicating something's not quite right with them. And also the same on lane 1. Looks like they're going to do a boat swap. That'll slow down the start a little bit.
Ooh. Not very common to see that.
It's not. At this stage of the game, not many clubs have spare boats and motors to swap around, usually with a few mechanical issues. So they're just playing it safe, and they've got a spare boat. They've just gone out for a warm-up with that boat, and they'll bring it straight back onto the line.
How reliable are these Mercury 30s?
Very reliable. Very reliable. But like anything, if you leave it long enough, it will take a little bit longer to start. Effectively, there could be a capsize, the engine's immersed, you do a quick reinstatement process, and you're back on the water inside 10-15 minutes.
Well, as we can see, that was just under a minute, I reckon, to get that boat changed out. Very impressive. Formula One crews take note. That was a pit stop and a half here at the IRB Nationals. So Starter's got his left hand on the siren. He's just been waiting for that Sunset crew who've still got their arm up on the left-hand side of the venue.
Interesting. We talked about timing just before, and I can see the event manager and the event referee just having a wee chat to each other about what happens next. But that won't detract us from this Open Women's Tube Rescue Final.
Okay. Sunset Beach Lane 1, Sunset Beach Lane 2, Mount Maunganui Lane 3, Sumner Lane 4, East End Riggs Lane 5, Waikanae Ladies Lane 5. The drivers and crews have sprinted down to the boats and they turn. And it is a great start from the Waikanae Ladies. Sunset Beach with Taylor Shrimpton were very quick. They didn't have much water, but somehow they blasted out of that.
I think they brought their own water out of the Waikato River by the looks of it, because
that
that's
was
a great lead.
phenomenal. That truly was phenomenal. Waikanae Ladies, East End Riggs, very, very quick at the other end of the course as Taylor Shrimpton's crew gets into the water.
All other boats, all other 5 crews turning roughly the same time. Crew person now swimming.
Yeah, we've got a fantastic battle building for second place.
I think so too. If the Sunset crew can keep their composure, this should be theirs, but anything can happen. But that crew person is just picking up their patient now. About to turn at the second can. You can see the tube fly over. There'll be a clip, and away they go.
Okay, so Sunset on their way back now. Sunset second crew in lane 2, only just getting hooked up now, as are Mount Maunganui. But I think we've got a good performance here. Waikanae looking like they've got a good bit of distance.
I think Waikanae will challenge for that second and third spot.
Look at this. Taylor Shrimpton already starting to make her way back to the buoy on lane 1.
Crew person's just touched into the boat, patient assisted as they turn, and look at that, clear feet.
Around the buoy, and she's going to start the drag race back to the beach now. Very, very tidy. She's got a strong lead. And as you said, she will not be looking back, but she'll also know
we're looking at
she can't hear another engine roaring behind her.
We're looking at East End Riggs in second. They've made their turn and they're coming back.
No, we've got Sunset Beach second crew. It could be a clean sweep. This is a big one.
This is the points generation
for the overall points tally, isn't it? Sunset Beach in first and second. Waikanae Ladies, though, the key crew who needed to be in third and gather up those big points. So it's Sunset Beach, TA in first, Sunset Beach RH in second, and then it's
East End Riggs in fourth place.
After Waikanae Ladies.
Yep, Sumner in fifth.
So Waikanae Ladies in second place overall in the points tally, managing to at least get a couple of points on the board in the face of Sunset Ladies.
And you can hear the beach commentator Brad interviewing Taylor Shrimpton now after that, and there's a lot of excitement in her voice.
I bet there is. Well, this is what we talked about. Are there enough points on offer to pull Sunset Beach up on that 22-point deficit behind East End Riggs? And the difficult thing is that we've got a very strong showing from Sunset in the female category, but we're going to see a strong showing from East End in the male category.
Absolutely, and there's 13 points, bang, just like that.
Yeah,
and that goes a long way. Yes, and quite excited crews there from the Sunset Beach in lane 1 and 2. High fives all round.
Understandably, that was a big, big points haul for them. So wrapping up the Open Female Tube Rescue finals there, and we will move on to the male side of this draw now. We'll start with the under-19 male finals.
I wonder, Ed, if we'll see a bit of a beach change before the men get to race. The tide has started to push back in again.
Yeah, we've got a good flood going on in the...
Or whether the event referee, Richie, will wait for these 3 finals before he makes his next move.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any problem getting these boats floating. As we saw, interestingly, with Taylor Shrimpton's crew in that last race. She got that boat going in what looked like about 8 millimetres of water.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So no excess weight on the boat. They were hopping to the side of it until the boat had full momentum, and then they jumped in and off they went.
Okay, so our next race will be the under-19 male tube rescue final. And in that, let's have a quick check-in with our overall points tally. I can't see that... Oh, yeah, it's been updated after the first of those women's finals. I don't know that we've got the Open Women's, but big movers at the moment. we've seen Mount Maunganui move up to 15th equal alongside St Clair and West Shore with their performances in the under-19 and under-23 female category. We've got Mairangi Bay up in 14th equal on 12 points with Red Beach. Then you start coasting up a little more, and we've got Waipu Cove with some strong results in 7th place on 32. They're just ahead of them. Kariotahi on 33, St Kilda on 34 in 5th. Bethel's Beach with 35, and then those top three unmoved as it stands at the moment. 49 points for Sunset Beach, 59 for Waikanae, and 71 for East End. But once the results come in for those open female finals in the Tube Rescue, that will be shortened.
Absolutely, there will be leaps and bounds as each club gets the points from their particular categories. And like you said, Sunset had more open women, and you might see East End garner some more points out of the men's categories.
Well, they'll be in single digits behind East End there. It'll be 9 points between East End and Sunset once we've added the 13 points from the open female category. But right now, let's go and have a look at the under-19s.
You've got a little bit of time here. It looks like they are going to do a beach move up at this stage and just try to keep ahead of that tide that's chasing them up the beach.
Okay, well, it might be a good time to go and have a listen to that chat I had with Richard Wynnum earlier on, the referee, just to hear a little bit about his perspective on the rules and regulations of today.
Actually, I may have spoken too soon. They're now on one light. I apologise for that, Ed. They're on one light. I can see the starter Curly's making his way back up the stand.
I was about to go and find out. I was looking forward to that chat with Rich, but we can do that a little bit later on when we do get our move. Right now, though, it looks like we're going to go ahead with the under-19 male Tube Rescue final. So let's get our gates set up. In lane 1, Mairangi Bay. In lane 2, we've got Waikanae boys. They will be looking for a solid result here. That can cement their place in the top 2.
Absolutely.
Bethel's Beach in lane 3. We've seen some solid performances out of them. East End Moto in lane 4. Paikakariki Bro in lane 5. And Opunaki in lane 6. So East End, Waikanae, definitely the two to keep an eye on in lane 2 and 4.
Absolutely. And Bethel's Beach also got a medal in the mass rescue yesterday. So anything could happen here.
There is the siren. Curly waiting for that water. He's got 20 seconds to choose here. And he lets it go after about 10 seconds. Teams belting down there. Paikakariki with a good run. And Opunaki with a good haul out in lane 6. Those two teams down at the bottom look like they've got good water at the moment. It's an early start on the button from Mairangi Bay, Jack Daniels, as they blast out, but very, very close between all 6 teams. Mairangi Bay first over that ramp, and then it's East End Moto in the middle of the course, lane 4.
Absolutely, all engines actually started at the same time, but Mairangi Bay clear turn first, followed by East End.
Mairangi first out, and then it was East End Moto.
And now let's leave it up to the crew persons to do their job and bring the patient back to the boats.
Got a little bit of shade out on the course at the moment, making it difficult to see exactly where the swimmers are because you've got sun on the beach. That contrast not helping looking from a distance. But the boats, as we've said before, pacing around in this area of water between the inside buoy and the beach like caged tigers as the crewmen go to work, clipping up with those patients.
And that's Mairangi Bay on the way back, alongside Bethel's Beach also, and East End, all coming back towards their boats.
Looks like Waikanae have got a good swim on there as well. And as you said, Bethel's Beach. But it's East End Moto starting to get very busy there on his buoy. Looks like East End Moto's got the pickup on already. If they can get in the boat quickly here, then the under-19 males category could be theirs. And East End are on their way back now.
Bethel's
Overall
Beach
points leaders.
So Bethel's are also coming back alongside Waikanae and Mairangi Bay. So basically lanes 4, 3, 2 and 1 in that order.
And all of them. It's going to be very, very tight here.
It's
Bethel's and Waikanae.
That's Ollie Gooch from East End winning that. Well done, Ollie.
Then I think that was just the lead there for Bethel's ahead of Waikanae.
I believe that's the way it went. Stunning races from these young men, under 19 men, racing almost like they're open men.
That was elite level, wasn't it? On East End boys making the driver there making his way back to the rest of his crew. They know how good that performance was. You can see them there celebrating that one. Very, very happy with that. As are Waikanae and Bethel's Beach.
Yeah, Bethel's Beach very, very happy. You can tell their supporters are quite ecstatic about that. One of the smaller clubs, but doing very well here at this championships.
I always think of Bethel's Beach as one of those wilder, less visited West Coast Auckland beaches, and there's a lot of water moving around up there.
There is indeed, and as a result, they're a group of very fine lifeguards.
I can imagine strong swimmers, which is what's helped them there as well. Get some decent rips over there. Okay, so the orange lights are flashing. The boats are up on their ends, which means we're resetting these boats and getting ready for our next final. The action is coming thick and fast here at the BP Surf Rescue Nationals. So the under-19 men's tube rescue finals are done, with East End again taking full points with first place, Bethel's Beach in second, Waikanae boys in third. Take a quick glimpse over at the points. They should have refreshed now from the... Oh, look at this. Got some good scores coming in here.
Ian, I'm just going to jump in for a second. I can
it.
hear the beach commentator asking for the Bethel's Beach team manager, and as we said previously, that is not a good sign. A medal winner after a final to have their team manager report, that's usually an infringement resulting in a disqualification.
And you said that at the very beginning of this category when we were talking about the semi-finals. There are so many individual elements of this event that there's a lot of infringements that can take place. There's so many different moving parts.
Absolutely, and it's hard to get them all right. So fingers crossed it's not a disqualification and they're just taking a coffee order, but we may see a change in results for that last race.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. But I was about to say, very definitely looking at the overall points now, we have a big gap opening up between 5th place St Kilda and Bethel's Beach in 4th, and then the top 3 teams.
Yeah.
It feels like we've got the top 3 order starting to take shape. Sunset Beach, Waikanae and East End are the top 3 teams. 62 points, 64 points, 75 points.
Yeah, very interesting, and it'll keep changing. There'll be some leapfrogs, I think, as we go through these points. But we're less than a minute away now from the under-23 male tube rescue final. In lane 1, East End Michelin. 2, St Kilda Black. 3, Warrington. 4, Waikanae. Lane 5, East End Amigos. And lane 6 is the Red Beach Rampage. And the gun has gone and they're off.
Okay.
First boat to start was St Kilda by the looks of it.
Interestingly, Waikanae Blue, one of the most dominant in this field, started early and the boat almost got away from them there.
On the way out, it's in lane 1, East End Michelin with a little bit of lead there, but it looks like they're all going to turn at the same time.
Warrington Doyle looking very good as well.
They have made a big climb up.
But dismount from Warrington, Waikanae and East End, all very even. Both East End teams, they're doing well. And this is where we start to see them. East End just tapping the accelerator in terms of points. These very strong male teams.
Yeah, they'll get some extra points all going well in this race and possibly the team's race.
Yeah,
but now the drivers get to rest while the crewmen do the hard work.
The grudge matches here that we're seeing are developing between East End, the 2 East End teams, Michelin and Amigos, and Waikanae Blue.
Absolutely. And when we say grudge, it's a friendly grudge. It's all competition, but at the end of the day, probably tonight over a wee beverage, they'll be good friends.
Oh, 100%. But right now, in terms of the points tally, those are the guys who are fighting each other. Every East End victory, there's 2 teams picking up points there in each of the finals, whereas Waikanae have just got that. They've been looking for Waikanae Gold. They've been in the mix, but...
Right, we've got our first pickup, and that's Waikanae Blue. Waikanae Blue have had an amazing swim, and here they come clear of the rest of the field for a potential gold medal.
East End Michelin and East End Amigos look like they could be in the mix. It's only Red Beach Rampage who could spoil this party. Warrington Doyle are there, but it looks like the 2 East End teams are going to nullify that Waikanae
and
Blue.
Red Beach have had a flyer to come from last boat round the can to a very tight 4th position.
And interestingly, East End Amigos and East End Michelin in second and third. I couldn't tell you which one was which, but I can tell you that they have taken 6 points and 5 points, a combined total of 11 for that overall points tally.
Brilliant. And here we have St Kilda crew coming through with Warrington.
Yeah. No sign of Sunset Beach in this final, so they will pay the price for that.
So there may be some change in those results, but that was the under-23 male tube rescue final.
Right now we've got in the overall points Sunset Beach on 62, Waikanae on 70 and East End on 82.
Yeah, it's very reflective when you start to analyse what's going on in the water and back on the point system there.
Okay, so that was the under-23 male final in the tube rescue class. We now move into the open male tube rescue.
So 6 of the best crews in the country here in this age group, ready to show us how good they can put all aspects of life-saving together. The coordination, the boat driving, swimming and coming back to shore.
Okay, and those 6 teams are in lane 1, Sumner. In lane 2, West Shore. In lane 3, Sunset Beach. In lane 4, Sunset Beach. Lane 5, East End, Pumba. Lane 6, Mairangi Bay, Delta 1. So Sunset Beach with a fantastic opportunity to claw back some points here.
Absolutely, but I'm going to look away and I'm going to put my money on Mairangi Bay, Delta 1. We saw such a flyer in the semi-final with them. I believe they can pull out another one and come in top 2, top 3 in this one.
Well, certainly they pulled out a flyer on the swim.
Yes.
They were by far, they were a long way off the pace in the boat, the launch and the boat skills, I think. I mean,
and hopefully driver Brady Campbell can't hear you right now, and he's focused on his race, but he does have some good skills, and hopefully he can bring it and add it to his crew person to make a top-notch result here.
That's the big challenge, isn't it? Have they kept their powder dry, the crew and the patient, to perform in this final, or did it take everything they had to dominate that race?
Remember, these patients are most likely being shared amongst other crews as well. So they've probably done 6 or 8 of these already.
Okay, we're off. Sprint down to those boats.
Good water under the hulls. This is going to be a quick start. Watch the start.
Sumner were very quick.
You watch those West Shore crews.
Oh, and I tell you what, there's a big peak of swell in these bottom lanes 5 and 6.
And that's unfortunate because boys 1 and 2 have clear water and they're going to go a much further extension for their turns.
I tell you what, one of those Sunset Beach crews fully took the sting out of that ramp, turned in the face of a big bit of blue water there. They won't want to watch the replay on that.
And as a result, there's probably a 5 to 8 second delay before the other crews came round.
Okay.
But Sumner and West Shore, crew persons in the water first. They're almost at the can now, about to pick up their patients and head back towards the boat.
But this is where we keep an eye on Mairangi Bay Delta. We saw such an incredibly paced swim. We've got a tube up over there now, clipping up the patient, and they're on their way back.
Absolutely, and also we've seen a bit of movement on buoy 3, Sunset Beach. I think you've seen a bit of an advancement from them.
Okay.
And if you look over on buoy 6 on the right-hand side of the field, yes, Mairangi Bay are on the rampage.
Yeah, Sumner and West Shore came into this first, so you're always keeping an eye out on lane 1 and 2. But at the moment, I think you've got that call right. I think it's Sunset Beach.
Oh, my goodness.
Who have got out of there very, very quickly. Will it be the second Sunset team who do it as well? Mairangi Bay again, a third boat. It's both the Sunset crews in first and second. That is impressive
That is
swimming.
dedication right there. And they're not holding back. They're fighting each other for this. I'm going to go with lane 3, Sunset AH.
Definitely. I'm with you on that one.
Excellent. And then in third place, we've got Mairangi Bay. Brady Campbell is doing a good run up the beach. And he's taken a bronze medal.
From East End in 4th, and then it's West Shore in 5th and Sumner in 6th. Very interesting. East End really pushed back down there.
Yeah, so 3 of the 4 crews that got hit by that green wave on the way out, they had to take up the speed off a little bit, have come through first, second, and third.
phenomenal. Again, illustrating exactly what you said at the start of this, Johnny, that it is the cruise title. This is about the strength of the swim. Some brilliant racing there in the open male tube rescue finals.
It looks to me like once we get the results of this race, they're going to reset and have a chat about the teams races that do.
We've got just under an hour to get this underway, which would mean 10 races in total. We'd have 8 heats and then 2 finals in the team race. So we'll bring you an update on that as soon as we have it. Right now, though, having seen one of those, 6 finals where the rules were definitely kept a close eye on by the officials, we can go and have a chat with, catch up with Rich Winham, the event referee, who I had a talk to earlier on in the day.
It's the busiest man on the beach, Rich Winham. Richard, a lot of stress yesterday. How did it go down?
Yeah, it was a busy day. The conditions certainly didn't play too well for us. We had a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and some pretty ugly conditions out there, but the crews did really well. We didn't quite get through as much racing as we would have liked, so that leads to a very busy day today.
And what does it mean today? I mean, you've got everyone saying near perfect conditions here.
And watching this, it's difficult to get your head around just how many officials we've got on the beach here enforcing all of the rules and regulations.
Absolutely. So Richard's got a pretty good team of officials with him, but we tend to forget he's been around a long time, but mainly in the competitive space as a racer. This is actually his first national championships as the referee. So here he is at a young-ish age, commanding a group of officials, and he's probably got 25 officials working under him in various roles, from the judging to the marshalling to the event safety, starting, and also just the course judging, making sure things are done correctly.
And it's fair to say the buck stops with him here.
It does from the blue shirt point of view, from the officialing, but he does work alongside 2 other key people, one being the event manager, Mark Ingalls, and the other one, the event safety officer, Trevor Kinsley. And those 3 work together almost like a holy trinity. They have very key jobs to do, but they must work together to deliver a quality event.
One other element of the New Zealand, this is the BP Surf Rescue Nationals here for the IRBs, but there's also an eye to international competition here, isn't there?
Absolutely, and that's opened up a lot in the last 4 to 5 years, which is great for our sport, giving some opportunity for our better crews to be put into a high performance program and potentially get some selection.
Yeah, well, we had a chat earlier on with Jaron Mumby, the New Zealand selector, and I mean that's his role here. He's watching all of these teams. He's watching very, very carefully to see who's in position to move up to that next stage, isn't he?
Absolutely, and it's very difficult because they've got to find a crew that's going to work well together and also under the national process. Whereas in some individual sports, you could just take the best runner. Now you've got to take the best crew that have got the time and dedication.
Okay, well, I had a chat with him earlier on to find out what he's doing here. We've got one race lined up on the water, it looks
We're looking at the first of the teams races.
Okay. So
they're about to go into the open teams race.
Yeah, well, let's have a chat with Jaron Mumby right now, and then we'll come back and get stuck into the teams races.
Jaron, what's your role here? What do you do for Surf Life Saving?
Surf Life Saving, so I'm the New Zealand coach lead, and my role this weekend is selector. So we're primarily here for talent ID. and also keeping an eye on our current world champions. And just seeing what other sort of development crews that we've got coming through that we could see that could transition into ILS racing.
Do you like what you see so far?
I always like what I see. We've got such a high standard with New Zealand crews, both the male and female. Obviously with our current world champions, so it shows that we have such a high level. And I'm just loving seeing some of these younger crews coming through. There's a lot of raw talent there, so it's pretty exciting to see.
And how does it work for you? Obviously, there's a lot of talent on this beach at the moment, but as a selector, are you looking to take an entire crew, or do you cherry pick different team members out of a crew?
Yeah, I mean, that's always the dilemma that we have in terms of the old cherry picking. But one thing that always holds strong is that crew dynamic. So when you have a really strong crew that sort of live it and breathe it together and work so hard, we like to keep the nucleus of that together. There's always in the back of our minds in terms of how we structure a Worlds team that there could be the opportunity to cherry pick a particular athlete to bring and bolster them up. But our focus is about keeping that crew together primarily.
And I mean, in terms of athletes, do you think it's quite difficult for the likes of Taylor Shrimpton when they come here with a target on their back, or is that the perfect motivation?
Well, it's how you deal with that pressure. Pressure makes diamonds, as they say, and someone like Taylor and Abby and that crew, they should thrive under that, because I'm a firm believer that the greater the pressure, the better you get. So when you come to these events, it's just another opportunity to show how good you are and continue to extend.
That is a fantastic quote. I'm going to use that. Diamonds are created under pressure. Jaron, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
So, from your perspective, we're just watching the first of the team rescue heats go out. We've got 4 male heats and 2 female heats going on. So, but from your perspective, Johnny, just while this goes on, where does New Zealand sit in terms of international surf lifesaving talent?
Certainly in the top 2, if not top 3 over the last 20 years. Recently, in the last 12 to 15 years, we've had some great results at world champ level for both the national team and also our club teams, and we're seeing that filter through to our juniors, our under 18 athletes, and they also are current world champions.
So New Zealand is legitimately a superpower of surf lifesaving.
No argument from me, absolutely. Not only with our competitors, but also with our coaches and managers.
And how much of that do you think is that New Zealand has a huge amount of coastline, it has some very wild beaches, and it has an obligation to keep people safe on those beaches?
Yeah, there is that, and also we have a desire to win. We're a small country that bats well above our weight when it comes to international stage, and we have some really good talent here on the beach, both in IRBs and in the board ski and swim area.
And we're watching the team races just unfold here. Talk us through the format that we're going to see in the team racing.
Okay, so these are the heats of the team race. We'll come back and focus more onto the finals, but what you're seeing is a team's race is just that 2 crews working together. So the first crew of a driver and crew person will go out. They'll do a turn around the can, very similar to the true rescue. The crew person will eject themselves very, very daintily, which means that the first driver now comes home solo. And there's always an element of risk with an untrimmed boat and speed. First driver comes back, dismounts and runs around, tags the second driver and crew, who then go out and pick up 2 patients, so the patient and the previous crew person.
And it's very fitting that this event comes last, because it's about the strength and depth of talent that you're developing in a club, and this is essentially going to decide those top 3.
Absolutely, and how they work together. So you can have 2 top crews who may not work well together, not make it through to the final of the team's race. Whereas you've got 2 not so top crews working exceptionally well and putting everything out there in the water and coming back with a placing.
Well, as we saw with the Tube Rescue finals, this is an event with a lot of moving parts. And we had a slight technical issue earlier on with our Rich Wynnum interview. He is the event referee, so we're going to catch back up with him now. I had a lovely chat with him earlier on today.
It's the busiest man on the beach, Rich Wynnum. Richard, a lot of stress yesterday. How did it go down?
Yeah, it was a busy day. The conditions certainly didn't play too well for us. We had a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and some pretty ugly conditions out there. The crews did really well. Through as much racing as we would have liked, so that leads to a very busy day today.
And what does it mean today? I mean, you've got everyone's saying near perfect conditions here.
Yeah, absolutely. The sun's out, the wind's disappeared. We've got a beautiful little wave out there, so you can't ask for much better than that. It's absolutely amazing conditions, so hopefully we can get through a lot of racing really quickly and no one misses out on any events.
Okay, if you're new to IRB racing, what are the main rules and regulations that you're responsible for enforcing?
Yeah, so we have 5 different races that we do. We have a single rescue, a short, sharp, out and back. I guess that's our equivalent to 100 metres. We have an assembly rescue where the boat will be have the motor and fuel tank taken out of it, and the crews have to put it together before they leave the beach. We have a mass rescue event, which is what we got through yesterday, where they have to rescue multiple patients. So that's 2 laps. That's sort of our endurance event. And then for our swimmers, we've got a tube rescue event. So the crews go out, the crew person jumps out, swims, picks up their patient, gets back in, and they drive back to the beach. And they then finish it all off. If we get there today, time-wise, with the teams, 2 crews, and that's sort of the pinnacle of a club, really, to win the teams race. Shows good depth within your club.
And is that the most prestigious part of the event as such? It's not about the individual, it's about the club.
A bit of both. I mean, it's a really big honour to be the top crew in your age group, in your division. So to win the open women's category or the open men's category is a massive thing to take home that trophy, but also that top club trophy does mean a lot to some of the clubs. But even the small clubs still have a chance of at glory with winning their individual age group. But yeah, the big clubs are definitely after that top club trophy.
Okay, and it seems like Sunset have been in the driving seat for quite a while now. Do you see anyone else coming up at this stage?
Yeah, Sunset have been sort of the top crew for a couple of years now, but East End are often nipping on their heels. Waikanai's coming along really nicely, and there's a few other clubs that are growing with their numbers at the moment that can really start to push them. So it could be anyone's game at the moment.
Okay, sounds like a fascinating day of racing ahead. Thank you, Richie.
Awesome, thank you.
Perfect.
Great. So hopefully that has cleared up all of the rules and regulations for you, so you know exactly what you're talking about when someone asks you about IRB racing. Just watching the finish line there of the second heat in the men's team rescue. And it promises to be quite an exciting one, this one.
It does, and you can actually feel it on the beach now, Ed. There's a little bit more excitement. There's a bit of running behind the scenes here as people are trying to get to the right lanes before they start. And like I inferred earlier, you've probably seen some of the under-19 males crews now racing with some of their open compartment, their open seniors that they've been looking for. So you get a chance for a junior crew and a senior crew to actually work together.
And because we're using, there's 5 players in this?
6 if you count the patient.
Right. And I've actually just pulled up.
Sorry, you're right, 5. My counting's must be the end of the day, is it, Ed?
It definitely is the end of the day. We've been out here since just before 7 o'clock this morning, and it's been a long day in the wonderful hot sun at Ruakaka. I tell you what I love about this time of day. The sun cranks round behind you, and all of that beautiful landscape ahead of you. Whangarei Heads that looks like the setting for Neverland in Peter Pan, right down to Waipu Cove, and then Hen and Chicks, and in the distance Little Barrier, and then in the far distance Great Barrier. It is one of New Zealand's truly great vistas.
Yeah, this is Bream Bay at its best. Now we can see all of its features. It's just stunning.
And we've got a fantastic atmosphere, as you say, as we build towards the climax of the BP Surf Rescue Nationals. It is the IRBs here at Ruakaka. Inflatable rescue boats, motorsport meets surf lifesaving. And at the moment, in the overall points tally, the big bragging rights belong to the clubs at the end of the day. And if we look at the top 10 here, we've got Brighton out of Dunedin on 26 points. 29, it's New Plymouth Old Boys. In 8th place, we've got Sumner on 30. And this is very, very tight between 8th and 4th. So on 30 points, we've got Sumner. 32 is Waipu Cove. 33 is Kariatahi out of Port Waikato. Then we've got 35 points for Bethel's Beach and 36 points for St Kilda. So a lot of movement expected between 8th and 4th there. But the top 3 places, I would say, are already decided. We know who the top 3 are going to be. It's going to be in what order they come. So on 75 points, in 3rd currently is Sunset Beach. In 2nd place on 77 points is Waikanai. Gisborne have had a fantastic charge in this event. But with 20 points daylight at the moment, with strength and depth throughout the squad, it is East End.
Absolutely, and East End said to me on Thursday, I had a very relaxed chat with a lot of the crew on Thursday, and they said, Johnny, COVID took us out last year. We've assumed that we won it last year because we had to win it this year as well. So what you're seeing now as results of, and that wasn't arrogance, that was quiet optimism with a little bit of skill that they knew they backed themselves.
And that must give them a lot of confidence, because when you look at their arch rivals in Sunset Beach, they are the New Zealand champions, the Australian champions, and they've got world champions in that team.
Absolutely. So that's a big call to make, and they obviously have put a lot of time and effort. And again, Ed, you and I are both staying at the same motel where the East End Club is staying at, and we couldn't hear them over the last 3 nights. So this is a crew who has come here to race well to the best of their ability.
Oh, they mean business.
Yeah.
100% they mean business. There's early nights all round.
I can't say that it'll be the same tonight, however. Right, and in this heat, we have Sumner out there on lane 1. They've got a flying start. Look at them over that first small wave.
They look like a leg was hanging out the back there as well. From
Possibly.
One of the crew
We'll see what the
members.
judges say about that. And then possibly on buoy 4, we've got that's that West Shore crew yet again.
Now we've got that unstable return. Just the driver in here as the boat skips along the top of the waves. And you can see with both of the boats as they blast back in here, a little bit unweighted with the driver on the left-hand side of the boat.
Yeah, they love this part of it, and then they get to run out and tag the next driver. So the second crew person's actually already got the boat turned by the time the second driver gets down there, and it should be just a straight hop.
There was a
start
look
and go.
across from West Shore then.
Yeah. And look, these are some of the youngest guys on the field. They're racing hard. They're running hard. And that's actually West Shore now taking the lead, just pushing Sumner into second spot there.
Then Bethel's Beach on the outside in third by the looks of it, followed by, that's East End Indomies, and then the Mairangi Bay crew.
Yeah, Sumner just slowing down for that turn, allowing West Shore to extend their lead just a little bit in that second leg there. Lowell Bay a bit slow off the start, but they've had a lot of fun, I believe. So they're enjoying their racing.
Okay, so West Shore taking out this heat with the lead. Top 3, obviously, will go. Oh, is it?
And it will be top 3. We'll go through to the semi-final. You can see he stopped, had a good look around. And that's the Bethel's Beach Ninjas, I think, may have secured a spot over there in Boys 6.
Driver from Sumner's heels were wrapped round his ears then. He was absolutely smashing it on the sprint.
Yeah, it may be the end of 2 days competition, but it's not holding these guys back from doing their utmost out there.
It's the old Steve McQueen quote, isn't it? When you're racing, you're living. Everything else is just waiting.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, we've got 3 lights flashing, which means we're going to pull in the 4th of 4 heats. Then we'll have 2 semi-finals in the open female category. And then we'll have 2 semis in the male open category. And then it's finals time.
Okay, so heat 4. We'll just wait till that clutter clears away a little bit. The outgoing heat disappears and the new heat's already arrived.
Ooh, interesting. East End Grunty Pumba. That's
Yes.
really hard to say, isn't it? Grunty Pumba.
It is indeed. So that's 2 crews that have managed to merge to make one super crew, I think you'd call it.
As have Sunset Beach here with Shane Edwards, the SM and AH crew.
Yeah, so that's Shane and Mark in one, and Hogues is in the other one. I'm sorry, I don't know the 4th competitor there.
So I think I see that as a real grudge match. The fact that those 2 teams are going to potentially race each other in heats, semis and finals, that's going to create some good battle, I think.
Absolutely, and you've also got a Mairangi Bay, a Mount Maunganui crew in this as well. So I think we're looking at those last lanes 4, 5 and 6 will actually be the ones that actually bring us into the final.
Interesting crew choice name for Mount Maunganui as well. Managed Isolation Quarantine.
That may have a relation to the fact that one of the boys has only just come back into the country.
Yeah, I can't imagine I don't know where he did his quarantine or the size of the bath, but I can't imagine he was able to do much training.
Correct. Yes, there was, and that was the standard joke that yesterday was his training day.
Yes, having done it in the not too distant past, I can vouch for the fact that it's pretty hard to get any cardio in MIQ. But that said, the food was wonderful.
Right, heat 4, we've got St Clair White on lane 1. We've got Waipu Cove Blue, lane 2. Pauanui in lane 3. And my screen's just frozen.
Mount Maunganui lane 4, East End Grunty Pumba in lane 5, and Sunset Beach Smar. So those are the composite teams, and I think we're looking down at the right-hand side of the beach here.
That would be my call, although they've just got the green water in front of them, so maybe the left-hand side of the field will actually get away here.
Oh, it was a dirty little double as they all hit that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Waipu Cove's actually got a pretty good start, but so has Sunset over there on Boys 6.
So Mount Maunganui, I think, have got the first drop there. That was a very impressive one from them. Let's see what we've got. East End and Sunset are neck and neck coming back here now.
And you can just see the bit of torque as those boats hit the ground.
East End first out of the boat. Let's see the sprint. And it's a tag absolutely neck and neck between East End and Sunset.
Waipu Cove and Mount Maunganui are also equal in their 3rd and 4th place.
Very, very quick from East End on the pickup. It was a bit of a stall by the looks of it for Sunset. There was a pull on the handle.
Yep. So we're now looking at East End, Sunset and Waipu Cove as the top 3 coming through this team's rescue race.
Yeah, Pauanui and Waipu Cove at the back here at the moment. Oh, and looks like Mount Maunganui.
There's something going wrong with the second crew from Mount Maunganui, but they're away now.
Oh, beautiful step down from East End.
You just missed the Pauanui men's crew there. The driver, the crew person, just showing a clean set of heels as they went over a whitewater.
So definitely East End in first. Waipu have had a phenomenal one. Waipu for second, taking over Sunset in third. So those are our confirmed semi-finalists.
Well, that's quite exciting for the almost local crew of Waipu Cove. I hope they can bring that back into the final.
Waipu going toe-to-toe with East End and Sunset there. Very impressive performance.
Bear in mind they've still got semi-finals to go. So this is heat 4. They'll have 2 semi-finals to get through and then into the final. And you can see the judges are just taking a bit of time over there.
I love this bit, the fact that we're going to see East End, the 4 strongest teams we've seen in action today, East End Grunty and East End Pumba, and both of the Sunset Open male teams going head-to-head 3 times.
Yeah.
In this heat, then in the semi, and then in the final, if they both make it through all the way.
You would hope that the random draw would separate them out a little bit more in the semi-finals because they've just been head-to-head with the guys that they should be facing in that final.
Yeah, but it's going to be lovely to see them.
Absolutely.
Like drain each other out, and because there was an element there that almost felt like a final, and it's going to take its toll.
Correct. So that was heat 4 of the Open Men's Team Rescue races. We'll go now into the 2 heats of the Open Women's Team Rescue race, and then into the semi-finals of the men's. And there's no lights at the moment, so I'm not sure what that means. They're just waiting for the men's crews to clear the arena before they bring the women in.
Yeah, tide pushing a little bit, but it looks like it's going to come over that bump quite soon. And actually that bump is what's creating these lovely little double-ups on the inside that's flicking the crews skyward as they jump in the boats. It's perfectly timed. From a spectator's point of view, I should add.
Absolutely, and you'll hear us talking as a spectator. The people in blue shirts will be judging as judges, and there'll be some things that we like that they won't. And a crew person not being set in their positions, one of them.
Yeah. See, I love it when they're as loose as a village golf bag, but might not be quite the same for the officials.
Not the same for the officials. I can guarantee the 2 first aiders just sitting to our right are probably not overly stoked with it either, because it does result in some lower limb injury, which is not what you want to see at the stage of the competitive season.
But it was one of the elements that really I took heart from yesterday. In conditions that I thought would have been very, very close to the edge, we were only seeing bumps and bruises.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and that's just a testament to how well they were racing, including those younger age groups in both genders, as we talked about.
And that is the responsibility that sits on Richard Wynnham's shoulders, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, he's got a program to get through. He has to balance out the needs of the program with what the competitors want, with what's actually achievable in those conditions.
Well, it looks like...
And he would have had plenty of advisors in his ear yesterday, and I believe he made some pretty good calls.
He made some well, I think he's been completely vindicated in his calls yesterday by the fact that he's managed to get the whole program away today.
Yeah, and I just hope that as a referee, he takes on board that the hard work and the stress are actually worth it, and he's delivered a great program with his team. I mean, he has a team of many, and I just hope that he actually has the value out of it for doing such a good job.
Okay, so let's have a look at the overall points tally as we get closer and closer to these final two Open men and Open women's finals. So I'm going to give let's do a full draw through here, shall we? At the moment it's Warrington down in 19th position, South Brighton in 18th, Pauanui in equal 17th with Paikakariki from the Kapiti Coast. We've got St Clair in 16th, Mount Maunganui in 15th. And I should say there's less than 9 points separating all of these teams, so there's still quite a lot up for grabs there. We've got West Shore in equal 14th with Waihi off the south end of the Coromandel. Red Beach on 16 points, Opunaki on 21 in equal 12th with Mairangi Bay. They jumped right up 5 places, which was very impressive for them. Waimarama on 23 points in 11th. And then our top 10, we've got Brighton in 26th. We've got New Plymouth Old Boys in 9th on 29 points, and then Sumner on 30 points, in 8th. 7th place Waipu Cove on 32. Kariatahi on 33 in 6th. Top 5 is Bethel's Beach on 35, St Kilda on 36. So even a couple of points scraped out of a final for Bethel's or Kariatahi could see them skip up into 4th place. At the moment though, St Kilda hanging on to 4th with 36 points. And then it's our top 3. Sunset Beach on 75, Waikanae on 77 and East End on 97 points.
Absolutely, Ed, and I think we are now seeing a change on the engraving on the top trophy here, on the BP Surf Rescue Championship trophy. But
is it insurmountable?
No, it's not insurmountable, but
it's 20 points for Waikanae.
It is 20 points. We'll just have to see. But 2 things, I know we've got a race just started, but 2 things strike me there. Number 1, Bethel's Beach are in the top 5.
Yep.
Stop the press. Never happened before at the National IRB Championships. Incredible stuff. But also 1, 2, 3 South Island crews in the top 10. Again, well worth the investment they've put into coming to this event.
Now, if you're looking out to sea, you will see once again the masterclass put on by Taylor Shrimpton from Sunset Beach in lane 6. She is already on her way back, and the other teams have only just done their drop-off. So quick here. Got someone catching. She leaves that boat and begins her sprint up the beach. Taylor Shrimpton cuts the relay there, and the second Sunset Beach team are on their way down. Just outside of there is Sumner, KM and JL. They're looking pretty good.
And also Waipu Cove there as well.
Yeah, they are. They're looking very strong, aren't they? Tell you what, Sunset have managed to squander a lot of that lead that Taylor Shrimpton had built up. And there is a chance there. Sorry, Sunset have squandered it. Sumner are the ones who are going to take advantage of that in lane 7.
And also Waipu Cove, I think, but Sumner's got some clear water, and they're certainly getting some legs out there on the right-hand side of the course.
Waipu Cove got hit with 2 waves akin to Sonny Beale Williams hits there. They stopped dead in their tracks as they make their patient pickups. Sunset are going to take the lead here and qualify for the finals.
Absolutely. Waipu Cove have had a wee oops with their pickup, as did Sumner, but Sumner managed to bring back into second.
So Sunset in first, Sumner coasting into second, and then we've got Waipu Cove in third.
Which is great because they had a wee oops at the cans, but they've managed to come back.
Then it looks like we've got Mairangi Bay.
And then a crossover on the left there's that Kariatahi.
Oh, very, very close
And
between
Mount
Mount Maunganui and Kariatahi. I wouldn't like to call that for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Well, the good news is, Ed, we don't have to. We'll leave that one up to the judges.
Thank goodness. So that's the first of our open female teams race heats here. Technically semi-finals because we only have 2 of them.
Correct. So the top 3 of these will go through to the final, which will be held after the semi-finals of the men's team races.
Well, if team names won prizes, I think Heat 2 would be full of winners.
What have we got, Ed?
Lyall Bay Laser Beams, the Bethells Beach Few Minions, and interestingly, the Mini Minions and the Bethel Beach Fews are the under-19s female teams. So there we've got some 17 and 18-year-olds competing in the open females here, and I cannot wait to see how they measure up.
So we're hoping to see them up against some of those open woman champions to see actually how they go.
East End Darling Riggs, that's an open women's and an under-23 team, I think. And then we've got the St Kilda Yellow and the St Clair White. So could be an interesting one. So the 3 orange lights are flashing, which means we've got clearance for our second open female semi to make their way into the beach and start setting up. We're going to see Lyall Bay Laser Beams over in lane 1. Lane 2 is Bethel Beach Few Minions, and that is that composite team of under-19s category races. Then we've got the Sunset Beach EKCE. Interesting to see if they can put on as much of a strong performance as we saw from the 2 premier teams in the previous semi. Then we've got St Clair with the white helmets, St Kilda in the yellow helmets, and then Pauanui Girls and East End Darling Riggs. So as Johnny said earlier on, we're looking for that composite ability for the 2 teams to work together, not necessarily for the individual prowess of a team. Personally, I want to keep an eye on lane 2 here, the Bethells Beach Few Minions, the under-19 team, punching a couple of grades above their weight in the open female category. So, under starters orders, here's the siren, waiting for water. The gun comes straight away. Strong starts for Sunset, Bethel, St Kilda. So Sunset Beach have got a good drag. Bethells Beach, unfortunately, don't have the weight to get that out. It's a good pull start from St Kilda, who look like alongside the East End Darling Riggs are going to be first out here. Very, very good from Sunset, but it's St Kilda who are out early alongside the East End Darling Riggs in lane 6. So Sunset, St Kilda and Darling Riggs out of East End are the big guns there. Bethells and Lyall Bay Laser Beams all getting caught behind some big chops there. So drag race back in right now.
Just a bit of wind is starting to affect those solo drivers as it's picked up in the late afternoon, Ed.
East End Darling Riggs starting the sprint up the beach alongside St Kilda. Sunset in 3rd at the moment. So St Kilda might take the lead here, depends on what happens. Sunset creeping up on this as well. Engine starts for St Kilda. Engine starts for East End. Engine starts for Sunset.
And here come those Bethells Beach young crews.
East End have overhauled St Kilda in that transition between the teams. So East End now in 1st, St Kilda in 2nd, Sunset in 3rd.
Bethells Beach is coming off in 4th, so that's that young under-19 crew just starting to get away there.
And then we've got the Pauanui Girls, it looks like, in 5th place, sorry.
Yep, and the Lyall Bay Laser Beams just heading out now.
Very strong pickup for East End Darling Riggs. Then we've got St Kilda in second, Sunset still in third. So top 3 teams will make finals. So that is confirmation now as they hit the shallows that as long as it's a 2-footed dismount, which it is for the East End Darling Rigs, they will make finals. Followed by St Kilda. They are into the finals. And I tell you what, the Pawanui girls are chasing up. Oh!
They've got it. They could have it now.
It could be a disqualification. That was a 4-point dismount from Sunset Beach as the Pawanui girls come in 4th ahead of the Bethel Beach few minions.
Even if it's not a disqualification, it took the wind out of her sails enough to allow the finishing to actually be ahead.
Right, so it was a clean finish anyway.
Yeah.
I can't see the official raising a hand there, but that felt pretty clear. There was no 2-footed landing. She came down knees and wrists.
Yeah, and absolutely. And she obviously unsighted herself as she came off the boat. Maybe her foot caught in the strap on the way over. But she's walking quite cleanly. She's just upset with herself.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say to you, if you could bottle disappointment in body language, it looks like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, those were our female semi-finals. East End Darling Rigs, Pawanui Girls and St Kilda Yellow making it through to the finals from that one. We've got someone at least walking, but making their way up to the medical truck here.
Yeah, again, here we are at the end of 2 days of racing. The bumps, the hits, the speed starts to take its toll. And you've just got to be very careful and smart about how you're putting your body through it out the end.
But you watch this calibre of racing and the speed that everyone's throwing at the Nationals, and it's hard. It's really, really hard. There isn't any room to hesitate or to hold back, it doesn't feel like.
No, and that's the big trade-off, isn't it? And that's why they have to be fit to be lifeguards, because the bump, you never know when you're going to get thrown in a boat and go and have to be involved in either a long or a short-term rescue.
Okay, next in we have the open male semi-finals, and these promise to be... well, there's not going to be anyone holding back here. In semi-final 1, we've got Bethel's Beach Ninjas, East End Grunty Pumba, we've got East End OGs and the OGs, we've got Waikanae Men, Sumner NS and LB, and Waimarama White. So that's semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 sees St Kilda Black, Red Beach, Sunset Beach, SMAH, West Shore A, Waipu Cove Blue, and East End Sprouters. So a total of 3 East End teams in here. We've got 2 Sunset teams. Actually, we've only got 1 Sunset team. Yeah, they fell away in those heats. So, got to say, East End are in the driving seat here.
Absolutely.
In terms of point gathering.
Yeah, when it comes to point generation and gathering, they certainly have the opportunity to maximise their current position in the standings. And you'll see the tide on its push up has actually slowed down a little bit now as it's starting to fill up that bank. And we're seeing a reasonably flatter sea, but occasionally those bumps will come together.
Okay, fantastic atmosphere down here on the beach as everyone gathers round, heading towards the finale of the 2021 BP Surf Rescue Nationals. These are the IRBs, and we've said it before, but it's the most true setting. This is motorsport meets life-saving.
Absolutely, Ed. And Gunn set us off for the first semi-final of the Open Men's. I'm looking at a pretty slick start from both Waikanae and Sumner there in the middle of the field, lanes 4 and 5. But actually Waimarama might have the lead out there on 6.
Grunty Pumba on lane 2 as well, looking very, very strong. They're first into the turn. Second into the turn is that Waimarama in lane 6. Oh, and they've stood up once he's dropped that patient. He must have had a heavy crew, because that boat stood right up.
Yeah, you're correct. East End's definitely in the lead there on lane 2 and 3. And look at those boats, just starting to lose a little bit of control with the high speeds and shallow water.
So I think we've got East End crew in potentially second as well. Waimarama in the battle for second, as are Waikanae men.
Yeah, so only the top 3 will go through to the final, and we've got a clear lead with East End, Grunty Pumba.
I think they've got second as well with the OGs.
Absolutely, and then that's Waikanae coming through in the third. 2 patients to pick up, both a patient and a crew person, adds to the weight on the way home. Trimming the boat's essential.
Yeah, Waimarama way out of it in lane 6. So coming in for the finish now, we've got East End, Grunty Pumba able to coast there. They know they've got some daylight between them and their fellow clubbies, East End OGs. And then in third place there, with that distinctive blue and yellow striped helmet, it is the Waikanae men.
And I'm just going to come back to the second place team there, the East End OGs and the OGs. Well, that was Andrew Cronin, Widget as most of us know him, back racing for the first time in probably a good 8 years. He was one of our national champions for a long, long time. Went off, had a family, and he's obviously been allowed to come back and race. This is great.
Well, to be at this level as well, he'll be very, very pleased with that. 2 East End teams in the final, and the chance to get a third in the second of our semis. 3 orange flashing lights means those boats have been welcomed in, and our first semi will now vacate the beach. So we've got St Kilda Black lining up in lane 1 of these semis. We've got Red Beach in lane 2, Sunset Beach, SMAA. They're only finalists here for Sunset Beach, and with just the depth of talent that East End have showcased here, that could cost them. West Shore A are in lane 4, Waipu Cove Blue are in lane 5, and the East End Sprouters are in lane 6.
Yeah, this is potentially the last race for most of these crews, so they'll be putting everything into the water here. Obviously hoping to make the final, but also have a good last race at the same time.
But we've said it so many times, in the open male category, once you get through the heats, every semi's like a final.
Absolutely, there's no room for mistake as we go through.
And you're certainly not saving anything for the final.
No, you're not. You're looking at, 2 full crews from a club. So from a small club, for example, Red Beach, first time back racing for a while. They've only just got 2 cruises to make this one team in the open men's teams race. They're quite a lot younger than the rest of the crews. They'll be looking for a little bit of a sneaky push to see if they can make a final out of this.
Okay, so just watching Kariatahi stand up on their way out there. So lane 1, St Kilda Black. Lane 2, Red Beach. Lane 3, Sunset Beach. Lane 4, West Shore. Lane 5, Waipu Cove Blue. Local water for those boys. And the East End Sprouters will be desperate to replicate the performance they've just seen from the other 2 open male East End teams and book their place in the final.
Could you imagine seeing 3 East End teams in a teams race final? That is 6 full crews in a final.
That's phenomenal. Well, what would be most impressive is if they can get a clean sweep of the podium to finish. Take all of the big points. So we can see the starter with his hand on the siren.
Last patient has just been dropped into the water now. You can see the event safety boat just going along, buoy 4.
That was a stylish dismount.
That was one of the better ones.
That wasn't.
That wasn't. Not sure what the delay is here, Ed. The start is just making sure there's obviously enough water for everybody. It's actually pushing more on 1, 2 and 3 than it is 4, 5 and 6, if you see there.
I suppose there's a danger as well, if water gets under the boat and then drains out, that it's actually sinking the boat into the sand.
It does, and you get that suction between the wet sand and the hull. or else the handlers have to really work hard to keep it straight and fair for the crew to come down.
So we can see both the Sunset crews in front of us digging their feet in, twisting the balls of their toes to get purchase to push out of. We know we're close. A couple of officials just measuring where the front of the boats are there. Sirens on. Guns off almost immediately. So very strong start from
Red
Sunset.
Beach crew on lane 2 unfortunately had a bit of a stumble and actually went under the boat there for a second, but it hasn't slowed them down much. But that is Sunset Beach away.
Just tightly followed by
wave.
West Shore.
Oh, that wave just said hello.
Oh,
Of both the Sunset and West Shore crews took the brunt of that.
Waipu had some style over that as well. They kept the boat beautifully flat
That
at
just
speed.
allowed East End Sprouters to get a bit of a lead. And oh my gosh, I don't know if you saw that turn. The crew person just did a forward roll somersault out of the boat into the water.
Right, it looks now like West Shore have overhauled Sunset. Sunset must have had some kind of issue there. Because West Shore and East End battling their way in here. Very quick but deep water for West Shore as East End tag. Looks like it's going to be East End out of here first. Followed by West Shore A, followed by Sunset, followed by St Kilda.
And also Waipu Cove not out of the fight yet.
Definitely not. East End have made a mistake there getting
they're
that
a bit
boat
shallow,
back out.
but look at that. That is
West Shore A. West Shore A absolutely flying, but they've got some green water ramps to hit here.
No,
Keep
they've
that
got
boat
it.
flat.
St Kilda's actually brought themselves up into first. That's the boat on the left-hand side of your screen.
Phenomenal. So West Shore A first to the turn. They're
Watch
picking
the
up
two
with
pickups.
St Kilda, with East End, and then Sunset. Sunset in danger of not making the final here, and that could very well hand.
East End have actually got more boat speed than Sunset at the moment. This is going to be very interesting how they come up the beach.
So West Shore A are in first position. St Kilda just behind them, and then at the other end of the venue
East
we've
End
got
have-
East End
Yeah.
up and running. West Shore up and running St Kilda, and then it's third place for East End. Sunset, the mistake on the first lap out there has cost them a place in the finals.
I'm
we
not
have
sure it
three
is.
East End crews in the finals and not one Sunset.
Absolutely. So unsure what happened there, Ed. But you can see the disappointment in the Sunset crew. And you can see the excitement and jubilation over there with the East End crews. They're three teams into the team race final.
I don't want to jump the gun here, but that feels to me like Sunset could have waved goodbye to the overall title there.
Absolutely. It certainly diminished their chances greatly. Statistically, I don't think they're going to get through.
No, well, no matter how strong the performance from the women is in the female side of the team's finals, I think there's just too much strength in depth on the male side for East End.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was the second of the men's semi-finals, which means now we get to the business end of the BP Surf Rescue Nationals. This is the IRB team finals. So we have 6 teams all racing for overall points. It's a composite event. We have a couple of teams glued together, and they have to work together if they want to do well. We are 2 minutes out from the female open teams race final. And we have St Kilda, the yellow team. We have Pauanui girls, Sumner, KM and JL. We have Sunset Beach, TA and RH. That contains Taylor Shrimpton, the New Zealand, Australian and world champion. We've got the East End Darling Rigs. They will be looking to put one over on Sunset. And we've got Waipu Cove White. We've got 1 minute to go. We'll work our way down from the lanes, kicking off with St Kilda Yellow. Currently in 4th place, just ahead of Bethel's Beach, and they'll be looking for a good performance here to cement that position. Then we've got Pauanui in lane 2. Lane 3 is Sumner. Lane 4 is Sunset Beach. Lane 5 is East End Darling Rigs. Lane 6 is Waipu Cove.
And on that incoming tide, Ed, we can see plenty of water under the boat, so these should be some fast starts and quick turnarounds as well because of the water available to them.
Okay. Teams digging in their feet. like bulls ready to fight. There's the siren. We've got plenty of water under the boat. It's a quick rifle from the starter. St Kilda are fast, but Sunset are faster. East End are going well as well. Looks like Taylor Shrimpton on that motor pull. She's got the engine up and running quickly. St Kilda and Sunset, the first two out, but closely followed there by Sumner and Pawanui Girls. Pawanui Girls very nose high there in lane 2.
I think the Pawanui Girls are pushing for a place in the for a gold medal here.
Well, Sunset first around and the crew's gone, so Taylor Shrimpton is on her way back.
Yeah.
And then it's St Kilda, potentially with Sumner in second place. Very tight between Sumner, St Kilda and East End Darlings.
Wow.
Here's Sunset. Taylor Shrimpton sprinting up to tag.
And now they'll hand over to their second driver and crew, and we'll see if they can continue on their winning way.
Sumner in second, East End are just in third, very, very close. St Kilda in fourth. As the Sunset crew makes it to the beach, East End do as well.
Sumner have actually launched first, but they didn't have the engine in gear. They had to power off before they could put it back in gear, and as a result, Sunset have managed to get ahead.
And they've all left the beach at the same time, it looks like. East End maybe just a whisker ahead.
But they've had a disaster. They've actually lost power. East End are dead in the water, allowing Sunset and Sumner to get through on them.
East End just sitting ducks in the middle of the beach there. This is excruciating for them.
Sunset Beach on the way home, Sumner on the way home. This is going to be a tight finish, Ed.
St Kilda on the way home. That looks like our top three at the moment. Pawanui Girls just on their pickup, as are Waipu Cove. But it's going to be Sunset just ahead of Sumner here. Sumner making a lot of gains.
It's not over yet. Yes, it is.
Okay. Sunset just ahead of Sumner. St Kilda jumping off into third position. And Pawanui Girls with a very strong performance for fourth. Then
that's Waipu Cove coming through in fifth, and unfortunately for East End, they've had engine malfunction and they're having to receive a bit of a tow back into shore.
Oh, that is a dignity stripper right there.
They had the lead too when that happened. Unsure what the issue is. Maybe they've run out of fuel this time of the day. Yeah. Possibly running light on it, unsure.
A teaspoon too little of fuel in the East End tank, and difficult to say at this point, but they do have a decent cushion. In the overall points tally, East End are 20 points ahead, well, 22 points ahead of Sunset Beach, but that is another 7 points on the board for Sunset there, and that's going to diminish that. 15 points now. I think mathematically, with only one Sunset team in the final, it's not possible for Sunset to make it into first. They could overhaul Waikanae in second. They're just 2 points ahead of Sunset Beach in second place on 77.
Absolutely. So the minor placings will change, but that leader doesn't look like they're taken off their spot, and that's full credit to them for doing such a sterling job over both days.
So we come to our last race of the day now. It is the Open Male Team Race Final. And we have an unprecedented 3 East End teams ready to compete.
I'm racking my brains, Ed. I can't think of a time when we had 3 crews from one club in this team's rescue final nationally. If it has, I never saw it before, but it's pretty amazing when you stop and think about it now.
I'm looking through it, and on the performances, the strength of what we've seen so far this afternoon, we've got the East End OGs, the East End Sprouters, and the East End Grunty Pumba. I think the OGs and Grunty Pumba are podium material for sure. I'm not as sure about the Sprouters. I think that's a composite of their under-19s and under-23 teams, but West Shore A have been very quick, as have, I think, Waikanae men are in there for a podium spot.
And we certainly couldn't write off any St Kilda combination, so there are 6 good crews racing here for the last 3 medals up for grabs. Down to 2 lights, 2 minutes before this race gets handed over to the starter. As the boats just get their final draining and positioning before crew number 1 gets into the starting position.
And there's a sense that the officials are trying to get this race out without another move, but we've got a lot of water in the contest area here now.
There is a lot of water, but I can see the look on both the starters and the referee's face. They ain't moving.
Yeah, well,
They'll wait for the suck out to get that drag.
It's 1 minute past 4, so they're right up against the clock here, but looks like we're going to get a full schedule of racing here at the BP Surf Rescue Nationals.
And if we'd had that question asked yesterday, Ed, would we finish our full program? We were probably thinking no, if those conditions had continued like they had on day one of racing.
Yeah, it is a no small measure of the passion and dedication that we've seen out on the beach here at Ruakaka today, that we have completed that full schedule. And it's not just from the officials, the event staff, it's from the crews as well and the clubs.
Absolutely. It's a team effort all round. The event safety, so those guys in the IBs, they've been out there laying the cans, taking patients out all day long as well. So it drills down on everybody.
Okay, East End in lane 1, East End in lane 2, West Shore in lane 3, East End in lane 4, St Kilda Black in lane 5, Waikanae Men in lane 6. We're under starters orders. Looks like we might get a little bit of a surge of swell coming in here. Flooding under the boats. This is the Open Men's Teams Race Final. Our last race of the day. East End OGs in lane 1, East End Sprouters in lane 2, West Shore in lane 3, East End Grunty Pomba in lane 4, St Kilda Black, Waikanae Men in lane 6, and they are off. So our two East End crews in lane 1 and 2 looking very tidy, as is East End Grunty Pumba in lane 4. Very, very quick. West Shore A looking good. Not the start I think that Waikanae Men would have wanted in lane 6, but they're making up for that. Very, very quick over that first wave. Who's going to be first into the turn? It looks like Grunty Pumba from East End, but neck and neck, that was synchronised. Very, very quick here. And I can't see Grunty Pumba maybe just out in front ahead of West Shore, and then we've got the Waikanae Men as well.
Now it's critical that they haven't gone too deep with these transitions, because if they can't turn around...
East End Sprout has definitely got caught too deep.
Well, that actually might be strategic. See how it goes. If they've got a good wader, he could get up and gone in one pull.
And I think it's Waikanae Men out in front with West Shore A and East End Grunty Pumba and East End OGs chasing hard on their heels. This is going to be so tight. There is nothing between these teams as they lance their way out. Patient pick-up and then back to the beach.
Wow, that is West Shore turned first. West Shore have turned first, followed by East End Grunty Pumba.
Waikanae Men on the outside. And then East End OGs.
Who goes over this wave first? Oh, it's East End just by a nose.
West Shore A keeping up with them. A consummate performance from the East End. Grunty Pumba in first, then it's West Shore A, and then it looked neck and neck.
Waikanae in third. Waikanae got third, then the two East End crews after that.
Wow. Waikanae could well have secured their second place there with that positioning.
I think Waikanae took the third, and our first and second were between West Shore and East End.
What a brilliantly close race to finish us off there, Johnny Clough. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that was stunning. Yeah, you can breathe easily now. You can breathe easily.
Oh, what a phenomenal performance here. We will wait and bring you confirmation of those finishing results. But very, very close through there. In the female, we don't actually have confirmation of the female final in the teams race either. Again, that one pretty close behind Sunset. But
as the crews will now start to do their pack up, they'll go and pack their gear up. They've got a 20-30 minute break before the prize giving starts. But we should stay online and just give those last results for the open female and open male teams rescue race.
Yeah, because the moment we've got those confirmed, we will have the club placings in the overall. What a fantastic IRB Nationals 2021. And it's fitting in a way, if we look back at March 2020 when we got the Surf Lifesaving Championships away, but the IRB Nationals weren't able to be held, and it's been the reverse this year. So you don't want to see any of these events cancelled, but it feels like the balance has been restored now.
Absolutely, and medals have been won, trophies are about to be handed out, so these guys are very happy with that.
Okay.
Not racing, just... We're hoping to give the points update.
So waiting for the teams race, open male and open female, to confirm on their results. At the moment, liveresults.co.nz is refreshing itself, but looks like it might have done that now. Let's take a look at... No, still no confirmation of either the open female or the open male races. Yes, we do have... No, that was the heats race, so still waiting for the overall points and these teams race confirmations to come in. Very successful weekend of racing from your perspective, I imagine, Johnny?
Absolutely, Ed. I'm looking down at happy officials, happy competitors, happy team managers. So full program delivered. Yes, some poor weather racing yesterday, but good racing nonetheless, and some great racing today because of the good weather.
This is a question that people are asking themselves across all sport at the moment. We haven't seen teams competing against each other for over a year now because of the pandemic. We have seen North Island champs, but I mean, how much have you seen the standard progress? Do you think the level has raised?
Oh, absolutely. We're looking at some new age groups this year. So under 23 is actually a relatively new age group. Prior to that, it was under 22s. Prior to that, it was just under 19s and open. So it's a massive depth change we're seeing in our sport.
Okay, I've got confirmation of that open male teams race. St Kilda Black in 6th, East End Sprouters in 5th, East End OGs in 4th. The Waikanae men managed to get into that top 3 position, squeaked their way in 3rd. West Shore A, a fantastic performance from them in 2nd. And East End Grunty Pumba taking out the win in the open teams final for the men. Then in the women's, we have Sunset Beach taking the win. No surprises there. Just ahead of Sunset. They give them a great run for their money. St Kilda, 2 South Island teams there in 2nd and 3rd ahead of Pauanui Girls. A courageous performance from them. And then Waipu Cove in 5th. And then the DNF from the East End Darlings. So,
what's that going to do to the points, Ed? What do you think?
Let's do the top 3 and see where we go. In 4th position, we knew it was always going to be St Kilda. They had a fantastic race. And then in an unprecedented way, in equal 2nd place, Johnny, unbelievably,
yep,
on 82 points, we have Sunset Beach and Waikanae. What an achievement for Waikanae.
Absolutely. Putting themselves 2nd equal from, mind you, they were there, but over the whole depth of the weekend. That's incredible. It's just great.
They've held on to that, but a masterclass from start to finish from East End out of Taranaki. 111 points, 29 points clear of both of their nearest rivals. It has been a fantastic weekend of racing, and East End will be celebrating tonight. That is a consummate performance.
Absolutely. So the quietness they've been in their accommodation over the last 2 nights, you're going to make it up for it now, I can guarantee. But well done to the East End club. Overall, incredible result.
Thank you all so much for joining it. I hope you've had as much fun as we have calling these races. We'll see you next time at the BP Surf Rescue National Championships.